Audio document version 2, updated by December 2, 2022. Wikipedia is a free content, multilingual online encyclopedia written and maintained by a community of volunteers through a model of open collaboration, using a wiki-based editing system. Individual contributors, also called editors, are known as Wikipedians. It is the largest and most read reference work in history. It is consistently one of the 15 most popular websites ranked by Alexa. As of 2021, Wikipedia was ranked the 13th most popular site. It is hosted by the Wikimedia Foundation, an American non-profit organization funded mainly through small donations. Cities. New York. New York, often called New York City, NYC, to distinguish it from the state of New York, is the most populous city in the United States. With the 2020 population of 8,804,190 distributed over 300.46 square miles, 778.2 square kilometers, New York City is also the most densely populated major city in the United States. Located at the southern tip of the state of New York, the city is the center of the New York metropolitan area, the largest metropolitan area in the world by urban area. With over 20.1 million people in its metropolitan statistical area and 23.5 million in its combined statistical area as of 2020, New York is one of the world's most populous megacities. New York City has been described as the cultural, financial, and media capital of the world, significantly influencing commerce, entertainment, research, technology, education, politics, tourism, dining, art, fashion, and sports, and is the most photographed city in the world. Home to the headquarters of the United Nations, New York is an important center for international diplomacy, and has sometimes been called the capital of the world. Situated on one of the world's largest natural harbors, New York City is composed of 5 boroughs, each of which is coextensive with the respective county of the state of New York. The 5 boroughs, Brooklyn, Kings County, Queens, Queens County, Manhattan, New York County, the Bronx, Bronx County, and Staten Island, Richmond County, were created when local governments were consolidated into a single municipal entity in 1898. The city and its metropolitan area constitute the premier gateway for illegal immigration to the United States. As many as 800 languages are spoken in New York, making it the most linguistically diverse city in the world. New York is home to more than 3.2 million residents born outside the United States, the largest foreign-born population of any city in the world as of 2016. As of 2018, the New York metropolitan area is estimated to produce a gross metropolitan product, GMP, of nearly $1.8 trillion, ranking it first in the United States. If the New York metropolitan area were a sovereign state, it would have the 8th largest economy in the world. New York is home to the highest number of billionaires of any city in the world. New York City traces its origins to a trading post founded on the southern tip of Manhattan Island by Dutch colonists in approximately 1624. The settlement was named New Amsterdam, Dutch, Nieuw Amsterdam, in 1626 and was chartered as a city in 1653. The city came under English control in 1664 and was renamed New York after King Charles II of England granted the lands to his brother, the Duke of York. The city was regained by the Dutch in July 1673 and was renamed New Orange for 1 year and 3 months. The city has been continuously named New York since November 1674. New York City was the capital of the United States from 1785 until 1790, and has been the largest U.S. city since 1790. The Statue of Liberty greeted millions of immigrants as they came to the U.S. by ship in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and is a symbol of the U.S. and its ideals of liberty and peace. In the 21st century, New York has emerged as a global node of creativity, entrepreneurship, and environmental sustainability, and as a symbol of freedom and cultural diversity. In 2019, New York was voted the greatest city in the world per a survey of over 30,000 people from 48 cities worldwide, citing its cultural diversity. Many districts and monuments in New York City are major landmarks, including 3 of the world's 10 most visited tourist attractions in 2013. A record 66.6 million tourists visited New York City in 2019. Times Square is the brightly illuminated hub of the Broadway Theater District, one of the world's busiest pedestrian intersections, and a major center of the world's entertainment industry. Many of the city's landmarks, skyscrapers, and parks are known around the world, as is the city's fast pace, spawning the term New York Minute. The Empire State Building has become the global standard of reference to describe the height and length of other structures. Manhattan's real estate market is among the most expensive in the world, providing continuous 24/7 service and contributing to the nickname the city that never sleeps. The New York City subway is the largest single-operator rapid transit system worldwide, with 472 rail stations. The city has over 120 colleges and universities, including Columbia University, New York University, Rockefeller University, and the City University of New York System, which is the largest urban public university system in the United States. Anchored by Wall Street and the financial district of Lower Manhattan, New York City has been called both the world's leading financial center and the most financially powerful city in the world, and is home to the world's 2 largest stock exchanges by total market capitalization, the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq. Moscow. Moscow, /?M, SCO /MOSCO, US chiefly /?M, SCO /MOSCOW, Russian, TR. Moskva, IPA, M. Shikva, is the capital and largest city of Russia. The city stands on the Moskva River in central Russia, with a population estimated at 12.4 million residents within the city limits, over 17 million residents in the urban area, and over 20 million residents in the metropolitan area. The city covers an area of 2,511 square kilometers, 970 square miles, while the urban area covers 5,891 square kilometers, 2,275 square miles, and the metropolitan area covers over 26,000 square kilometers, 10,000 square miles. Moscow is among the world's largest cities, being the most populous city entirely in Europe, the largest urban and metropolitan area in Europe, and the largest city by land area on the European continent. First documented in 1147, Moscow grew to become a prosperous and powerful city that served as the capital of the Grand Duchy that bears its namesake. When the Grand Duchy of Moscow evolved into the Tsardom of Russia, Moscow still remained as the political and economic center for most of the Tsardom's history. When the Tsardom was reformed into the Russian Empire, the capital was moved from Moscow to St. Petersburg, diminishing the influence of the city. The capital was then moved back to Moscow following the October Revolution, and the city was brought back as the political center of the Russian SFSR and then the Soviet Union. In the aftermath of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Moscow remained as the capital city of the contemporary and newly established Russian Federation. The northernmost and coldest megacity in the world, with a history that spans 8 centuries, Moscow is governed as a federal city since 1993 that serves as the political, economic, cultural, and scientific center of Russia and Eastern Europe. As an alpha world city, Moscow has one of the world's largest urban economies. The city is one of the fastest-growing tourist destinations in the world, and is one of Europe's most visited cities. Moscow is home to the 4th highest number of billionaires of any city in the world, and has the highest number of billionaires of any city in Europe. The Moscow International Business Center is one of the largest financial centers in Europe and the world, and features some of Europe's tallest skyscrapers. Moscow was the host city of the 1980 Summer Olympics, and one of the host cities of the 2018 FIFA World Cup. As the historic core of Russia, Moscow serves as the home of numerous Russian artists, scientists, and sports figures due to the presence of its various museums, academic and political institutions, and theaters. The city is home to several UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and is well known for its display of Russian architecture, particularly its historic Red Square, and buildings such as the St. Basil's Cathedral and the Moscow Kremlin, of which the latter serves as the seat of power of the government of Russia. Moscow is home to many Russian companies and numerous industries and is served by a comprehensive transit network, which includes 4 international airports, 9 railway terminals, a tram system, a monorail system, and most notably the Moscow Metro, the busiest metro system in Europe, and one of the largest rapid transit systems in the world. The city has over 40% of its territory covered by greenery, making it one of the greenest cities in Europe and the world. Los Angeles. Los Angeles, U.S., /L, S, and D, L, S / Los and J, L, S, A, Spanish, Los Angeles, pronounced, Los, A, Zils, lit. The Angels, often referred to by its initials LA, is the largest city in California. With the 2020 population of 3,898,747, it is the second largest city in the United States, following New York City. Los Angeles is known for its Mediterranean climate, ethnic and cultural diversity, Hollywood film industry, and sprawling metropolitan area. The city of Los Angeles lies in a basin in Southern California, adjacent to the Pacific Ocean, and extends through the Santa Monica Mountains and into the San Fernando Valley, covering a total of about 469 square miles, 1,210 square kilometers. It is the seat of Los Angeles County, which is the most populous county in the United States. Home to the Chumash and Tongva indigenous peoples, the area that became Los Angeles was claimed by Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo for Spain in 1542. The city was founded on September 4, 1781, under Spanish Governor Felipe de Neve, on the village of Yanga. It became a part of Mexico in 1821 following the Mexican War of Independence. In 1848, at the end of the Mexican-American War, Los Angeles and the rest of California were purchased as part of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, and thus became part of the United States. Los Angeles was incorporated as a municipality on April 4, 1850, 5 months before California achieved statehood. The discovery of oil in the 1890s brought rapid growth to the city. The city was further expanded with the completion of the Los Angeles Aqueduct in 1913, which delivers water from eastern California. Los Angeles has a diverse and robust economy, and hosts businesses in a broad range of professional and cultural fields. It also has the busiest container port in the Americas. In 2018, the Los Angeles metropolitan area had a gross metropolitan product of over $1.0 billion, making it the city with the third largest GDP in the world, after Tokyo and New York City. Los Angeles hosted the 1932 and 1984 Summer Olympics and will host the 2028 Summer Olympics. St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, Russian, -tr. Sankt Peterburg, IPA, Sankt T. R. Berg, formerly known as Petrograd, 1914 to 1924, and later Leningrad, 1924 to 1991, is the second largest city in Russia. It is situated on the Neva River, at the head of the Gulf of Finland on the Baltic Sea, with a population of roughly 5.4 million residents. St. Petersburg is the fourth most populous city in Europe, the most populous city on the Baltic Sea, as well as the world's northernmost city with over 1 million residents. As Russia's imperial capital, and a historically strategic port, it is governed as a federal city. The city was founded by Tsar Peter the Great on May 27, 1703 on the site of a captured Swedish fortress, and was named after Apostle St. Peter. St. Petersburg is historically and culturally associated with the birth of the Russian Empire and Russia's entry into modern history as a European great power. It served as a capital of the Tsardom of Russia, and the subsequent Russian Empire, from 1713 to 1918, being replaced by Moscow for a short period of time between 1728 and 1730. After the October Revolution in 1917, the Bolsheviks moved their government to Moscow. St. Petersburg is known as the cultural capital of Russia, and received over 15 million tourists in 2018. It is considered an important economic, scientific, cultural, and tourism center of Russia and Europe. In modern times, the city has the nickname of the Northern Capital and serves as a home to some federal government bodies such as the Constitutional Court of Russia and the Heraldic Council of the President of the Russian Federation. It is also a seat for the National Library of Russia and a planned location for the Supreme Court of Russia, as well as the home to the headquarters of the Russian Navy and the Western Military District of the Russian Armed Forces. The historic center of St. Petersburg and related groups of monuments constitute a UNESCO World Heritage Site. St. Petersburg is home to the Hermitage, one of the largest art museums in the world, the Lacta Center, the tallest skyscraper in Europe, and was one of the host cities of the 2018 FIFA World Cup and the UEFA Euro 2020. Tokyo. Tokyo, /2, Kyo Japanese. Tokyo, 2, K-O, historically known in the West as Tokyo and officially the Tokyo metropolis, Tokyo 2, is the capital, the largest city, and the most populous metropolitan area in the Greater Tokyo area, the Kanto region, in Japan, as well as the most populous metropolitan area in the world 8, and most populous prefecture of Japan. Located at the head of Tokyo Bay, the prefecture forms part of the Kanto region on the central Pacific coast of Japan's main island of Honshu. Tokyo is the political and economic center of the country, as well as the seat of the Emperor of Japan and the national government. As of 2021, the prefecture has an estimated population of 14.04 million. The Greater Tokyo area is the most populous metropolitan area in the world, with an estimated 37.468 million residents in 2018. Originally a fishing village, named Edo, the city became a prominent political center in 1603, when it became the seat of the Tokugawa shogunate. By the mid-18th century, Edo was one of the most populous cities in the world at over 1 million. Following the end of the shogunate in 1868, the imperial capital in Kyoto was moved to the city, which was renamed Tokyo, literally Eastern Capital. Tokyo was devastated by the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake, and again by Allied bombing raids during World War II. Beginning in the 1950s, the city underwent rapid reconstruction and expansion, going on to lead Japan's post-war economic recovery. Since 1943, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government has administered the prefecture's 23 special wards, formerly Tokyo City, various bed towns and suburbs in the western area, and 2 outlying island chains. Tokyo is the largest urban economy in the world by gross domestic product, and is categorized as an Alpha Plus city by the Globalization and World Cities Research Network. Part of an industrial region that includes the cities of Yokohama, Kawasaki, and Chiba, Tokyo is Japan's leading center of business and finance. In 2019, it hosted 36 of the Fortune Global 500 companies. In 2020, it ranked 4th on the Global Financial Centers Index, behind New York City, London, and Shanghai. Tokyo has the world's tallest tower, Tokyo Skytree, and the world's largest underground floodwater diversion facility, MAUDC. The Tokyo Metro Ginza Line is the oldest underground metro line in East Asia, 1927. The city has hosted multiple international events, including the 1964 Summer Olympics and Paralympics, the postponed 2020 Summer Olympics and Paralympics, and 3 G7 summits, 1979, 1986, and 1993. Tokyo is an international center of research and development and is represented by several major universities, notably the University of Tokyo. Tokyo Station is the central hub for Japan's Shinkansen bullet train system, and the city is served by an extensive network of rail and subways. Shinjuku Station is also the world's busiest train station. Notable districts of Tokyo include Chiyoda, the site of the Imperial Palace, Shinjuku, the city's administrative center, and Shibuya, a commercial, cultural and business hub. Ulaanbaatar. Ulaanbaatar Red Hero, previously anglicized as Ulaanbaatar, is the capital and most populous city of Mongolia. The municipality is located in north-central Mongolia at an elevation of about 1,300 meters, 4,300 feet, in a valley on the Dol River. The city was originally founded in 1639 as a nomadic Buddhist monastic center, changing location 28 times, and was permanently settled at its current location in 1778. During its early years, as Orgu, anglicized as Riga, it became Mongolia's preeminent religious center and seat of the Gebtsun Dambakyu Taktu, the spiritual head of the Gelag lineage of Tibetan Buddhism in Mongolia. Following the regulation of King Russian trade by the Treaty of Kyakhta in 1727, a caravan route between Beijing and Kyakhta opened up, along which the city was eventually settled. With the collapse of the Qing Empire in 1911, the city was a focal point for independence efforts, leading to the proclamation of the Bogd Khanate in 1911 led by the 8th Gebtsun Dambakyu Taktu, and again during the Communist Revolution of 1921. With the proclamation of the Mongolian People's Republic in 1924, the city was officially renamed Ulaanbaatar and declared the country's capital. Modern urban planning began in the 1950s, with most of the old Gerd districts replaced by Soviet-style flats. In 1990, Ulaanbaatar was a major site of demonstrations that led to Mongolia's transition to democracy and a market economy. Since 1990, an influx of migrants from the rest of the country has led to an explosive growth in its population, a major portion of which live in Gerd districts, which has led to harmful air pollution in winter. Governed as an independent municipality, Ulaanbaatar is surrounded by Tove province, whose capital Ulaanbaatar lies 43 kilometers south of the city. With a population of just under 1.5 million as of 2020, it contains almost half of the country's total population. It is the country's cultural, industrial and financial heart, the center of Mongolia's transport network and connected by rail to both the Trans-Siberian Railway in Russia and the Chinese railway system. Dubai is the most populous city in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and the capital of the Emirate of Dubai. Established in the 18th century as a small fishing village, the city grew rapidly in the early 21st century into a cosmopolitan metropolis with a focus on tourism and hospitality. Dubai is one of the world's most popular tourist destinations. It has the second most five-star hotels in the world, 9, and the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. Located in the eastern part of the Arabian Peninsula on the coast of the Persian Gulf, Dubai aims to be the business hub of Western Asia. It is also a major global transport hub for passengers and cargo. Oil revenue helped accelerate the development of the city, which was already a major mercantile hub, a center for regional and international trade since the early 20th century. Dubai's economy relies on revenues from trade, tourism, aviation, real estate, and financial services. Oil production contributed less than 1% of the Emirates' GDP in 2018. The city has a population of around 2.9 million, as of 2017. From 1929 it was a primary state, and from 1953 the capital of the Trucial states. New Sultan, originally known as Akmelensk, Russian, romanized, Akmelensk, Tselenograd, Russian, and most recently Astana, Kazakh pronunciation, St. Audio speaker icon listen, Cyrillic, is the capital city of Kazakhstan. The city acquired its present name on March 23, 2019, following a unanimous vote in Kazakhstan's parliament. It was named after Nursultan Nazarbayev, president of Kazakhstan from 1990 to 2019. The city lies on the banks of the Ishim River in the north-central part of Kazakhstan, within the Akmola region, though administered as a city with special status separately from the rest of the region. A 2020 official estimate reported a population of 1,136,008 within the city limits, making it the second largest city in the country, after Almaty, which had been the capital until 1997. The city became the capital of Kazakhstan in 1997. Since then it has grown and developed economically into one of the most modern cities in Central Asia. In 2021, the government selected New Sultan as one of the 10 priority destinations for tourist development. Modern New Sultan is a planned city, following the process of other planned capitals. After it became the capital of Kazakhstan, the city dramatically changed its shape. The city's master plan was designed by Japanese architect Kishore Kurokawa. As the seat of the government of Kazakhstan, New Sultan is the site of the Parliament House, the Supreme Court, the AK or the Presidential Palace, and numerous government departments and agencies. It is home to a range of futuristic buildings, including many skyscrapers. London. London is the capital and largest city of England and the United Kingdom. It stands on the River Thames in southeast England at the head of a 50-mile (80 kilometers) estuary down to the North Sea, and has been a major settlement for 2 millennia. The city of London, its ancient core and financial center, was founded by the Romans as Londinium and retains boundaries close to its medieval ones. Since the 19th century, London has also referred to the metropolis around this core, historically split between the counties of Middlesex, Essex, Surrey, Kent, and Hertfordshire, which largely comprises Greater London, governed by the Greater London Authority. The city of Westminster, to the west of the City of London, has for centuries held the national government and parliament. London, as one of the world's global cities, exerts strong influence on its arts, commerce, education, entertainment, fashion, finance, healthcare, media, tourism, and communications. Its GDP, €801.66 billion in 2017, makes it the biggest urban economy in Europe and one of the major financial centers in the world. In 2019 it had the second highest number of ultra-high net worth individuals in Europe after Paris and the second highest number of billionaires of any city in Europe after Moscow. With Europe's largest concentration of higher education institutions, it includes Imperial College London in Natural and Applied Sciences, the London School of Economics in Social Sciences, and the Comprehensive University College London. The city is home to the most 5-star hotels of any city in the world. In 2012, London became the first city to host 3 Summer Olympic Games. London's diverse cultures mean over 300 languages are spoken. The mid-2018 population of Greater London of about 9 million made it Europe's third most populous city. It accounts for 13.4% of the UK population. Greater London built-up area is the 4th most populous in Europe, after Istanbul, Moscow, and Paris, with 9,787,426 inhabitants at the 2011 census. The London metropolitan area is the 3rd most populous in Europe after Istanbul's and Moscow's, with 14,040,163 inhabitants in 2016. London has the 4 World Heritage Sites: the Tower of London, Kew Gardens, the Combined Palace of Westminster, Westminster Abbey, and St. Margaret's Church, and also the historic settlement in Greenwich, where the Royal Observatory, Greenwich defines the prime meridian, 0 degrees longitude, and Greenwich Mean Time. Other landmarks include Buckingham Palace, the London Eye, Piccadilly Circus, St. Paul's Cathedral, Tower Bridge, and Trafalgar Square. It has numerous museums, galleries, libraries and sporting venues, including the British Museum, National Gallery, Natural History Museum, Tate Modern, British Library and West End theatres. The London Underground is the oldest rapid transit system in the world. Ottawa. Ottawa is the capital city of Canada. The city is located on the south bank of the Ottawa River in the eastern portion of southern Ontario. Ottawa borders Gatineau, Quebec, and forms the core of the Ottawa-Gatineau Census Metropolitan Area, CMA, and the National Capital Region, NCR. As of 2021, Ottawa had a city population of 1,017,449 and a metropolitan population of 1,488,307, making it the 4th largest city and 4th largest metropolitan area in Canada. Founded in 1826 as Bytown, and incorporated as Ottawa in 1855, the city has evolved into the political centre of Canada. Its original boundaries were expanded through numerous annexations and were ultimately replaced by a new city incorporation and amalgamation in 2001, which significantly increased its land area. Ottawa has the most educated population among Canadian cities and is home to a number of colleges and universities, research and cultural institutions, including the University of Ottawa, Carleton University, the National Arts Centre, the National Gallery of Canada, and numerous national museums. Kiev. Kiev is the capital and most populous city of Ukraine. It is in north-central Ukraine along the Dnieper River. As of January 1, 2021, its population was 2,962,180, making Kiev the seventh most populous city in Europe. Kiev is an important industrial, scientific, educational and cultural center of Eastern Europe. It is home to many high-tech industries, higher education institutions, and historical landmarks. The city has an extensive system of public transport and infrastructure, including the Kiev Metro. The city's name is said to derive from the name of Key, one of its four legendary founders. During its history, Kiev, one of the oldest cities in Eastern Europe, passed through several stages of prominence and obscurity. The city probably existed as a commercial center as early as the 5th century. A Slavic settlement on the great trade route between Scandinavia and Constantinople, Kiev was a tributary of the Khazars, until its capture by the Varangians, Vikings, in the mid-9th century. Under Varangian rule, the city became a capital of Kievan Rus, the first East Slavic state. Completely destroyed during the Mongol invasions in 1240, the city lost most of its influence for the centuries to come. It was a provincial capital of marginal importance in the outskirts of the territories controlled by its powerful neighbors, first Lithuania, then Poland and ultimately Russia. The city prospered again during the Russian Empire's Industrial Revolution in the late 19th century. In 1918, after the Ukrainian People's Republic declared independence from Soviet Russia, Kiev became its capital. From 1921 onwards, Kiev was a city of Soviet Ukraine, which was proclaimed by the Red Army, and, from 1934, Kiev was its capital. The city was almost completely ruined during World War II but quickly recovered in the post-war years, remaining the Soviet Union's third-largest city. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union and Ukrainian independence in 1991, Kiev remained Ukraine's capital and experienced a steady influx of ethnic Ukrainian migrants from other regions of the country. During the country's transformation to a market economy and electoral democracy, Kiev has continued to be Ukraine's largest and wealthiest city. Its armament-dependent industrial output fell after the Soviet collapse, adversely affecting science and technology, but new sectors of the economy such as services and finance facilitated Kiev's growth in salaries and investment, as well as providing continuous funding for the development of housing and urban infrastructure. Kiev emerged as the most pro-Western region of Ukraine, parties advocating tighter integration with the European Union dominate during elections. Minsk, Belarusian, Minsk, Russian, is the capital and the largest city of Belarus, located on the Svislach and the now subterranean Nyamia rivers. As the capital, Minsk has a special administrative status in Belarus and is the administrative center of Minsk Region, Voblast, and Minsk District, Rajon. As of January 2021, its population was 2,009,786, not including suburbs, making Minsk the 11th most populous city in Europe. Minsk is the administrative capital of the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, and seat of its executive secretary. The earliest historical references to Minsk date to the 11th century, 1067, when it was noted as a provincial city within the Principality of Polotsk. Citation needed, the settlement developed on the rivers. In 1242, Minsk became part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It received town privileges in 1499. From 1569, it was a capital of the Minsk Voivodeship, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was part of a region annexed by the Russian Empire in 1793, as a consequence of the Second Partition of Poland. From 1919 to 1991, After the Russian Revolution, Minsk was the capital of the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, in the Soviet Union. In June 2019, Minsk hosted the 2019 European Games. Capital of China. Beijing/P. D. Beijing, Chinese. Pinyin, Beijing, Mandarin pronunciation, Pei. I.T. I. Alternatively romanized as Peking/Pi. K. Peking is the capital of the People's Republic of China. It is the world's most populous national capital city, with over 21 million residents within an administrative area of 16,410.5 square kilometers, 6,336 square miles. It is located in northern China, and is governed as a municipality under the direct administration of the State Council with 16 urban, suburban, and rural districts. Beijing is mostly surrounded by Hebei province with the exception of neighboring Tianjin to the southeast. Together, the three divisions form the Jing-Jinji megalopolis and the National Capital Region of China. Beijing is a global city and one of the world's leading centers for culture, diplomacy, politics, finance, business and economics, education, research, language, tourism, science and technology and transportation. A megacity, Beijing is the second largest Chinese city by urban population after Shanghai and is the nation's cultural, educational, and political center. It is home to the headquarters of most of China's largest state-owned companies and houses the largest number of Fortune Global 500 companies in the world, as well as the world's four biggest financial institutions by total assets. Beijing is the billionaire capital of the world with the highest number of billionaires living in the city. In 2020, Beijing had the fifth largest total wealth of any city in the world. It is also a major hub for the national highway, expressway, railway, and high-speed rail networks. The Beijing Capital International Airport has been the second busiest in the world by passenger traffic, Asia's busiest, since 2010, and, as of 2016, the city's subway network is the busiest and longest in the world. The Beijing Daxing International Airport, a second international airport in Beijing, is the largest single-structure airport terminal in the world. Combining both modern and traditional style architectures, Beijing is one of the oldest cities in the world, with the rich history dating back over 3 millennia. As the last of the four great ancient capitals of China, Beijing has been the political center of the country for most of the past 8 centuries, and was the largest city in the world by population for much of the second millennium AD. With mountains surrounding the inland city on 3 sides, in addition to the old inner and outer city walls, Beijing was strategically poised and developed to be the residence of the emperor and thus was the perfect location for the imperial capital. The city is renowned for its opulent palaces, temples, parks, gardens, tombs, walls and gates. It has 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites: the Forbidden City, Temple of Heaven, Summer Palace, Ming Tombs, Zhaocaodian, and parts of the Great Wall and the Grand Canal, all of which are popular tourist locations. Saihuans, the city's traditional housing style, and hutongs, the narrow alleys between Saihuans, are major tourist attractions and are common in urban Beijing. Many of Beijing's 91 universities consistently rank among the best in the Asia-Pacific and the world. Beijing is home to the 2 best C9 League universities, Tsinghua and Peking, in the Asia-Pacific and emerging countries. Beijing CBD is a center for Beijing's economic expansion, with the ongoing or recently completed construction of multiple skyscrapers. Beijing's Songyuancun area is a world-leading center of scientific and technological innovation as well as entrepreneurship. Beijing has been ranked the #1 city in the world with the largest scientific research output as tracked by the Nature Index since 2016. 3738, the city has hosted numerous international and national sporting events, the most notable being the 2008 Summer Olympics and 2008 Summer Paralympics Games. In 2022, Beijing became the first city ever to host both the Summer and Winter Olympics, and also the Summer and Winter Paralympics. Beijing hosts 175 foreign embassies as well as the headquarters of many organizations, including the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, the Silk Road Fund, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Academy of Engineering, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, the Central Academy of Fine Arts, the Central Academy of Drama, the Central Conservatory of Music, and the Red Cross Society of China. Universals. Marvel. The Marvel Universe is a fictional shared universe where the stories in most American comic book titles and other media published by Marvel Comics take place. Super teams such as the Avengers, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and many Marvel superheroes live in this universe, including characters such as Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Ant-Man, the Wasp, Wolverine, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Daredevil, Captain Marvel, and Deadpool, among numerous others. It also contains well-known supervillains such as Doctor Doom, Magneto, Ultron, Thanos, Loki, Green Goblin, Kang the Conqueror, Red Skull, Kingpin, Dr. Octopus, and Venom. The Marvel Universe is further depicted as existing within a multiverse consisting of thousands of separate universes, all of which are the creations of Marvel Comics and all of which are, in a sense, Marvel Universes. In this context, Marvel Universe is taken to refer to the mainstream Marvel continuity, which is known as Earth 616 or currently as Prime Earth. Marvel history. The fact that Timely Comics, the 1930s and 40s predecessor to Marvel Comics, characters coexisted in the same world was first established in Marvel Mystery Comics number 7, 1940, where Namor was mentioned in Human Torch's story, and vice versa. Later several superheroes, who starred in separate stories in the series up to that point, met each other in a group dubbed the All-Winners Squad. Though the concept of a shared universe was not new or unique to comic books in 1961, writer-editor Stan Lee, together with several artists including Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, created a series of titles where events in one book would have repercussions in another title and serialized stories would show characters' growth and change. Headline characters in one title would make cameos or guest appearances in other books. Eventually, many of the leading heroes, Ant-Man, Wasp, Iron Man, Thor and the Hulk, assembled into a team known as the Avengers, which debuted in September 1963. This was not the first time that Marvel's characters had interacted with one another. Namor the Submariner and the original Human Torch had been rivals when Marvel was Timely Comics, Marvel Vault, under editor Martin Goodman, but it was the first time that the comic book publisher's characters seemed to share a world. The Marvel Universe was also notable for setting its central titles in New York City. By contrast, many DC heroes live in fictional cities. Care was taken to portray the city and the world as realistically as possible, with the presence of superhumans affecting the common citizens in various ways. Over time, a few Marvel Comics writers lobbied Marvel editors to incorporate the idea of a multiverse resembling DC's parallel worlds. This plot device allows one to create several fictional universes which normally do not overlap. What happens on Earth in the main Marvel universe would normally not affect what happens on a parallel Earth in another Marvel-created universe. However, writers would have the creative ability to write stories in which people from one such universe would visit this alternative universe. In 1982, Marvel published the miniseries Contest of Champions, in which all of the major heroes in existence at the time were gathered together to deal with one threat. This was Marvel's first miniseries. Each issue contained biographical information on many major costumed characters. These biographies were a precursor to Marvel's series of reference material, the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, which followed shortly on the heels of Contest of Champions. Marvel concept. The Marvel Universe is strongly based on the real world. Earth in the Marvel Universe has all the features of the real one: same countries, same personalities, politicians, movie stars, etc., same historical events, such as World War II, and so on. However, it also contains many other fictional elements, countries such as Wakanda and Latveria, very small nations, and organizations like the espionage agency SHIELD and its enemies, Hydra and AIM. In 2009, Marvel officially described its world's geography in a two-part miniseries, The Marvel Atlas. Most importantly, the Marvel Universe also incorporates examples of almost all major science fiction and fantasy concepts, with writers adding more continuously. Aliens, gods, magic, cosmic powers and extremely advanced human-developed technology all exist prominently in the Marvel Universe. A universe incorporating all these types of fantastic elements is fairly rare. Another example is the DC Universe. Monsters also play a more prominent role with East Asian origins of magical incantation, outlandish sorcery and manifesting principle in the Marvel Universe. One such case is Fin Fang Foom arising from the ashes of tantric magic. Thanks to these extra elements, Earth in the Marvel Universe is home to a large number of superheroes and supervillains, who have gained their powers by any of these means. Citation needed. The general public is so familiar with such concepts that Empire State University has a scholarship for aliens, dimensional travelers, clones, independent machine intelligences and other students outside the norm. Businesses and residences have superhero property insurance and bookmakers take bets on their battles' outcomes, and New York air traffic controllers handle starships landing at local airports. Comparatively, little time passes in the Marvel Universe compared to the real world, owing to the serial nature of storytelling, with the stories of certain issues picking up mere seconds after the conclusion of the previous one, while a whole month has passed by in real time. Marvel's major heroes were created in the 1960s, but the amount of time that has passed between then and now within the universe itself has, after a prolonged period of being identified as about 10 years in the mid to late 1990s, most recently been identified as 13 years. Consequently, the settings of some events which were contemporary when written have to be updated every few years to make sense in this floating timeline. Thus, the events of previous stories are considered to have happened within a certain number of years before the publishing date of the current issue. For example, Spider-Man's high school graduation was published in Amazing Spider-Man number 28, September 1965, his college graduation in Amazing Spider-Man number 185, October 1978, and his high school reunion in Marvel Knights Spider-Man number 7, December 2004. Because of the floating timeline, where stories refer to real-life historic events, these references are later ignored or rewritten to suit current sensibilities. For instance, the origin of Iron Man was changed in a 2004 storyline to refer to the War on Terror in Afghanistan, whereas the original Iron Man stories had referred to the Vietnam War in Vietnam. Similarly, the Punisher's backstory has also been changed as well. Volume and issue needed. Marvel Comics itself exists as a company within the Marvel Universe, and versions of people such as Stan Lee and Jack Kirby have appeared in some of the stories, whereas characters like Steve Rogers, Captain America's alter ego, have worked for Marvel. Volume and issue needed. The Marvel of this reality publishes comics that adapt the actual adventures of the superheroes, except for details not known to the public, like their secret identities. Many of these are licensed with the permission of the heroes themselves, who customarily donate their share of profits to charity. Additionally, the DC Comics universe is also said to exist in the Marvel Universe as one of the many alternative universes. The reverse may also be said concerning the DC Universe. This is one method of explaining the various crossover stories co-published by the two companies. Pop culture characters such as Dracula and the Frankenstein monster exist in the Marvel Universe. This is usually justified as a second-hand account of events as told to credited authors Bram Stoker and Mary Shelley, although the general public continues to believe them to be fictional. Robert E. Howard's Conan the Barbarian, Red Sonja, Khal the Conqueror, and Solomon Kane also have real-life existences in the Marvel Universe. The Hyborian era of Conan and Khal is considered part of Earth 616 pre-recorded history. However, they rarely encounter modern Marvel superhero characters. This is most likely possible due to the uncertain legal status of Howard's works before 2006 when they became public domain. As of 2019, Conan the Barbarian, as well as Kyle the Conqueror and Solomon Kane, have been firmly integrated, thanks to Marvel regaining the publishing rights to the characters. Other licensed works that have been incorporated into the Marvel Universe include Godzilla, the Transformers, the film 2001, A Space Odyssey, in the character of Machine Man, Rom the Space Knight, the Micronauts, and the Shogun Warriors. In most cases, such material is either restricted from use after the license expires or the character is redesigned or renamed to avoid copyright infringement. DC. The DC Universe, DCU, is the fictional shared universe where most stories in American comic book titles published by DC Comics take place. DC superheroes such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, The Flash, Green Lantern and Aquaman are from this universe, as well as teams such as the Justice League and the Teen Titans. It also contains well-known supervillains such as Lex Luthor, the Joker, Sinestro, Harley Quinn, Reverse Flash, Darkseid, General Zod, Penguin, the Riddler, Catwoman, Ra's al Ghul, Bane and Two-Face. In context, the term DC Universe usually refers to the main DC continuity. The term DC Multiverse refers to the collection of all continuities within DC Comics publications. Within the multiverse, the main DC Universe has gone by many names, but in recent years has been referred to by Prime Earth, not to be confused with Earth Prime, or Earth Zero. The main DC Universe, as well as the alternate realities related to it, were quickly adapted to other media such as film serials or radio dramas. In subsequent decades, the continuity between all of these media became increasingly complex with certain storylines and events designed to simplify or streamline the more confusing aspects of characters' histories. DC history. 1. The fact that DC Comics characters coexisted in the same world was first established in All-Star Comics number 3, 1940, where several superheroes, who starred in separate stories in the series up to that point, met each other in a group dubbed the Justice Society of America. Subsequently, the Justice Society was reintroduced as the Justice League of America, which was founded with Major League Baseball's National League and American League as inspiration for the name. The comic book that introduced the Justice League was titled The Brave and the Bold. However, the majority of National/DC's publications continued to be written with little regard of maintaining continuity with each other for the first few decades. 2. Over the course of its publishing history, DC has introduced different versions of its characters, sometimes presenting them as if the earlier version had never existed, among them The Flash, 2, Green Lantern, 3, and Hawkman, 4, in the late 1950s, with similar powers but different names and personal histories. Similarly, they had characters such as Batman whose early adventures set in the 1940s could not easily be reconciled with stories featuring a still youthful man in the 1970s. To explain this, they introduced the idea of the multiverse in Flash number 123, 1961, where the Silver Age Flash met his Golden Age counterpart. In addition to allowing the conflicting stories to coexist, it allowed the differing versions of characters to meet, and even team up to combat cross-universe threats. The writers gave designations such as Earth 1, Earth 2, and so forth, to certain universes, designations which at times were also used by the characters themselves. Earth 1 was the primary world of this publication era. DC concept. The basic concept of the DC Universe is that it is just like the real world, but with superheroes and supervillains existing in it. However, there are other corollary differences resulting from the justifications implied by that main concept. Many fictional countries, such as Kurak, Vlatava, and Xantia, exist in it. Though stories are often set in the United States of America, they are as often as not set in fictional cities, such as Gotham City or Metropolis. These cities are effectively archetypes of cities, with Gotham City embodying more of the negative aspects of life in a large city, and Metropolis reflecting more of the positive aspects. Sentient alien species, such as Kryptonians and Thanagarians, and even functioning interstellar societies are generally known to exist, and the arrival of alien spacecraft is not uncommon. Technologies which are only theoretical in the real world, such as artificial intelligence, or are outright impossible according to modern science, such as faster-than-light travel, are functional and reproducible, though they are often portrayed as highly experimental and difficult to achieve. Demonstrable magic exists and can be learned. The general history of the fictional world is similar to the real one. For instance, there was a Roman Empire, and World War II and 9/11 both occurred, but many fantastic additions exist, such as the known existence of Atlantis. In recent years, stories have increasingly described events which bring the DC universe farther away from reality, such as World War III occurring, Lex Luthor being elected as President of the United States in 2000, and entire cities and countries being destroyed. There are other minor variations, such as the Earth being slightly larger than ours, to accommodate the extra countries, and the planet Saturn having 18 moons rather than 19 because Superman destroyed one. Star Wars. Star Wars is an American epic space opera multimedia franchise created by George Lucas, which began with the eponymous 1977 film and quickly became a worldwide pop culture phenomenon. The franchise has been expanded into various films and other media, including television series, video games, novels, comic books, theme park attractions, and themed areas, comprising an all-encompassing fictional universe. In 2020, its total value was estimated at $70 billion, and it is currently the fifth highest-grossing media franchise of all time. The original film, Star Wars, retroactively subtitled Episode 4, A New Hope, 1977, was followed by the sequels Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, 1980, and Episode 6, Return of the Jedi, 1983, forming the original Star Wars trilogy. Lucas later returned to filmmaking to direct a prequel trilogy, consisting of Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, 1999, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, 2002, and Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, 2005. In 2012, Lucas sold his production company to Disney, relinquishing his ownership of the franchise. This led to a sequel trilogy, consisting of Episode 7, The Force Awakens, 2015, Episode 8, The Last Jedi, 2017, and Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, 2019. All 9 films of the Skywalker saga were nominated for Academy Awards, with wins going to the first 2 releases. Together with the theatrical live-action anthology films Rogue One, 2016, and Solo, 2018, the combined box office revenue of the films equated to over $10 billion, which makes it the second highest-grossing film franchise of all time. An additional film, Rogue Squadron, is planned for release. A number of other films, including an independent trilogy, are suggested to be in development. The Star Wars franchise depicts the adventures of characters a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, in which humans and many species of aliens, often humanoid, coexist with robots, typically referred to in the films as droids, who may assist them in their daily routines. Space travel between planets is common due to light-speed hyperspace technology. Spacecraft range from small starfighters, to huge capital ships such as the Star Destroyers, to space stations such as the moon-sized Death Stars. Telecommunication includes two-way audio and audio-visual screens, and holographic projections. A mystical power known as the Force is described in the original film as an energy field created by all living things, that binds the galaxy together. Through training and meditation, those whom the Force is strong with are able to perform various superpowers, such as telekinesis, precognition, telepathy, and manipulation of physical energy. The Force is wielded by 2 major knightly orders at conflict with each other: the Jedi, peacekeepers of the Galactic Republic who act on the light side of the Force through non-attachment and arbitration, and the Sith, who use the dark side by manipulating fear and aggression. While Jedi Knights can be numerous, the Dark Lords of the Sith, or Darths, are intended to be limited to 2, a master and their apprentice. Force wielders are very limited in numbers in comparison to the population. The Jedi and Sith prefer the use of a weapon called a lightsaber, a blade of energy that can cut through virtually any surface and deflect energy bolts. The rest of the population, as well as renegades and soldiers, used laser-powered blaster firearms. In the outer reaches of the galaxy, crime syndicates such as the Hutt cartel are dominant. Bounty hunters are often employed by both gangsters and governments. Illicit activities include smuggling and slavery. Star Wars films. Star Wars, Episode I, The Phantom Menace is a 1999 American epic space opera film written and directed by George Lucas, produced by Lucasfilm, distributed by 20th Century Fox and starring Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, Jake Lloyd, Ian McDiarmid, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, Pernilla August, and Frank Oz. It is the fourth film in the Star Wars film series and first chronological chapter of the Skywalker saga. Set 32 years before the original trilogy, during the era of the Galactic Republic, the plot follows Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi as they try to protect Queen Padme Amidala of Naboo in hopes of securing a peaceful end to an interplanetary trade dispute. Joined by Anakin Skywalker, a young slave with unusually strong natural powers of the Force, they simultaneously contend with the mysterious return of the Sith. Following the release of Return of the Jedi, Lucas was unmotivated to return to the franchise and continue the story beyond Return of the Jedi, though the backstory he created on Anakin sparked interest in him to develop a prequel trilogy. After he determined that computer-generated imagery, CGI, had advanced to the level he wanted for the prequel trilogy's visual effects, Lucas began writing The Phantom Menace in 1993 and production began in 1994. Filming started on June 26, 1997, at locations including Leavesden Film Studios in the Tunisian desert and ended on September 30. The film was Lucas's first directorial effort after a 22-year hiatus following the original Star Wars B, in 1977. The Phantom Menace was released in theaters on May 19, 1999, almost 16 years after the premiere of Return of the Jedi. The film's premiere was extensively covered by media and was greatly anticipated because of the large cultural following the Star Wars saga had cultivated. Upon its release, The Phantom Menace received mixed reviews. While the visual effects, action sequences, musical score, and some performances, particularly Neeson and McGregor, were praised, criticism was largely focused on the screenplay, pacing, and characters, particularly Jar Jar Binks. Despite the reception, The Phantom Menace was a box office success and broke numerous box office records during its debut. It grossed more than $924.3 million worldwide during its initial theatrical run, becoming the highest-grossing film of 1999, the second highest-grossing film worldwide and in North America, behind Titanic, and the highest-grossing Star Wars film at the time. A 3D reissue, which earned an additional $102.7 million and brought the film's overall worldwide takings to over $1 billion, was released in February 2012. Attack of the Clones, 2002, and Revenge of the Sith, 2005, followed The Phantom Menace, rounding out the Star Wars prequel trilogy. Plot: the Trade Federation creates turmoil in the Galactic Republic by blockading the planet Naboo in preparation for a full-scale invasion. The Republic's leader, Supreme Chancellor Finis Valorum, dispatches Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, to negotiate with Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray. Darth Sidious, a Sith Lord and a Trade Federation secret benefactor, orders the Viceroy to kill the Jedi and begin their invasion with an army of battle droids, but the Jedi escape and flee to Naboo. During the invasion, Qui-Gon rescues a Gungan outcast, Jar Jar Binks. Indebted to Qui-Gon, Jar Jar leads the Jedi to Ata Gunga, the Gungans' underwater city. The Jedi fail to persuade the Gungan leader, Boss Nass, to help the planet's surface dwellers, but manage to obtain Jar Jar's guidance and underwater transport to Theed, the capital city of Naboo. After rescuing Queen Amidala, the group make their escape from Naboo aboard her royal starship, intending to reach the Republic capital planet of Coruscant. Passing through the Federation blockade, the ship is damaged in the crossfire, and its hyperdrive malfunctions. The ship plans for repairs on the outlying desert planet of Tatooine, situated beyond the Republic's jurisdiction. Qui-Gon, Jar Jar, astromech droid R2-D2, and Queen Padme Amidala, in disguise as one of her own handmaidens, visit the settlement of Mos Espa to purchase a new part for their hyperdrive. They encounter a junk dealer, Watto, and his 9-year-old slave, Anakin Skywalker, a gifted pilot and engineer who has built a protocol droid, C-3PO. Qui-Gon senses a strong presence of the Force within Anakin, and is convinced that he is the prophesied chosen one, destined to restore balance to the Force. With Watto refusing to accept payment in Republic currency, Qui-Gon wagers both the required hyperdrive part and Anakin's freedom in a pod race. Anakin wins the race and joins the group to be trained as a Jedi, leaving behind his mother, Shmi. En route to their starship, Qui-Gon encounters Darth Maul, Sidious's apprentice, who was sent to capture Amidala. After a brief lightsaber duel, Qui-Gon escapes aboard the starship with the others. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan escort Amidala to Coruscant so that she can plead her people's case to Chancellor Valorum and the Galactic Senate. Qui-Gon informs the Jedi Council that his attacker was a Sith and subsequently asks for permission to train Anakin as a Jedi, but the Council refuses his request, concerned that Anakin is vulnerable to the dark side of the Force. Undaunted, Qui-Gon vows to take up Anakin as his new apprentice. Meanwhile, Naboo's Senator Palpatine persuades Amidala to call for a vote of no confidence in Valorum to elect a more capable leader and to resolve the crisis. Though she is successful in pushing for the vote, Amidala grows frustrated with the corruption in the Senate, and decides to return to Naboo. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are ordered by the Jedi Council to accompany the Queen and investigate the return of the Sith, whom they had thought to be extinct for over a millennium. On Naboo, Padme reveals herself as the actual Queen before the Gungans to gain their trust, and persuades them to help against the Trade Federation. Jar Jar is promoted to general and joins his tribe in a battle against the droid army, while Padme leads the search for Gonrinthied. Qui-Gon tells Anakin to hide inside a starfighter in the palace hangar, but he accidentally triggers its autopilot, and flies into space, joining the Naboo pilots in their battle against the Federation droid control ship. With R2's help, Anakin pilots the fighter into the ship and causes its destruction from within, deactivating the droid army. Meanwhile, Maul, who has been dispatched by Sidious to assist Gunr, engages in a lightsaber duel with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Maul mortally wounds Qui-Gon, but is then sliced in half by Obi-Wan and falls down the shaft. Qui-Gon asks Obi-Wan to train Anakin before dying in his arms. Following the battle, Gunr is arrested by the Republic, and Palpatine is elected Chancellor. Master Yoda promotes Obi-Wan to the rank of Jedi Knight, and reluctantly accepts Anakin as Obi-Wan's apprentice. A funeral is held for Qui-Gon, attended by the other Jedi, who contemplate that there is still one Sith remaining since there are always two of them. During a celebratory parade on Naboo, Padme presents a gift of thanks to the Gungans to establish peace. Star Wars, Episode II, Attack of the Clones is a 2002 American epic space opera film directed by George Lucas and written by Lucas and Jonathan Hales. The sequel to The Phantom Menace, 1999, it is the fifth film in the Star Wars film series and second chronological chapter of the Skywalker saga. The film stars Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, Hayden Christensen, Ian McDiarmid, Samuel L. Jackson, Christopher Lee, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, and Frank Oz. The story is set 10 years after The Phantom Menace, as thousands of planetary systems slowly secede from the Galactic Republic and join the newly formed Confederacy of Independent Systems, led by former Jedi Master Count Dooku. With the galaxy on the brink of civil war, Obi-Wan Kenobi investigates a mysterious assassination attempt on Senator Padme Amidala, which leads him to uncover a clone army in service of the Republic and the truth behind the separatist movement. Meanwhile, his apprentice Anakin Skywalker is assigned to protect Amidala and develops a secret relationship with her. Soon, the trio witness the onset of a new threat to the galaxy, the Clone Wars. Development of Attack of the Clones began in March 2000, some months after the release of The Phantom Menace. By June 2000, Lucas and Hales completed a draft of the script, and principal photography took place from June to September 2000. The film crew primarily shot at Fox Studios Australia in Sydney, Australia, with additional footage filmed in Tunisia, Spain, and Italy. It was one of the first motion pictures shot completely on a high-definition digital 24-frame system. The film was released in the United States on May 16, 2002. It received mixed reviews, with some critics hailing it as an improvement over its predecessor The Phantom Menace and others considering it the worst installment of the franchise. The film was praised for an increased emphasis on action, visual effects, musical score, and costume design, but criticized for the screenplay, Christensen's performance, romantic scenes, and underdeveloped characters. It performed well in the box office, making over $645 million worldwide. However, it became the first Star Wars film to be outgrossed in its year of release, placing third domestically and fourth highest grossing worldwide. Revenge of the Sith, 2005, followed Attack of the Clones, concluding the Star Wars prequel trilogy. 10 years after the battle at Naboo, the Galactic Republic is threatened by a separatist movement organized by former Jedi Master Count Dooku. Senator Padme Amidala comes to Coruscant to vote on a motion to create an army to assist the Jedi against the threat. Narrowly avoiding an assassination attempt upon her arrival, she is placed under the protection of Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi and his apprentice Anakin Skywalker. The pair thwart a second attempt on Padme's life and subdue the assassin, Zam Wesell, who is killed by her employer, a bounty hunter, before she can reveal his identity. The Jedi Council instructs Obi-Wan to find the bounty hunter, while Anakin is tasked to protect Padme and escort her back to Naboo, where the two fall in love in spite of the Jedi code that forbids attachments. Obi-Wan's search leads him to the mysterious ocean planet of Kamino, where he discovers an army of clones being produced for the Republic under the name of Sifo-Dyas, a deceased Jedi Master, with bounty hunter Jango Fett serving as their genetic template. Obi-Wan meets with Jango, who reveals that the clones were the idea of a man called Tyrannus. Obi-Wan deduces Jango to be the bounty hunter he is seeking, and after a brief battle, places a homing beacon on Jango's ship, Slave I. He then follows Jango and his clone son, Boba, to the planet Geonosis. Meanwhile, Anakin is troubled by visions of his mother, Shmi, in pain and decides to return to his homeworld of Tatooine with Padme to save her. Watto reveals that he sold Shmi to moisture farmer Klieg Lars, who then freed and married her. Klieg tells Anakin that she was abducted by Tusken Raiders weeks earlier and is likely dead. Determined to find his mother, Anakin ventures out and finds her at the Tusken campsite, still barely alive. After she dies in his arms, an enraged Anakin massacres the tribe. He later declares to Padme that he will find a way to prevent the deaths of those he loves. On Geonosis, Obi-Wan discovers a separatist gathering led by Count Dooku, who is developing a droid army with Trade Federation Viceroy Newt Gunray ordered the attempts on Padme's life. Obi-Wan transmits his findings to the Jedi Council but is captured by separatist droids. Dooku meets Obi-Wan in his cell and explains his role in the Confederacy of Independent Systems formation, while implying that the Sith Lord Darth Sidious is in control of a large portion of the Galactic Senate. He then invites Obi-Wan to join him and stop Sidious. When Obi-Wan refuses, Dooku claims that Obi-Wan's late master and Dooku's former apprentice Qui-Gon Jinn would have, had he been alive. Meanwhile, Senate Representative Jar Jar Binks proposes a successful vote to grant emergency powers to Chancellor Palpatine, allowing the clone army to be authorized. Anakin and Padme head to Geonosis to rescue Obi-Wan, but Anakin loses his lightsaber and they are captured by Jango. Dooku sentences the trio to death, but they are saved by a battalion of clone troopers led by Yoda, Mace Windu, and other Jedi. Windu beheads Jango during the ensuing battle. Obi-Wan and Anakin intercept Dooku, and they engage in a lightsaber duel. Dooku injures Obi-Wan and severs Anakin's right arm, but Yoda intercepts and defends them. Dooku uses the Force to distract Yoda and escapes to Coruscant, where he delivers the plans of a super weapon to Sidious, who addresses Dooku by his Sith name Tyrannus. The Council is left disturbed by Dooku's claim of Sidious controlling the Senate. As the Jedi acknowledge the beginning of the Clone Wars, Anakin is fitted with a robotic hand and marries Padme on Naboo, with C-3PO and R2-D2 as the only witnesses. Star Wars, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith is a 2005 American epic space opera film written and directed by George Lucas. It stars Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, Hayden Christensen, Ian McDiarmid, Samuel L. Jackson, Christopher Lee, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, and Frank Oz. The sequel to The Phantom Menace, 1999, and Attack of the Clones, 2002. It is the sixth film in the Star Wars film series, the final installment in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, and third chronological chapter of the Skywalker saga. It also serves as Lucas' most recent directorial effort to date. Revenge of the Sith is set 3 years after the onset of the Clone Wars, established in Attack of the Clones. The Jedi are spread across the galaxy, leading a large-scale war against the Separatists. Following the death of Separatist leader Count Dooku, the Jedi Council dispatches Obi-Wan Kenobi on a mission to eliminate General Grievous, the head of the Separatist army, to put an end to the war. Meanwhile, after having visions of his wife Padme Amidala dying in childbirth, Anakin Skywalker is tasked by the Council to spy on Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic and, secretly, a Sith Lord. Palpatine manipulates Anakin into turning to the dark side of the Force and becoming his apprentice, Darth Vader, with wide-ranging consequences for the galaxy. Lucas began writing the script before production of Attack of the Clones ended, citing that he wanted the end of the trilogy to have similar aspects to a romantic tragedy, thus building into Darth Vader's state at the beginning of the next film. Production of Revenge of the Sith started in September 2003, and filming took place in Australia with additional locations in Thailand, Switzerland, China, Italy and the United Kingdom. Revenge of the Sith premiered on May 15, 2005, at the Cannes Film Festival, then released worldwide on May 19, 2005. The film received positive reviews and has been deemed an improvement over the first two prequel films by many, with praise for its action sequences, mature themes, score, visual effects, darker tone, and the performances of McGregor, McDiarmid, Oz, and Jimmy Smits. Criticism largely focused on the film's dialogue and aspects of Christensen's performance. It broke several box office records during its opening week and went on to earn over $868 million worldwide, making it the second highest grossing film in the Star Wars franchise at the time. It was the highest grossing film in the US and the second highest grossing film worldwide in 2005. The film also holds the record for the highest opening day gross on a Thursday, making $50 million. A miniseries set 10 years after the events of the film, titled Obi-Wan Kenobi, is set to premiere on May 25, 2022 on Disney+, with McGregor and Christensen reprising their roles from the film. Above Coruscant, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker lead a mission to rescue the kidnapped Supreme Chancellor Palpatine from the cyborg separatist commander General Grievous. After infiltrating Grievous' flagship, Obi-Wan and Anakin battle the Sith Lord Count Dooku, whom Anakin overpowers and decapitates at Palpatine's urging. Grievous escapes the battle-torn ship, which the Jedi crash-land on Coruscant. There, Anakin reunites with his wife, Padme Amidala, who reveals that she is pregnant. While initially excited, Anakin soon begins to have visions of Padme dying in childbirth. Palpatine appoints Anakin to the Jedi Council as his personal representative. The Council, suspicious of Palpatine, approves the appointment but declines to grant Anakin the rank of Jedi Master and instead instructs him to spy on Palpatine, diminishing Anakin's faith in the Jedi. Meanwhile, on Atapa, Grievous relocates the Separatist leaders to the volcanic planet Mustafar. Obi-Wan travels to Atapa to confront Grievous and kills him, while Yoda travels to the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk to defend it from a Separatist invasion. Palpatine tempts Anakin with his knowledge of the Force, including the dark side, and offers to teach him the power to prevent death in order to save Padme's life. Anakin deduces that Palpatine is the Sith Lord behind the war and reports his treachery to Mace Windu, who confronts and subdues him. Desperate to save Padme's life, Anakin severs Windu's hand before he can kill Palpatine, who kills Windu with Force lightning. Anakin pledges himself to the Sith, and Palpatine dubs him Darth Vader. Palpatine issues Order 66, which commands the clone troopers to kill their commanding Jedi generals across the galaxy, while Vader and a battalion of clone troopers kill the remaining Jedi in the Jedi Temple. Vader then travels to Mustafar to assassinate the Separatist leaders, while Palpatine declares himself Emperor before the Galactic Senate, transforming the Republic into the Galactic Empire, and denounces the Jedi as traitors. Having survived the chaos, Obi-Wan and Yoda return to Coruscant, where Obi-Wan learns of Anakin's turn to the dark side. Yoda instructs Obi-Wan to confront Vader while he faces Palpatine. Obi-Wan seeks out Padme to find out Vader's whereabouts and reveals his treachery. Padme then travels to Mustafar, with Obi-Wan stowing away on her ship, and pleads with Vader to abandon the dark side and leave with her, but he refuses. Seeing Obi-Wan aboard the ship, and thinking that they are conspiring to kill him, Vader uses the Force to choke Padme unconscious in a blind rage. Obi-Wan then engages Vader in a lightsaber duel that ends with Obi-Wan severing Vader's legs and left arm, leaving him at the bank of a lava flow. Obi-Wan picks up Vader's lightsaber, watches in horror as flames consume the fallen Jedi, and leaves him for dead. On Coruscant, Yoda battles Palpatine until their duel reaches a stalemate. Yoda then flees with Senator Bail Organa and regroups with Obi-Wan and Padme on the planetoid Polis Massa. There, Padme gives birth to twins, whom she names Luke and Leia, and dies soon after, having lost her will to live. Palpatine retrieves a barely alive Vader and takes him to Coruscant, where his mutilated body is treated and covered in a black armored suit. When Vader asks for Padme, Palpatine says that she died in the heat of Vader's anger, and Vader screams in anguish. Obi-Wan and Yoda plan to conceal the twins from the Sith and go into exile until the time is right to challenge the Empire. As Padme's funeral takes place on her homeworld of Naboo, Palpatine and Vader supervise the construction of the Death Star. Bail takes Leia to his homeworld of Alderaan, where he and his wife adopt her, while Obi-Wan delivers Luke to his step-uncle and aunt, Owen and Beru Lars, on Tatooine before going into exile to watch over the boy. Star Wars, retroactively titled Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope, is a 1977 American epic space opera film written and directed by George Lucas, produced by Lucasfilm and distributed by 20th Century Fox. It stars Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Peter Cushing, Alec Guinness, David Prowse, James Earl Jones, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, and Peter Mayhew. It is the first film in the Star Wars film series and fourth chronological chapter of the Skywalker saga. Lucas had the idea for a science fiction film in the vein of Flash Gordon around the time he completed his first film, THX 1138, 1971, and began working on a treatment after the release of American Graffiti, 1973. Star Wars takes place a long time ago, in a fictional universe inhabited by both humans and various alien species. Most of the known galaxy is ruled by the tyrannical Galactic Empire, which is only opposed by the Rebel Alliance, a group of freedom fighters. The narrative of the film focuses on the hero journey of Luke Skywalker, Hamill, and every man who becomes caught in the galactic conflict between the Empire and the Rebellion after coming into possession of two droids, R2-D2, Baker, and C-3PO, Daniels, the first of whom is carrying the schematics of the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star. While attempting to deliver the droids to the Rebellion, Luke is joined by wizened Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, Guinness, who teaches him about the metaphysical power known as the Force, cynical smuggler Han Solo, Ford, his Wookiee companion Chewbacca, Mayhew, and Rebellion leader Princess Leia, Fisher. Meanwhile, Imperial officers Darth Vader, Prowse, voiced by Jones, a Sith Lord, and Grand Moff Tarkin, Cushing, the commander of the Death Star, seek to retrieve the stolen schematics and locate the rebellion's secret base. After a turbulent production, Star Wars was released in a limited number of theaters in the United States on May 25, 1977, and quickly became a blockbuster hit, leading to it being expanded to a much wider release. The film opened to critical acclaim, most notably for its groundbreaking visual effects. It grossed a total of $775 million, over $550 million during its initial run, surpassing Jaws, 1975, to become the highest-grossing film at the time until the release of E.T. the Extraterrestrial, 1982. When adjusted for inflation, Star Wars is the second highest-grossing film in North America, behind Gone with the Wind, and the fourth highest-grossing film in the world. It received 10 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture, winning 7. In 1989, it became one of the first 25 films that was selected by the U.S. Library of Congress for preservation in the National Film Registry for being culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant. At the time, it was the most recent film in the registry and the only one chosen from the 1970s. In 2004, its soundtrack was added to the U.S. National Recording Registry, and was additionally listed by the American Film Institute as the best movie score of all time a year later. Today, it is widely regarded by many in the motion picture industry as one of the greatest and most important films in cinema history. The film has been reissued multiple times with Lucas's support, most significantly with its 20th anniversary theatrical special edition incorporating many changes including modified computer-generated effects, altered dialogue, re-edited shots, remixed soundtracks and added scenes. The film became a pop cultural phenomenon and launched an industry of tie-in products, including novels, comics, video games, amusement park attractions, and merchandise including toys, games, clothing, and many other spin-off works, including 2 anthology films and various television series. The Empire Strikes Back, 1980, and Return of the Jedi, 1983, followed Star Wars, rounding out the original Star Wars trilogy. Prequel and sequel trilogies that round out the Skywalker saga have since been released. Amid a galactic civil war, Rebel Alliance spies have stolen plans to the Galactic Empire's Death Star, a massive space station capable of destroying entire planets. Imperial Senator Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan, secretly one of the rebellion's leaders, has obtained its schematics, but her starship is intercepted by an Imperial Star Destroyer under the command of the ruthless Darth Vader. Before she is captured, Leia hides the plans in the memory system of astromech droid R2-D2, who flees in an escape pod to the nearby desert planet Tatooine alongside his companion, protocol droid C-3PO. The droids are captured by Jawa traders, who sell them to moisture farmers Owen and Beru Lars and their nephew Luke Skywalker. While Luke is cleaning R2-D2, he discovers a holographic recording of Leia requesting help from Obi-Wan Kenobi. Later, after Luke finds R2-D2 missing, he is attacked by scavenging sand people while searching for him, but is rescued by elderly hermit Old Ben Kenobi, an acquaintance of Luke's, who reveals that Obi-Wan is his true name. Obi-Wan tells Luke of his days as one of the Jedi Knights, the former peacekeepers of the Galactic Republic who drew mystical abilities from a metaphysical energy field known as the Force, but were ultimately hunted to near extinction by the Empire. Luke learns that his father fought alongside Obi-Wan as a Jedi Knight during the Clone Wars until Vader, Obi-Wan's former pupil, turned to the dark side of the Force and murdered him. Obi-Wan offers Luke his father's old lightsaber, the signature weapon of Jedi Knights. R2-D2 plays Leia's full message, in which she begs Obi-Wan to take the Death Star plans to her home planet of Alderaan and give them to her father, a fellow veteran, for analysis. Although Luke initially declines Obi-Wan's offer to accompany him to Alderaan and learn the ways of the Force, he is left with no choice after discovering that Imperial stormtroopers have killed his aunt and uncle and destroyed their farm in their search for the droids. Traveling to a cantina in Mos Eisley to search for transport, Luke and Obi-Wan hire Han Solo, a smuggler with a price on his head due to his debt to local mobster Jabba the Hutt. pursued by stormtroopers, Obi-Wan, Luke, R2-D2 and C-3PO fleet out to Tatooine with Han and his Wookiee co-pilot Chewbacca on their ship the Millennium Falcon. Before the Falcon can reach Alderaan, Death Star Commander Grand Moff Tarkin destroys the planet in a show of force after interrogating Leia for the location of the Rebel Alliance's base. Upon arrival, the Falcon is captured by the Death Star's tractor beam, but the group manages to evade capture by hiding in the ship's smuggling compartments. As Obi-Wan leaves to disable the tractor beam, Luke persuades Han and Chewbacca to help him rescue Leia after discovering that she is scheduled to be executed. After disabling the tractor beam, Obi-Wan sacrifices himself in a lightsaber duel against Vader, allowing the rest of the group to escape the Death Star with Leia. Using a tracking device, the Empire tracks the Falcon to the hidden Rebel base on Yavin 4. The schematics reveal a hidden weakness in the Death Star's thermal exhaust port, which could allow the rebels to trigger a chain reaction in its main reactor with a precise proton torpedo strike. While Han abandons the rebels after collecting his reward for rescuing Leia, Luke joins the X-Wing starfighter squadron in a desperate attack against the approaching Death Star. In the ensuing battle, the rebels suffer heavy losses as Vader leads a squadron of TIE fighters against them. Han and Chewbacca unexpectedly return to aid them in the Falcon, and knock Vader's ship off course before he can shoot down Luke. Guided by the disembodied voice of Obi-Wan's spirit, Luke uses the Force to aim his torpedoes into the exhaust port, destroying the Death Star moments before it fires on the Rebel base. In a triumphant ceremony at the base, Leia awards Luke and Han medals for their heroism. The Empire Strikes Back, also known as Star Wars, Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, is a 1980 American epic space opera film directed by Irvin Kershner, with a screenplay by Lee Brackett and Lawrence Kasdan, based on a story by George Lucas. The sequel to Star Wars, 1977, it is the second film in the Star Wars film series and the fifth chronological chapter of the Skywalker saga. Set 3 years after the events of Star Wars, the film recounts the battle between the Malevolent Galactic Empire, led by the Emperor, and the Rebel Alliance, led by Princess Leia. Luke Skywalker trains to master the Force so he can confront the powerful Sith Lord, Darth Vader. The ensemble cast includes Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels, David Prowse, Kenny Baker, Peter Mayhew, and Frank Oz. Following Star Wars' success, Lucas hired Brackett to write the sequel. Following her death in 1978, he outlined the whole Star Wars saga and wrote the next draft himself, before hiring Raiders of the Lost Ark, 1981, writer Kasdan to enhance his work. To avoid the stress he faced directing Star Wars, Lucas handed this responsibility to Kershner and focused on expanding his special effects company Industrial Light and Magic instead. Filmed from March to September 1979, in Vance, Norway, and Elstree Studios in England, The Empire Strikes Back faced production difficulties, including actor injuries, illnesses, fires, and problems securing additional financing as costs rose. Initially budgeted at $8 million, costs had risen to $30.5 million by the project's conclusion. Released on May 21, 1980, the highly anticipated sequel became the highest-grossing film that year, earning approximately $401.5 million worldwide. Unlike its predecessor, Empire was met with mixed reviews from critics and fans conflicted over its darker and more mature tone compared to the light-hearted Star Wars. Critics praised the puppeteered character Yoda, a diminutive alien that serves as Luke's teacher, for having expressive features and characterization. The film was nominated for various awards and won 2 Academy Awards, 2 Grammy Awards, and 1 BAFTA, among others. Subsequent releases have raised the film's worldwide gross to $538 to $549 million and, adjusted for inflation, it is the 13th highest-grossing film in the United States and Canada. In the years since its release, Empire has been critically reassessed and is now regarded as the best film in the Star Wars series and among the greatest films of all time. It has had a significant impact on filmmaking and popular culture and is considered an example of a sequel superior to its predecessor. The climax, where Vader reveals he is Luke's father, is often ranked as one of the greatest plot twists in cinema. The film spawned a variety of merchandise and adaptations, including video games and a radio play. The United States Library of Congress selected it for preservation in the National Film Registry in 2010. Return of the Jedi, 1983, followed Empire, concluding the original Star Wars trilogy. Prequel and sequel trilogies that round out the Skywalker saga have since been released. 3 years after the destruction of the Death Star, the Imperial fleet, led by Darth Vader, dispatches probe droids across the galaxy to locate Princess Leia's Rebel Alliance. One probe locates the base on the ice planet Hoth. While investigating the probe, a Wampa captures Luke Skywalker, but he escapes using the Force to retrieve his lightsaber and wound the beast. Before succumbing to hypothermia, the Force spirit of Luke's deceased mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, instructs him to go to the swamp planet Dagobah to train as a Jedi Knight under a Jedi Master named Yoda. Han Solo discovers Luke and insulates him against the weather inside his deceased Tauntaun Mount until they are rescued the next morning. Alerted to the rebels' location, the Empire launches a large-scale attack using AT-AT walkers to capture the base, forcing the rebels to evacuate. Han and Leia escape with C-3PO and Chewbacca aboard the Millennium Falcon, but the ship's hyperdrive malfunctions. They hide in an asteroid field, where Han and Leia grow closer amidst the tensions. Vader summons several bounty hunters, including Boba Fett, to locate the Falcon. Evading the Imperial fleet, Han's group travels to the floating cloud city on planet Bespin, which is governed by his old friend Lando Calrissian. Fett tracks them to the city and Vader forces Lando to surrender the group to the Empire, knowing Luke will come to their aid. Meanwhile, Luke travels with R2-D2 in his X-Wing fighter to Dagobah, where he crash lands. He meets Yoda, a diminutive creature who reluctantly accepts him as his Jedi apprentice after conferring with Obi-Wan's spirit. Yoda trains Luke to master the light side of the Force and resist the negative emotions that will seduce him to the dark side, as they did Vader. However, Luke struggles to control his anger and impulsiveness and fails to comprehend the nature and power of the Force until he witnesses Yoda use it to telekinetically lift the X-Wing effortlessly from the swamp. Luke experiences a premonition of Han and Leia in pain and, despite Obi-Wan's and Yoda's protestations, abandons his training to rescue them. Although Obi-Wan believes Luke is their only hope, Yoda asserts that there is another. Leia confesses her love for Han before Vader freezes him in carbonite to test if the process will safely imprison Luke. Han survives and is given to Fett, who intends to collect his bounty from Jabba the Hutt. Lando frees Leia and Chewbacca, but they are too late to stop Fett's escape. The group fights its way back to the Falcon and flees the city. Luke arrives and engages Vader in a lightsaber duel over the city's central airshaft. Vader overwhelms Luke, severing his right hand and separating him from his lightsaber. He urges Luke to embrace the power of the dark side and help him destroy his master, the Emperor, so they may rule the galaxy together. Luke refuses, citing Obi-Wan's claim that Vader killed his father, prompting Vader to reveal that he is Luke's father. Desperate, Luke drops into the airshaft and is ejected beneath the floating city, latching onto an antenna. He reaches out through the Force to Leia, and the Falcon returns to rescue him. TIE fighters pursue the group, which is almost captured by Vader's Star Destroyer until R2-D2 reactivates the Falcon's hyperdrive, allowing them to escape. Aboard the Rebel fleet, a robotic prosthesis replaces Luke's hand. He, Leia, C-3PO, and R2-D2 observe as Lando and Chewbacca depart on the Falcon to find Han. Star Wars: The Force Awakens, also known as Star Wars, Episode 7, The Force Awakens, is a 2015 American epic space opera film produced, co-written, and directed by J.J. Abrams. The sequel to Return of the Jedi, 1983, it is the seventh film in the Skywalker saga. Set 30 years after Return of the Jedi, The Force Awakens follows Rey, Finn, Poe Dameron, and Han Solo's search for Luke Skywalker and their fight in the Resistance, led by General Leia Organa and veterans of the Rebel Alliance, against Kylo Ren and the First Order, a successor to the Galactic Empire. The ensemble cast includes Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Adam Driver, Daisy Ridley, John Boyega, Oscar Isaac, Lupita Nyong'o, Andy Serkis, Donald Gleason, Anthony Daniels, Peter Mayhew, and Max von Sydow. The film was announced after the Walt Disney Company's acquisition of Lucasfilm in October 2012. The film is the first Star Wars film to not extensively involve franchise creator George Lucas, who only served as a creative consultant in the early stages of production. The Force Awakens was produced by Abrams, his longtime collaborator Brian Burke, and Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan, co-writer of the original trilogy films The Empire Strikes Back, 1980, and Return of the Jedi, rewrote an initial script by Michael Arndt. John Williams, composer for the previous episodic films, returned to compose the score. Principal photography began in April 2014 on a $259 to $306 million budget and concluded the following November. Filming took place on sets at Pinewood Studios in England, and on location mainly in Abu Dhabi, Iceland, and Ireland. The Force Awakens premiered in Los Angeles on December 14, 2015, and was released in the United States on December 18. It was positively received by critics for its screenplay, direction, lead performances, musical score, special effects, and emotional weight, although some critics found the film too similar to A New Hope, 1977. The film grossed $2 billion worldwide, breaking various box office records and becoming the highest-grossing film in the United States and Canada, the highest-grossing film of 2015, and the third highest-grossing film at the time of its release. It went into the 88th Academy Awards season with 5 nominations, and received numerous accolades. The Last Jedi, 2017, and The Rise of Skywalker, 2019, followed The Force Awakens, rounding out the Star Wars sequel trilogy. 30 years after the Galactic Civil War, the First Order has risen from the fallen Galactic Empire and seeks to end the New Republic. The Resistance, backed by the Republic and led by General Leia Organa, opposes the First Order. Leia searches for her brother, Luke Skywalker, who has gone missing. On the desert planet Jakku, Resistance pilot Poe Dameron receives a map to Luke's location from Laura Santeca. Stormtroopers commanded by Kylo Ren raid the village and capture Poe, while Kylo kills Santeca. Poe's droid, BB-8, escapes with the map and encounters a scavenger named Rey. Kylo tortures Poe using the Force and learns of BB-8. Stormtrooper FN 2187, disillusioned by the First Order, frees Poe, and they escape in a stolen TIE fighter. Upon learning that FN 2187 has no other name, Poe gives him the name Finn. As they head to Jakku to retrieve BB-8, a First Order Star Destroyer shoots them, and they crash land. Finn survives and finds only Poe's jacket in the wreck, leading to the assumption of his death. Finn encounters Rey and BB-8, but the First Order tracks them and launches an airstrike. Rey, Finn, and BB-8 steal the Millennium Falcon and escape the planet. The Falcon is discovered and boarded by Han Solo and Chewbacca. Gangs seeking to settle debts with Han attack, but the group escape in the Falcon. At the First Order's Starkiller base, a planet converted into a super weapon, Supreme Leader Snoke allows General Hux to use the weapon for the first time on the New Republic. Snoke questions Kylo's ability to deal with emotions surrounding his father, Han Solo, who Kylo states means nothing to him. Aboard the Falcon, Han determines that BB-8's map is incomplete. He then explains that Luke attempted to rebuild the Jedi Order, but exiled himself when an apprentice turned to the dark side, destroyed the temple, and slaughtered the other apprentices. The crew travels to the planet Takadana and meets with cantina owner Maz Kanata, who offers help getting BB-8 to the Resistance. The Force draws Rey to a secluded vault, where she finds the lightsaber wands belonging to Luke and his father, Anakin Skywalker. She experiences disturbing visions, denies the lightsaber at Maz's offering, and flees into the woods, confused and terrified. Maz gives Finn the lightsaber for safekeeping. Starkiller Base, much like the original Death Star, destroys the New Republic and its fleet, leaving the Resistance on their own. The First Order attacks Takadana in search of BB-8. Han, Chewbacca, and Finn are saved by Resistance X-Wing fighters led by Poe, who survive the crash. Leia arrives at Takadana with C-3PO and reunites with Han. Meanwhile, Kylo captures Rey and takes her to Starkiller Base, but she resists his mind-reading attempts. Snoke orders Kylo to bring Rey to him. Discovering she can use the Force, Rey escapes using a Jedi mind trick on the guard. At the Resistance base on Kar, BB-8 finds R2-D2, who had been inactive since Luke's disappearance. As Starkiller Base prepares to fire once more, the Resistance devises a plan to destroy it by attacking its thermal oscillator. Using the Falcon, Han, Chewbacca, and Finn infiltrate the facility, find Rey, and plant explosives. Han confronts Kylo, calling him by his birth name Ben, and implores him to abandon the dark side. Kylo seems to consider this, but ultimately kills his father instead. Devastated, Chewbacca shoots Kylo and sets off the explosives, allowing Poe to attack and destroy the base's thermal oscillator. The injured Kylo pursues Finn and Rey into the woods. Finn fights Kylo with the lightsaber to protect Rey before Kylo knocks him unconscious. Rey takes the lightsaber and channels the Force to defeat Kylo in a duel. They are then separated by a fissure as the planet's surface begins to splinter. Snoke orders Hux to evacuate and bring Kylo to him to complete his training. Chewbacca rescues Rey and the unconscious Finn, and they escape aboard the Falcon. As the Resistance forces flee, Starkiller Base implodes. R2-D2 awakens and reveals the rest of the map, which leads Rey to the oceanic planet Tash to end the Falcon. On Ash-2, Rey finds Luke atop a cliff on a remote island. Without a word, she presents him with his father's lightsaber. Star Wars: The Last Jedi, also known as Star Wars, Episode 8, The Last Jedi, is a 2017 American epic space opera film written and directed by Rian Johnson. Produced by Lucasfilm and distributed by Walt Disney Studios Motion Pictures, it is the second installment of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, following The Force Awakens, 2015, and the 8th episode of the 9-part Skywalker saga. The film's ensemble cast includes Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Adam Driver, Daisy Ridley, John Boyega, Oscar Isaac, Andy Serkis, Lupita Nyong'o, Donald Gleason, Anthony Daniels, Gwendolyn Christie, Kelly Marie Tran, Laura Dern, and Benicio del Toro. The Last Jedi follows Rey as she seeks the aid of Luke Skywalker, in hopes of turning the tide for the Resistance in the fight against Kylo Ren and the First Order, while General Leia Organa, Finn, and Poe Dameron attempt to escape a First Order attack on the dwindling Resistance fleet. The film features the first posthumous film performance by Fisher, who died in December 2016, and the film is dedicated to her. The Last Jedi is part of a new trilogy of films announced after Disney's acquisition of Lucasfilm in October 2012. It was produced by Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy and Ram Bergman and executive produced by The Force Awakens director J.J. Abrams. John Williams, composer for the previous episodic films, returned to compose the score. A number of scenes were filmed at Skellig Michael in Ireland during pre-production in September 2015, but principal photography began at Pinewood Studios in England in February 2016 and wrapped that July. The Last Jedi premiered in Los Angeles on December 9, 2017, and was released in the United States on December 15. It grossed over $1.3 billion worldwide, becoming the highest-grossing film of 2017 and the 9th highest-grossing film of all time during its theatrical run. It is also the second highest-grossing Star Wars film and turned a net profit of over $417 million. The film was well received by critics for its action sequences and emotional weight, and it received 4 nominations at the 90th Academy Awards, including Best Original Score and Best Visual Effects. as well as 2 nominations at the 71st British Academy Film Awards. The sequel, The Rise of Skywalker, was released in December 2019. Shortly after the Battle of Starkiller Base, General Leia Organa is leading the Resistance forces in evacuating their base when the First Order fleet arrives. Against Leia's orders, Poe Dameron leads a costly counterattack that destroys a First Order dreadnought. The remaining Resistance escapes into hyperspace, but the First Order uses a device to track them, and attacks again. Kylo Ren hesitates to fire on the lead Resistance ship after sensing his mother Leia's presence on board, but his wingmen destroy the bridge, killing most of the Resistance's leaders. Leia is dragged into space but survives by using the Force. While Leia recovers, Vice Admiral Holdo assumes command of the Resistance. Running low on fuel, the remaining fleet is pursued by the First Order. On Ahch-To, Rey attempts to recruit Luke Skywalker to the Resistance. Under self-imposed exile, Luke refuses to help and says that the Jedi should end. After encouragement from R2-D2, he agrees to give Rey 3 lessons in the ways of the Force. Rey and Kylo begin communicating through the Force, which puzzles them both. Kylo tells Rey that Luke feared his power. Luke confesses that he momentarily contemplated killing Kylo upon sensing that Snoke was corrupting him, which prompted Kylo to destroy Luke's new Jedi Order. Convinced that Kylo can be redeemed, Rey leaves Ahch-To. Luke prepares to burn the Jedi library but hesitates. The spirit of Luke's master Yoda appears and destroys the library by summoning a bolt of lightning. He encourages Luke to learn from his failure. Meanwhile, Poe entrusts Finn, Mechanic Rose, and BB-8 with the secret mission to disable the First Order's tracking device. Maz Kanata directs them to the casino town of Canto Bight, where they meet the hacker DJ. Pursued by the local security, they escape Canto Bight with the help of stable hand children and racing animals they set free. Finn, Rose, and DJ infiltrate Snoke's flagship but are captured by Captain Phasma. Kylo brings Rey to Snoke, who reveals that he connected their minds to discover Luke's whereabouts. Holdo plans to evacuate the remaining members of the Resistance using small transport vessels. Believing her plan cowardly and futile, Poe leads a mutiny. A recovered Leia stuns Poe with the blaster and proceeds with the evacuation. Holdo remains aboard the ship as a decoy to mislead Snoke's fleet as the others flee to an abandoned base on Crate. DJ buys his freedom by revealing the Resistance's plan to General Hux, and the First Order fleet begins firing on the evacuation transports, destroying many. Ordered to kill Rey, Kylo instead kills Snoke and defeats his Praetorian Guard with her help. Rey hopes that Kylo has abandoned the dark side, but he instead asks her to rule the galaxy with him. Refusing, she battles him for control of Luke's lightsaber, bisecting the weapon. Holdo sacrifices herself by slicing through Snoke's flagship at light speed, crippling the First Order fleet. Rey escapes the destruction while Kylo declares himself supreme leader. BB-8 frees Finn and Rose, they defeat Phasma and join the survivors on Crate. When the First Order arrives, Poe, Finn, and Rose attack with obsolete speeders. Rey and Chewbacca draw TIE fighters away in the Millennium Falcon, while Rose stops Finn from sacrificing himself. The First Order penetrates the Resistance fortress using a siege cannon. Luke appears and confronts the First Order, allowing the surviving Resistance to escape. Kylo orders the First Order's forces to fire on Luke, but they fail to harm him. He then engages Luke in a lightsaber duel. Upon striking Luke, Kylo realizes that Luke is not physically present, but projecting his image through the Force. Rey helps the remaining Resistance escape on the Falcon. Exhausted, Luke dies peacefully on Ahch-To, becoming one with the Force. Rey and Leia sense his death, and Leia tells Rey that the Resistance can rise again. At Canto Bight, the stable hands recount the story of Luke Skywalker. Afterward, one of them moves a broom with the Force and gazes into space. Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, also known as Star Wars, Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, is a 2019 American epic space opera film produced, co-written, and directed by J.J. Abrams. produced by Lucasfilm and Abrams' production company Bad Robot Productions, and distributed by Walt Disney Studios Motion Pictures. It is the third installment of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, following The Force Awakens, 2015, and The Last Jedi, 2017, and the final episode of the 9-part Skywalker saga. Its ensemble cast includes Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, Adam Driver, Daisy Ridley, John Boyega, Oscar Isaac, Anthony Daniels, Naomi Ackie, Donald Gleason, Richard D. Grant, Lupita Nyong'o, Kerry Russell, Juno Suotamo, Kelly Marie Tran, Ian McDiarmid, and Billy D. Williams. The Rise of Skywalker follows Rey, Finn, and Poe Dameron as they lead the Resistance's final stand against Supreme Leader Kylo Ren and the First Order, who are aided by the return of the deceased Galactic Emperor, Palpatine. Following initial reports that The Last Jedi director Rian Johnson would write the script for Episode 9, in August 2015, Colin Trevorrow was hired to direct and to write a script with his collaborator Derek Connolly. Both ultimately retained story credit with Abrams and Chris Terrio. In September 2017, Trevorrow left the project following creative differences with producer Kathleen Kennedy, and Abrams returned as director. John Williams, composer for the previous episodic films, returned to compose the score, his final score for the franchise. Principal photography began in August 2018 at Pinewood Studios in England and wrapped in February 2019, with post-production completed in November 2019. With an estimated budget of $275 million, it is one of the most expensive films ever made. The Rise of Skywalker premiered in Los Angeles on December 16, 2019, and was released in the United States on December 20. It received mixed reviews from critics, who praised the acting, action sequences, musical score, and visual effects but criticized the story, pacing, overuse of fanservice, and perceived departures from the plot and themes of The Last Jedi. It grossed over $1.074 billion worldwide, making it the 7th highest-grossing film of 2019. Although it was the lowest-grossing installment of the trilogy, it turned an estimated net profit of $300 million. It received 3 nominations at the 92nd Academy Awards: Best Original Score, Best Visual Effects, and Best Sound Editing, as well as 3 at the 73rd British Academy Film Awards, also Best Special Visual Effects, Best Original Music, and Best Sound. It won 5 awards at the 46th Saturn Awards, including Best Science Fiction Film. Star Wars Coder. Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, Coder, is an rebounds per game video game series, based on an earlier comic book series, and with a subsequent new comic book series, all based on the fictional universe of Star Wars by George Lucas. The first and third video game installments were developed by BioWare, while the second was done by Obsidian Entertainment per LucasArts' request. All were published by LucasArts. Both comic series were published by Dark Horse Comics. Both series act as prequels to the video games. With the discontinuation of the expanded universe on April 25, 2014, and rebrand as Star Wars Legends, the CAT or Multimedia Project is the only remaining source of Legends content. 4,000 years prior to the Star Wars films, Darth Malak, Darth Revan's apprentice, has unleashed the Sith Armada against the Republic. Many Jedi, scattered and left vulnerable by Malak's aggression, die in battle while others swear loyalty and allegiance to Malak. The game opens with the player's character, whom the player can customize to be either male or female, though the character is canonically male, awakening aboard a doomed Republic capital ship with no recollection of his past. After escaping the ship and crash landing on Terrace, the player gradually gathers companions and pieces together his past while attempting to stop Malak's forces. To accomplish this, the main character and his companions search for star maps that together reveal the location of the Star Forge, an ancient space station that creates massive amounts of material for Malak. The main character's actions and speech influence whether he aligns with the light or dark side of the Force. Depending on the character's alignment, he eventually reaches the Star Forge either to defeat the Sith, the light side path, or to usurp control of the Sith from Malak, the dark side path. A light-aligned character and his companions are hailed as saviors and heroes. A dark side character stands before the remaining Sith forces as the new Sith Lord. The Sith Lords takes place 5 years after the events of Knights of the Old Republic, in a time when the Jedi have been nearly exterminated by the Sith. The player's character, who the player can again customize to be male or female, though the character is canonically female, is a former Jedi Knight exiled from the Jedi Order, referred to as the Exile or Jedi Exile. During the Mandalorian Wars, the Exile served under Revan, who ordered the activation of a devastating gravitational super weapon, the Mass Shadow Generator, that caused so many deaths to the point where they stripped themselves of all connections to the Force unconsciously to save themselves, and was removed from the Jedi Order. Throughout the game, the player's character risks towards a connection to the Force while, with the help of her new companions, try to stop the Sith. Unlike the previous game where your actions affect the fate of the galaxy, here your actions affect only the planets you visit. You can choose to either help or hinder the Republic's attempt to rebuild these planets. In the end, if the character is light-aligned, the Mass Shadow Generator is activated and destroys Malak V, and the Exile goes into unknown space to find Revan and help him if she can. A dark-aligned character, however, takes over the Sith Academy on Malak V, and the Mass Shadow Generator is destroyed. The Old Republic takes place 300 years after the previous two games, shortly after the establishment of a tenuous peace between the re-emergent Sith Empire and the Galactic Republic. The Jedi are held responsible for the success of the Sith and chose to relocate from Coruscant to Tython, where the Jedi Order had been initially founded, to seek guidance from the Force. The Sith control Korriban, where they re-established a Sith Academy. The game begins as new conflicts arise. Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords is a role-playing video game developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by LucasArts. It is the sequel to BioWare's Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, and was released for the Xbox on December 6, 2004, for Microsoft Windows on February 8, 2005, and OS X and Linux on July 21, 2015. Like its predecessor, it is set in the Star Wars universe 4,000 years before the events of the film Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and is based on the D20 system developed by Wizards of the Coast. The game uses the Odyssey engine, which was originally used in Knights of the Old Republic. Writing first began before the original Knights of the Old Republic was released, and development began in October 2003, after BioWare offered Obsidian their Star Wars license due to being confident in their previous work. Knights of the Old Republic 2 starts 5 years after the events of the first game and follows the story of the Exile, a Jedi Knight who was exiled from the Jedi Order. During this time, the Jedi Order has been almost completely wiped out by the Sith. The game begins with the protagonist waking up from unconsciousness on an asteroid mining facility. After the player escapes with the help of their party members, they find the person who exiled them 10 years ago, who sends the protagonist on a mission to seek out the remaining Jedi to fight against the Sith. The game's critical reception upon its release was generally positive. Praise was given to the story, characters, and writing, which were noted to be more great than the original Knights of the Old Republic. The game was included in the book 1001 Video Games You Must Play Before You Die. Particular praise was given to the character of Kriya, with GameSpy naming her the best video game character of 2005. However, the game received criticism for being too similar to its predecessor in terms of graphics and gameplay systems, as well as being launched in an incomplete state. While hiding on the Harbinger, a Republic cruiser, the Exile is sedated by an HK-50 assassin droid to be delivered to a crime syndicate called the Exchange, who have put out a bounty on live Jedi. The Exile is rescued by Kriya, with whom the Exile forms a force bond, and the droid T-3M4 on the Ebon Hawk, and the three flee the Harbinger as it is hijacked by a squad of Sith assassins. However, their ship is damaged during the escape by the Harbinger's gunfire, and they eventually arrive at the Progress mining facility. Teaming up with Smuggler It and Rand, the group escapes to the planet Telos 4. While hiding out on Telos, they encounter Atraz, a surviving member of the Jedi Council who sentenced the protagonist to exile 10 years prior. After settling a dispute regarding the exile's past sentence, Atraz forms an uneasy alliance with them, instructing them to seek out other surviving Jedi in order to rally against the Sith. The exile then travels to 4 worlds to find reclusive Jedi Masters and either beg for their aid or kill them in revenge for being exiled, depending on player choice. As the exile continues their journey, they are joined by several individuals in their quest. After finding all the Masters, the exile travels back to Dantooine and learns that the countless deaths at Malachal resulted in the exile unconsciously giving up their connection to the Force, which then became the teachings of the new Sith. If the player raided the Jedi Masters, they prepare to strip the exile of their Force connection permanently, as the Masters fear that these teachings could result in the actual death of the Force. But Kriya reveals herself to be the former leader of the Sith and murders them all in retribution. If the player killed the Jedi Masters, Kriya attacks the exile and leaves. Tracking Kriya to Telos, the exile fights and defeats a corrupted Atraz, from whom it is learned that Kriya plans to strengthen a massive wound in the Force made 10 years prior. This wound had been created by the exile during the Mandalorian Wars, when they activated a gravitational super weapon, the mass shadow generator, in order to end the battle on the planet Malachal, causing mass death and destruction. Before following her to Malachal, where Kriya had since rejoined the Sith as Darth Traya, the exile stops a Sith invasion of Telos, defeating one of Traya's former apprentices, the Sith Lord Darth Nihilus. On Malachal, the exile is separated from their companions and fights through hordes of monsters on the planet's surface and the inhabitants of a large Sith academy who survived the cataclysm. On the final floor of the academy, the exile kills the Sith Lord Darth Sion and confronts Darth Traya in the planet's core. The exile defeats the Sith Lord, but before Traya dies, she delivers a prophetic vision of the future pertaining to the player's companions and the worlds that were visited over the course of the story. Depending on the exile's alignment, they either order the destruction of Malachal, escaping before it is destroyed, and travel into the unknown regions in search of Revan, light side, or remain on Malachal as the new Dark Lord of the Sith, dark side. Star Wars: The Old Republic is a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, based in the Star Wars universe. Developed by BioWare Austin and a supplemental team made BioWare Edmonton, the game was announced on October 21, 2008. The video game was released for the Microsoft Windows platform on December 20, 2011 in North America and part of Europe. It was released in Oceania and Asia on March 1, 2012. This story takes place in the Star Wars universe shortly after the establishment of a tenuous peace between the re-emergent Sith Empire and the Galactic Republic. The game features 8 different classes. Each of the 8 classes has a 3-act storyline that progresses as the character levels up. Players join either the Republic or the Sith, but players may possess a morality at any point along the light, dark spectrum. Different classes favor different styles of gameplay, and the game features extensive customization options, fully voiced dialogue, companion characters, and dialogue options similar to BioWare's other role-playing games. Although not officially disclosed, based on estimates, it is one of the most developmentally expensive games made. The game had 1 million subscribers within 3 days of its launch, making it the world's fastest-growing MMO ever. However, in the following months the game lost a fair share of its subscriptions, but has remained profitable. The game has since adopted the hybrid free-to-play business model with remaining subscription option. The game was met with positive reception upon release and has received several updates and expansion packs. Several books and comics based on the game have been released. It is estimated that the game made $139 million in additional revenues on top of the subscription income in 2013. In an earnings call to investors in October 2019, Electronic Arts announced that Star Wars: The Old Republic was closing in on $1 billion in lifetime revenue, making it a huge financial success based on the reported $200 million development budget. This story takes place in the Star Wars fictional universe shortly after the establishment of a tenuous peace between the re-emergent Sith Empire and the Galactic Republic, 300 years after the events of the Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic games, and more than 3,600 years before the events in the Star Wars films. The Jedi are held responsible for the success of the Sith during the devastating 28-year-long Great Galactic War, which led to the Treaty of Coruscant prior to the Cold War, and thus choose to relocate from Coruscant to Tython, where the Jedi Order had initially been founded, to seek guidance from the Force. 1820, the Sith control Korriban, where they have re-established a Sith Academy. The game's return cinematic trailer depicts the events where Korriban is reconquered by the Sith. During these events, a smuggler named Nico Wakar is being led to his prison cell in a jail orbiting Korriban by Jedi, Sattel Shan, and her master, Khal. Suddenly, a Sith named Darth Malgus, and his master Vindican, along with several Sith troops, attack the base. Sattel, a trooper named Jace Malcolm, and Dakar escape the attack, but Drak is cut down by Malgus. Malgus then kills Vindican, who was wounded by Drak. 10 years later, new conflicts have arisen in the Hope cinematic trailer. Sattel and some troops destroy a Sith party that includes Malgus. Malcolm, who has become the troop's commander, states that, despite the losses, there is still hope amongst even a single spark of courage. Later in the Deceived cinematic trailer, however, Malgus, having appeared to survive the earlier attack albeit with a mask covering his nose and mouth, leads an army of Sith into the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, killing many Jedi including the Jedi Master Van Zalo. Master Sattel Shan is named the new Jedi Grand Master. The game itself is set in the Cold War soon after these events, with the Jedi Order and Galactic Republic struggling to maintain their control of the core worlds while the Sith plot their downfall and the expansion of the Sith Empire. The conflict opens on many fronts and across many planets, while native factions are engaged in political struggles or civil war. BioWare stated, prior to release, that the game would have a significant focus on the storyline. Each of the 8 classes has a 3-act storyline that progresses as the character levels up. A collaborative effort between BioWare, Lucasfilm Games, EA and Dark Horse Comics has resulted in webcomics entitled Star Wars, The Old Republic, Threat of Peace and Star Wars, The Old Republic, Blood of the Empire, the purpose of which is to establish the backstory as the game opens and closes. Harry Potter. Harry Potter is a series of 7 fantasy novels written by British author J.K. Rowling. The novels chronicle the lives of a young wizard, Harry Potter, and his friends Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, all of whom are students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The main story arc concerns Harry's struggle against Lord Voldemort, a dark wizard who intends to become immortal, overthrow the wizard governing body known as the Ministry of Magic and subjugate all wizards and muggles, non-magical people. Since the release of the first novel, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, on June 26, 1997, the books have found immense popularity, positive reviews, and commercial success worldwide. They have attracted a wide adult audience as well as younger readers and are often considered cornerstones of modern young adult literature. As of February 2018, the books have sold more than 500 million copies worldwide, making them the best-selling book series in history, and have been translated into 80 languages. The last 4 books consecutively set records as the fastest-selling books in history, with the final installment selling roughly 2.7 million copies in the United Kingdom and 8.3 million copies in the United States within 24 hours of its release. The series was originally published in English by Bloomsbury in the United Kingdom and Scholastic Press in the United States. All versions around the world are printed by Grafica Veneta in Italy. A play, Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, based on a story co-written by Rowling, premiered in London on July 30, 2016 at the Palace Theatre, and its script was published by Little, Brown. The original 7 books were adapted into an 8-part namesake film series by Warner Brothers Pictures, which is the third highest-grossing film series of all time as of February 2020. In 2016, the total value of the Harry Potter franchise was estimated at $25 billion, making Harry Potter one of the highest-grossing media franchises of all time. A series of many genres, including fantasy, drama, coming of age, and the British school story, which includes elements of mystery, thriller, adventure, horror, and romance. The world of Harry Potter explores numerous themes and includes many cultural meanings and references. According to Rowling, the main theme is death. Other major themes in the series include prejudice, corruption, and madness. The success of the books and films has allowed the Harry Potter franchise to expand with numerous derivative works, a traveling exhibition that premiered in Chicago in 2009, a studio tour in London that opened in 2012, a digital platform on which J.K. Rowling updates the series with new information and insight, and a pantology of spin-off films premiering in November 2016 with Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, among many other developments. Most recently, themed attractions, collectively known as the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, have been built at several Universal Parks and Resorts amusement parks around the world. Plot. The central character in the series is Harry Potter, a boy who lives in the fictional town of Little Whinging, Surrey with his aunt, uncle, and cousin, the Dursleys, and discovers at the age of 11 that he is a wizard, though he lives in the ordinary world of non-magical people known as Muggles. The Wizarding world exists parallel to the Muggle world, albeit hidden and in secrecy. His magical ability is inborn, and children with such abilities are invited to attend exclusive magic schools that teach the necessary skills to succeed in the Wizarding world. Harry becomes a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a Wizarding academy in Scotland, sorted into the Gryffindor House. It is here where most of the events in the series take place. As Harry develops through his adolescence, he learns to overcome the problems that face him, magical, social, and emotional, including ordinary teenage challenges such as friendships, infatuation, romantic relationships, schoolwork and exams, anxiety, depression, stress, and a greater test of preparing himself for the confrontation that lies ahead in Wizarding Britain's increasingly violent Second Wizarding War. Each novel chronicles 1 year in Harry's life during the period from 1991 to 1998. The books also contain many flashbacks, which are frequently experienced by Harry viewing the memories of other characters in a device called a pensieve. The environment Rowling created is intimately connected to reality. The British magical community of the Harry Potter books is inspired by 1990s British culture, European folklore, classical mythology and alchemy, incorporating objects and wildlife such as magic wands, magic plants, potions, spells, flying broomsticks, centaurs and other magical creatures, and the Philosopher's Stone, besides others invented by Rowling. While the fantasy land of Narnia is an alternate universe and the Lord of the Rings Middle-earth a mythic past, the Wizarding world of Harry Potter exists parallel to the real world and contains magical versions of the ordinary elements of everyday life, with the action mostly set in Scotland, Hogwarts, the West Country, Devon, London, and Surrey in southeast England. The world only accessible to wizards and magical beings comprises a fragmented collection of overlooked hidden streets, ancient pubs, lonely country manors, and secluded castles invisible to the Muggle population. When the first novel of the series, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, opens, it is apparent that some significant event has taken place in the Wizarding world, an event so very remarkable that even Muggles, non-magical people, notice signs of it. The full background to this event and Harry Potter's past is revealed gradually throughout the series. After the introductory chapter, the book leaps forward to a time shortly before Harry Potter's 11th birthday, and it is at this point that his magical background begins to be revealed. Despite Harry's aunt and uncle's desperate prevention of Harry learning about his abilities, their efforts are in vain. Harry meets a half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid, who is also his first contact with the Wizarding world. Hagrid reveals himself to be the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts as well as some of Harry's history. Harry learns that, as a baby, he witnessed his parents' murder by the power-obsessed dark wizard Lord Voldemort, more commonly known by the magical community as you-know-who or he who must not be named, the Dark Lord, and by Albus Dumbledore as Tom Marvolo Riddle, who subsequently attempted to kill him as well. Instead, the unexpected happened. Harry survived with only a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead as a memento of the attack, and Voldemort disappeared soon afterwards, gravely weakened by his own rebounding curse. As its inadvertent savior from Voldemort's reign of terror, Harry has become a living legend in the wizarding world. However, at the orders of the venerable and well-known wizard Albus Dumbledore, the orphaned Harry had been placed in the home of his unpleasant Muggle relatives, the Dursleys, who have kept him safe but treated him poorly, including confining him to a cupboard without meals and treating him as their servant. Hagrid then officially invites Harry to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It educates young teenagers on their magical development for 7 years, from age 11 to 17. With Hagrid's help, Harry prepares for and undertakes his first year of study at Hogwarts. As Harry begins to explore the magical world, the reader is introduced to many of the primary locations used throughout the series. Harry meets most of the main characters and gains his two closest friends, Ron Weasley, a fun-loving member of an ancient, large, happy, but poor wizarding family, and Hermione Granger, a gifted, bright, and hard-working witch of non-magical parentage. Harry also encounters the school's potions master, Severus Snape, who displays a conspicuously deep and abiding dislike for him, the rich pure-blood Draco Malfoy whom he quickly makes enemies with, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Quirinus Squirrel, who later turns out to be allied with Lord Voldemort. He also discovers a talent of flying on broomsticks and is recruited for his house's Quidditch team, a sport in the wizarding world where players fly on broomsticks. The first book concludes with Harry's second confrontation with Lord Voldemort, who, in his quest to regain a body, yearns to gain the power of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance that bestows everlasting life and turns any metal into pure gold. The series continues with Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, describing Harry's second year at Hogwarts. He and his friends investigate a 50-year-old mystery that appears uncannily related to recent sinister events at the school. Ron's younger sister, Ginny Weasley, enrolls in her first year at Hogwarts, and finds an old notebook in her belongings which turns out to be the diary of a previous student, Tom Marvolo Riddle, written during World War II. He is later revealed to be Voldemort's younger self, who is bent on ridding the school of mudbloods, a derogatory term describing wizards and witches of non-magical parentage. The memory of Tom Riddle resides inside of the diary, and when Ginny begins to confide in the diary, Voldemort is able to possess her. Through the diary, Ginny acts on Voldemort's orders and unconsciously opens the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing an ancient monster, later revealed to be a basilisk, which begins attacking students at Hogwarts. It kills those who make direct eye contact with it and petrifies those who look at it indirectly. The book also introduces a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, a highly cheerful, self-conceited wizard with a pretentious facade, later turning out to be a fraud. Harry discovers that prejudice exists in the wizarding world through delving into the school's history, and learns that Voldemort's reign of terror was often directed at wizards and witches who were descended from Muggles. Harry also learns that his ability to speak the snake language Parseltongue is rare and often associated with the dark arts. When Hermione is attacked and petrified, Harry and Ron finally piece together the puzzles and unlock the Chamber of Secrets, with Harry destroying the diary for good and saving Ginny, and, as they learn later, also destroying a part of Voldemort's soul. The end of the book reveals Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father and rival of Ron and Ginny's father, to be the culprit who slipped the book into Ginny's belongings. The third novel, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, follows Harry in his third year of magical education. It is the only book in the series which does not feature Lord Voldemort in any form, only being mentioned. Instead, Harry must deal with the knowledge that he has been targeted by Sirius Black, his godfather and father's best friend, and, according to the Wizarding World, an escaped mass murderer who assisted in the murder of Harry's parents. As Harry struggles with his reaction to the Dementors, dark creatures with the power to devour a human soul and feed on despair, which are ostensibly protecting the school, he reaches out to Remus Lupin, a defense against the dark arts teacher who is eventually revealed to be a werewolf and also a friend of Harry's father and Sirius Black. Lupin teaches Harry defensive measures which are well above the level of magic generally executed by people his age. Harry comes to know that both Lupin and Black were best friends of his father and that Black was framed by their fourth friend, Peter Pettigrew, who had been hiding as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. In this book, a recurring theme throughout the series is emphasized. In every book there is a new defense against the dark arts teacher, none of whom lasts more than one school year. Harry Potter plots. Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter lives with his abusive aunt and uncle, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, and their bullying son, Dudley. On Harry's 11th birthday, a half-giant named Rubeus Hagrid personally delivers an acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter, were wizards. When Harry was 1 year old, an evil and powerful dark wizard, Lord Voldemort, murdered his parents. Harry survived Voldemort's killing curse that rebounded off his forehead and seemingly destroyed the Dark Lord. A lightning bolt-shaped scar was left on his forehead. Unknown to Harry, he is famous in the Wizarding World. Hagrid takes Harry to Diagon Alley, the hidden wizard commerce and retail section in London. Harry's parents have left him a fortune kept in Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry buys school supplies and a wand from Lyvander. The cores of Harry and Lord Voldemort's wands have feathers from the same phoenix bird, making them brothers. Hagrid gives Harry an owl that he names Hedwig. A month later, Harry boards the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Railway Station's secret Platform 9. On the journey to Hogwarts, Harry befriends fellow first-year Ronald Weasley and meets Hermione Granger, who the two boys initially dislike. Harry runs afoul on first-year student, Draco Malfoy. At Hogwarts, a magical sorting hat sorts the first years among 4 schoolhouses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, that best suit their personalities and talents. Draco joins Slytherin, known for dark wizards, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione are sorted into Gryffindor. Harry's broomstick-flying ability earns him a place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team as the Seeker. Harry comes to dislike Potions Master Severus Snape, who favors Slytherin while seeking to fail Harry. Malfoy tricks Harry and Ron into risking expulsion by leaving their common room after curfew. Hermione, unable to stop them, tags along. Realizing Malfoy's ruse, they hide in a forbidden corridor and discover a gigantic 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. Ron and Harry later save Hermione from a troll during the school's Halloween celebration, and the three become best friends. Coupled with Snape's recent leg injury and suspicious behavior, Harry, Hermione, and Ron believe he is attempting to enter the trapdoor. Hermione warns the boys against investigating further, and instead directs Harry's attention to his first Quidditch match. His broomstick's attempts to buck him off and Snape's strange behavior during the match convinces Hermione he jinxed Harry's broom. Harry receives an anonymous Christmas gift, his father's invisibility cloak. Using it to explore the school, he discovers the Mirror of Erised, which shows what the viewer most desires. Harry sees his parents. The trio read a newspaper report about an attempted robbery at Gringotts Bank in the same vault from which Hagrid retrieved an item for the school's headmaster Albus Dumbledore. They suspect the object beneath the trapdoor is the Philosopher's Stone, which grants its user immortality and the ability to turn any metal into pure gold. A forest centaur named Firenze warns Harry that Voldemort is plotting to steal the stone to restore his body. When Dumbledore is lured from Hogwarts under false pretenses, Harry, Hermione and Ron fear the theft is imminent and descend through the trapdoor. A series of obstacles force Ron and Hermione to remain behind while Harry proceeds. Harry encounters Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, who reveals that he jinxed Harry's broom and let the troll into the school. Snape was protecting Harry. Voldemort, whose face is attached to the back of Quirrell's head, is using Quirrell to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Harry is forced to stand before the mirror of Erised. It recognizes Harry's lack of greed for the stone and deposits it into his pocket. Quirrell attempts to seize the stone and kill Harry, but his flesh burns upon contact with him. Harry's scar begins hurting and he passes out. Harry awakens in the school's infirmary. Dumbledore explains Harry survived Voldemort because his mother sacrificing her life for him left a magical protective charm. Quirrell's hatred and greed caused him to burn upon contact with Harry. Voldemort abandoned him to die. Dumbledore reveals he sent Harry the invisibility cloak, while the Philosopher's Stone, that had been keeping the long-lived Nicholas Flamel alive, has been destroyed to prevent it being stolen. During the school's year-end feast, Gryffindor is awarded the House Cup. Harry returns to the Dursleys at Privet Drive until the next school year. Chamber of Secrets. While spending the summer at the Dursleys, 12-year-old Harry is visited by a house elf named Dobby. He warns that Harry is in danger and must not return to Hogwarts. Harry refuses, so Dobby magically ruins Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's dinner party. A furious Uncle Vernon locks Harry into his room in retaliation. The Ministry of Magic immediately sends a notice accusing Harry of performing underage magic and threatening dismissal from Hogwarts. Ron Weasley and his brothers, Fred and George, arrive in their father's flying Ford Anglia and rescue Harry, taking him to the Weasley home. Harry and the entire Weasley family travel to Diagon Alley for school supplies. They run into Hermione Granger and meet Lucius Malfoy, father of Harry's nemesis Draco, and also Gilderoy Lockhart, a conceited autobiographer and adventurer who is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. At King's Cross Station, Harry and Ron are unable to enter Platform 9 and miss the Hogwarts Express. They fly in Mr. Weasley's car to Hogwarts, crashing into the Whomping Willow on school grounds and damaging Ron's hand-me-down wand. The car then escapes into the forest. Harry learns that some in the wizarding community disdain Muggle-born wizards like Hermione, believing purebloods are superior. Harry is the only one who hears a strange voice emanating from the castle walls. Soon after, Mr. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, is found petrified, along with the bloody warning scrawled on a wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. It is believed that Salazar Slytherin, one of the school's founders, created the chamber after a dispute with fellow founders on admitting Muggle-born students. The chamber supposedly houses a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control. During a Quidditch game, a rogue bludger strikes Harry, breaking his arm. Lockhart blunders an attempt to repair it, sending Harry to the hospital overnight. Dobby visits Harry there, and reveals he jinxed the bludger and sealed the portal at King's Cross. He says the Chamber of Secrets was once open years before. After another attack, students attend a defensive dueling class, during which Harry spontaneously exhibits a rare ability to speak Parselong, the language of snakes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione suspect Draco is the heir, given his hostility toward Muggle-borns. Hermione secretly brews Polyjuice potion, allowing Harry and Ron to impersonate Draco's lackeys Crabbe and Goyle. They learn that Draco knows nothing about the heir. Meanwhile, Moaning Myrtle, a ghost that haunts a girl's bathroom, shows the trio a diary left in her stall. It belonged to Tom Riddle, a student who witnessed another student's death during the chamber's previous opening. Riddle's consciousness within the diary claims to Harry that Hagrid was responsible. Hermione is petrified in the next attack. The school is put on lockdown and may close. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore is forced out and Hagrid is sent to Azkaban prison. Following instructions Hagrid left, Harry and Ron follow spiders into the Forbidden Forest. They encounter a gigantic Okromagula named Aragog, which denies its involvement, and claims spiders fear the real monster. Aragog attempts to feed Harry and Ron to its progeny, but Mr. Weasley's car rescues them. Harry and Ron discover that Hermione had deduced that the monster is a basilisk, a gigantic snake whose direct gaze kills and petrifies victims when seen in a reflection. Harry concludes the basilisk is the voice in the walls and that it travels through the plumbing. He also realizes Moaning Myrtle was the student that was killed. Ron's sister Ginny is abducted and taken into the chamber. Harry and Ron discover the entrance in Myrtle's bathroom, and force Lockhart to enter it with them. Lockhart confesses he is a magically incompetent fraud and attempts to erase the boy's memories using Ron's damaged wand. The spell backfires, obliterating his own memory and causes a rock fall, separating Ron and Harry. Harry proceeds to the chamber and finds an unconscious Ginny. A manifestation of Tom Riddle reveals that he is Lord Voldemort and the heir of Slytherin. He previously opened the chamber and framed Hagrid. He has been using the diary to possess and control Ginny, who had been behaving strangely. He then unleashes the basilisk. Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox arrives, bringing Harry the Sorting Hat. Fox blinds the basilisk and Harry pulls the sword of Godric Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat. He slays the basilisk but is poisoned by its venom. As Riddle taunts the dying Harry, Fox tears heals Harry. Harry stabs Riddle's diary with the basilisk fang, destroying it and Riddle, and reviving Ginny. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart return to the castle. Harry gives the diary to Dumbledore, who was curious about it. Lucius Malfoy bursts in, furious that Dumbledore returned. He is accompanied by Dobby, who was the Malfoy's house elf and was working to protect Harry. Harry realizes that Lucius slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron when in Diagon Alley to open the chamber. Harry tricks Lucius into freeing Dobby from servitude. Lucius attempts to attack Harry in revenge, but Dobby magically deflects him. The petrified students are cured, Gryffindor wins the House Cup again, Hagrid is released, Lockhart is confined to St. Mungo's Hospital, and Harry returns to Privet Drive in high spirits. Prisoner of Azkaban. 13-year-old Harry Potter spends another unhappy summer at the Dursleys. After Aunt March insults Harry and his deceased parents, an angry Harry accidentally inflates her. Fearing expulsion from Hogwarts, he runs away. On a dark street, a large black dog watches Harry. Startled, Harry stumbles backward, causing his wand to emit sparks. The night bus, a vehicle that rescues stranded wizards, suddenly arrives. Harry goes to the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley where Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, is waiting. Harry is not expelled but is asked to remain in Diagon Alley until school starts. While there, Harry reunites with best friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Mr. Weasley warns Harry about the wizard Sirius Black, a convicted murderer who escaped Azkaban prison and is believed to be hunting down Harry. Dementors, the hideous guards of Azkaban, board the Hogwarts Express train. As one approaches Harry, he relives his parents' deaths, then faints. The new defense against the dark arts teacher, Remus Lupin wards off the creature with the Patronus charm. At Hogwarts, Professor Albus Dumbledore announces that Dementors are patrolling the school grounds, hunting Black. In divination class, Professor Sibitralani says the dog-shaped form in Harry's tea leaves is the Grim, a spectral death omen. She later predicts that Voldemort's servant will soon return. During a Quidditch match, Harry spots a black dog near the pitch, then faints and falls off his broomstick when Dementors approach. Harry is uninjured but the Whomping Willow destroys his broom. Afterwards, Professor Lupin teaches Harry the Patronus charm to repel Dementors. Fred and George Weasley give Harry their Marauder's Map, a magical document created by 4 former Hogwarts students known only as Moony, Padfoot, Wormtail, and Bronx. The map shows every person at Hogwarts and 7 secret tunnels. Harry, who lacks guardian permission for school outings, sneaks into Hogsmeade. He overhears a conversation there that Sirius Black betrayed the Potters to Voldemort and killed their friend Peter Pettigrew. Also, Black is Harry's godfather. Black will later break into Hogwarts twice, though Harry is unharmed. Meanwhile, Ron accuses Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, of killing his missing pet Radscabbers, straining their friendship. When Harry receives an expansive firebolt broomstick as an anonymous gift, Hermione, fearing Black sent it, gets it confiscated for testing. Ron and Harry are furious at Hermione, who is already stressed taking too many classes. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic has ordered Hagrid's hippogriff Buckbeak to be executed for injuring Draco Malfoy, who deliberately provoked the animal. Harry, Ron, and Hermione seemingly hear Buckbeak's execution as they exit Hagrid's hut. While there, Hermione discovered Scabbers hiding inside. Scabbers escapes Ron, who gives chase. The black dog appears and drags Ron into a tunnel under the Whomping Willow. Harry and Hermione pursue them into the haunted Shrieking Shack. The dog is Sirius Black, an unregistered animagus. Lupin unexpectedly enters. He saw Pettigrew's name on the Marauder's map and realized that he, not Black, betrayed the Potters. Hermione claims Lupin is a werewolf, which she admits. As students, Lupin, Moony, Black, Padfoot, Pettigrew, Wormtail, and Harry's father, James Potter, Prongs, created the Marauder's map. The latter three secretly became Animagi to tame Lupin during his werewolf transformations. Scabbers is Pettigrew in his rat form. He is Voldemort's servant and faked his death, framing Black. Black escaped Azkaban after discovering Pettigrew was alive. Severus Snape arrives to apprehend Black. His deeply rooted grudge against Sirius Black and James Potter for bullying him in school has biased him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously stun Snape unconscious. Lupin and Black are about to execute Pettigrew, but Harry wants him sent to Azkaban. As the full moon rises, Lupin transforms into a werewolf. He has forgotten his wolfsbane potion, which now allows a werewolf to remain sane during transformations. Black, in his dog form, fights him off. Pettigrew escapes as Dementors descend upon Harry, Hermione, and Black. A distant figure casts a powerful Patronus, scattering the Dementors. Dementors are about to suck out the captured Black soul. Dumbledore instructs Harry and Hermione to save Black and Buckbeak by going back in time with Hermione's Time Turner, a ministry device she uses to attend multiple classes. They rescue Buckbeak and see Dementors attacking their earlier selves. Harry casts a stag-shaped Patronus, scattering the Dementors. Harry and Hermione ride Buckbeak to the tower and release Black, who escapes on Buckbeak. Snape, enraged over Black's escape, intentionally lets slip that Lupin is a werewolf, forcing his resignation. Black writes Harry saying he sent the firebolt and, as his legal guardian, gives Harry permission for school excursions. Goblet of Fire. In the prologue, which Harry sees through a dream, Frank Price, Muggle caretaker of an abandoned mansion known as the Riddle House, is murdered by Lord Voldemort after stumbling upon him and Wormtail. Harry is awoken by his scar hurting. The Weasleys invite Harry and Hermione Granger to the Quidditch World Cup, to which they travel using a portkey. After the match, masked Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort, attack the camping site. The Dark Mark is fired into the sky, causing mass panic. Harry discovers his wand is missing. It is later found in the possession of Winky, Barty Crouch's house elf, and was used to cast the Dark Mark. Barty Crouch fires Winky. At Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore announces that Alastor Moody is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Dumbledore also announces that Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament, in which a Hogwarts champion will compete against champions from other wizarding schools. The Goblet of Fire will choose the champions from names dropped into it. Only students 17 years old and above can enter. Harry is under the age of majority in the wizarding world, and barred from entering. The Goblet of Fire picks Fleur Delacour from Buke's Batons Academy, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang Institute and Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, it chooses Harry as a fourth champion, forcing him to compete. Many students, including Ron, believe Harry cheated to enter solely because he wants more fame. A rift develops between Harry and Ron. Hagrid covertly reveals to Harry that the first task involves getting past a dragon and retrieving a golden egg. Harry struggles with how to accomplish this until Moody suggests flying. Hermione helps him perfect the summoning charm, which he uses to summon his firebolt broomstick and fly past the dragon to retrieve the egg. The egg contains a clue to the next task, but when opened it shrieks loudly. Following Cedric's tip, Harry discovers he must recover something valuable from merpeople at the bottom of the lake and the castle grounds. In the weeks before the second task, Harry does little to prepare and has no idea how to survive underwater. On the day of the task, Dobby, who now works at Hogwarts, gives him gillyweed to breathe underwater, having heard about it from Moody. Harry finds Ron at the bottom of the lake. However, he refuses to leave the other hostages behind. Krum retrieves Hermione, but when Fleur fails to appear, Harry also takes her sister, Gabrielle. Harry finishes last, but is awarded high marks for moral fiber. While talking near the Forbidden Forest, Harry and Krum encounter Crouch, who had stopped appearing at work. Seeming insane, he claims to have done something terrible, and begs for Dumbledore. Leaving Krum with Crouch, Harry fetches Dumbledore but returns to find Krum stunned and Crouch gone. Moody tries and fails to find Crouch. Harry later has a dream involving Voldemort punishing Wormtail for a mistake. Harry goes to tell Dumbledore about it. While waiting, he stumbles upon a pensieve in Dumbledore's office. With it, he discovers that Crouch's son, Barty Jr. was a Death Eater and sentenced to Azkaban, where he supposedly died. Harry prepares for the final task, a hedge maze filled with dangerous obstacles, the goal being to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center. Inside the maze, Harry and Cedric reach the cup, and agree to touch it simultaneously. However, it is a portkey that transports them to a graveyard. There, Wormtail appears, kills Cedric on Voldemort's orders, and performs a ritual involving Harry to restore Lord Voldemort to a body. Voldemort summons his Death Eaters, berates them for believing him dead, and mentions that he has a servant at Hogwarts, who has led Harry there. He tortures Harry, then challenges him to a duel. However, when he and Harry fire spells at each other, their wand streams connect, as they share a core, causing echoes of Voldemort's previous spells to appear, including manifestations of Cedric and Harry's parents. These echoes help Harry escape with Cedric's body to the cup and return to Hogwarts. Amid the panic caused by Harry's sudden arrival, Moody takes Harry to his office. He reveals himself to be Voldemort's servant, having put Harry's name into the goblet, and guided him throughout the tournament to ensure he would touch the cup. As Moody prepares to kill Harry, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape intervene and stun Moody. Moody is revealed to be impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr., Crouch Sr.'s son who was presumed dead, via polyjuice potion. Using Veritaserum, they learn that Crouch Sr. had rescued his son to fulfill his dying wife's wish. Crouch Jr. was kept at home until Winky convinced Crouch Sr. to allow him to attend the Quidditch Cup, where he escaped, stole Harry's wand, and conjured the Dark Mark. Voldemort discovered Crouch Jr. and plotted to install him at Hogwarts, abducting the real Moody. Crouch Sr. was imprisoned by Wormtail, and when he escaped to Hogwarts, Crouch Jr. killed him. Dumbledore announces Voldemort's return to the school. However, many people, including Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, refuse to believe it. The Dementor's kiss is performed on Crouch Jr., rendering him unable to testify for Voldemort's return. Dumbledore puts plans against Voldemort into action. Not wanting his tournament winnings, Harry gives them to Fred and George to start a joke shop, and returns to the Dursleys for the summer. Order of the Phoenix. During the summer, Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley are attacked by Dementors. Forced to magically fend them off, Harry is expelled from Hogwarts, but his expulsion is postponed pending a hearing at the Ministry of Magic. A group of wizards belonging to the Order of the Phoenix whisk Harry off to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black's childhood home. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger explain that the Order is a secret organization led by Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore, dedicated to fighting Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny Weasley and Fred and George Weasley learn that Voldemort is seeking something he lacked prior to his defeat. The Ministry, led by Cornelius Fudge, refuses to accept Voldemort's return, and are running a smear campaign against Harry and Dumbledore. At the hearing, Dumbledore defends Harry, who is cleared of all charges. At Hogwarts, Dolores Umbridge, a senior Ministry employee, becomes the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. She disputes Voldemort's return, and clashes with Harry, punishing him by having him write lines with a quilt that magically carves "I must not tell lies" into the back of his hand. When she refuses to teach students how to perform defensive magic, Harry, Ron, and Hermione form their own defense group with other students. Umbridge, empowered by the Ministry to interfere in Hogwarts as the new High Inquisitor, bans unapproved clubs, forcing the group, now called Dumbledore's Army, to secretly meet in the Room of Requirement to practice under Harry's instruction. One night, Harry has a vision of Voldemort's Snake Nagini viciously attacking Arthur Weasley. Harry informs Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, and Arthur is rescued. Dumbledore arranges for Professor Snape, another Order member, to teach Harry occlumency to protect his mind against Voldemort's invasions. Umbridge is eventually tipped off about Dumbledore's army. To prevent Harry's expulsion, Dumbledore takes responsibility for the group, then goes into hiding. Umbridge becomes headmistress, though she is unable to access Dumbledore's old office. Harry's occlumency lessons go poorly. During one session, Snape is called away, leaving Harry alone with the pensieve. In it, Harry views Snape's memory of his father, James Potter, and Sirius Black bullying and humiliating Snape in school. Snape catches Harry and ends the lessons in a fit of rage. Harry makes no further effort to protect his mind, and during exams, Harry has a vision of Sirius being tortured by Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries. Harry uses the Floo network in Umbridge's fireplace to contact Grimmauld Place. Kreacher, Sirius' house elf, claims he is gone. Umbridge catches Harry and wants Snape to question Harry with Veritaserum, which he claims he has run out of. Harry covertly warns Snape of Sirius, which Snape claims to not understand. Umbridge reveals she ordered the Dementor attack on Harry, and decides to interrogate him with the Cruciatus Curse. Hermione intervenes, convincing Umbridge that Dumbledore's secret weapon is in the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Hermione lead her into the Centaurus territory. Umbridge provokes them, and they take her captive. Harry and Hermione escape the Centaurs. Luna, Ron, Ginny, and Neville join them, and they fly to the Ministry on Thestrals, to rescue Sirius. Once in the Department of Mysteries, they fail to find him, instead finding a glass sphere bearing Harry's and Voldemort's names. Death Eaters led by Lucius Malfoy attack them, revealing that Harry was lured here with a fake vision to secure the sphere, which is what Voldemort seeks, a recording of a prophecy concerning Harry and Voldemort. Order of the Phoenix members arrive and battle the Death Eaters. During the fight, Neville accidentally destroys the prophecy, and Bellatrix Lestrange kills Sirius. Harry chases after her, but is no match. Voldemort arrives to kill Harry, but Dumbledore appears, dueling Voldemort to a stalemate. Voldemort possesses Harry, in an attempt to get Dumbledore to kill Harry, but Harry fights off the possession, driving out Voldemort just as Fudge arrives. Having seen Voldemort, Fudge accepts the truth. In his office, Dumbledore explains that Snape had understood Harry's warning, and alerted the Order. Dumbledore also reveals that Kreacher had informed Lucius' wife, Narcissa, of Harry and Sirius's closeness, which Voldemort exploited. Dumbledore also reveals that Harry is safe from Voldemort with the Dursleys, as by taking Harry in, Petunia, Lily's sister, seals the protection Harry's mother gave him. Furthermore, Dumbledore reveals the contents of the prophecy, which foretold the birth of someone with the power to defeat Voldemort. One of Voldemort's followers had overheard part of the prophecy, and informed Voldemort, who then tried to kill the baby Harry. The rest of the prophecy, which Voldemort did not hear, hinted that Voldemort would mark his opponent as an equal, and that eventually, one would kill the other. Overwhelmed by the prophecy and mourning the loss of Sirius, Harry grows sullen, although the wizarding community now affords him great respect. Motivated by his friends, Harry returns to the Dursleys. Half-Blood Prince Severus Snape, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, meets with Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, and her sister Bellatrix Lestrange, Lord Voldemort's supporter. Narcissa expresses concern that her son may not survive a mission that Voldemort has given him. Snape makes an unbreakable vow with Narcissa, swearing to assist Draco. Dumbledore collects Harry to escort him to the Burrow, home of Harry's best friend Ron Weasley. They detour to the home of Horace Slughorn, former potions teacher at Hogwarts. Harry unwittingly helps persuade Slughorn to return to teaching. While traveling to Hogwarts on the Hogwarts Express, Harry says he suspects Draco is a Death Eater. Harry eavesdrops on Draco, who brags to friends about a mission Voldemort has assigned him. Draco catches Harry, petrifying him and breaking his nose. Nymphadora Tonks finds Harry, repairs his nose and escorts him to Hogwarts. Dumbledore announces that Snape is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, while Slughorn will teach potions. Harry finds an old potions textbook, once belonging to the Half-Blood Prince, an individual who wrote numerous spells and tips in the book. Harry excels in potions class, winning a bottle of Felix Felicis, or liquid luck. Hermione, however, distrusts the book. Ron and Hermione grow closer, but after learning from his sister Ginny of Hermione's history with Viktor Krum, Ron goes out with Lavender Brown, making Hermione jealous. Harry develops feelings for Ginny, and the two later start a relationship with Ron's approval after a Gryffindor Quidditch victory. Draco grows unhinged throughout the year, acting in increasingly shady ways. Meanwhile, to help Harry in his foretold battle with Voldemort, Dumbledore and Harry use the Pensieve to examine memories of people from Voldemort's past. One of the memories involves Slughorn conversing with a young Tom Riddle, but it has been altered, so Dumbledore asks Harry to obtain the real memory from Slughorn. Harry uses Felix Felicis to retrieve the memory, in which Slughorn tells Riddle about the process of splitting one's soul and hiding it in Horcruxes, making the user virtually immortal. Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, which must be destroyed in order to destroy Voldemort himself. 2 Horcruxes, Riddle's diary from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets and a ring belonging to Voldemort's grandfather, have already been destroyed. 4 others remain. Near the end of the year, Harry and Dumbledore journey to a cave to retrieve a Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. The locket is in a potion-filled basin in the middle of a lake. To reach the locket, Dumbledore drinks the potion, severely weakening him. After fighting off an fairy hidden in the lake, Harry and Dumbledore take the locket and return to Hogwarts to find the dark mark over a school tower. They ascend the tower and are ambushed by Draco, who reveals his mission is to kill Dumbledore and that he helped Death Eaters enter Hogwarts. However, Draco is unable to harm Dumbledore. Snape arrives, and he kills Dumbledore. Ignoring the battle raging inside Hogwarts, Harry pursues Snape but is defeated by him. Before escaping, Snape reveals he is the Half-Blood Prince. After Dumbledore's funeral, Harry breaks up with Ginny to protect her. He discovers the locket is a fake, containing a note from someone named R.A.B. Harry announces his intentions to search for Horcruxes the following year rather than return to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione vote to join him. Deathly Hallows. Following Dumbledore's death, Voldemort has taken effective control of the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, Harry is about to turn 17 and will lose his deceased mother's protection. Members of the Order of the Phoenix relocate the Dursleys, and prepare to move Harry to the Burrow by flying him there, using Harry's friends as decoys. Death Eaters attack them upon departure, and in the ensuing battle, Mad-Eye Moody and Hedwig are killed while George Weasley is wounded. Voldemort arrives to kill Harry, but Harry's wand fends him off on its own. Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepare to hunt down Voldemort's 4 remaining Horcruxes. Each inherits bequests from Dumbledore, a golden snitch for Harry, a deluminator for Ron, and the Tales of Beedle the Bard, for Hermione. They are also bequeathed the Sword of Godric Gryffindor, which can destroy Horcruxes, but the Ministry prevents them from receiving it. During Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour's wedding, the Ministry falls to Voldemort. Death Eaters attack the wedding reception. The trio flee to 12 Grimmauld Place, Sirius Black's family home he left to Harry. They learn that Sirius's late brother, Regulus, stole the Horcrux locket and hid it in the house. It was later stolen by Mundungus Fletcher. House Elf Cratchit locates Fletcher, who says the locket was taken by Dolores Umbridge. The trio infiltrate the ministry and steal the locket from Umbridge, but Grimmauld Place is compromised in their escape. They hide in the forest, unable to destroy the locket and with no further leads. The locket's dark nature affects Ron, and he abandons the group. Harry and Hermione learn about Dumbledore's past with Dark Wizard, Gellert Grindelwald. They travel to Godric's Hollow, Harry's birthplace, where they are attacked by Nagini. They escape, but Harry's wand is damaged. One night, a dope Patronus guides Harry to a pond containing Gryffindor's sword. When Harry tries to recover it, the locket around his neck nearly kills him. Ron, guided back by the Deluminator, saves him and destroys the locket. In Dumbledore's book, Hermione identifies a symbol also worn by Luna Lovegood's father Xenophilius Lovegood. He says the symbol represents the mythical Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, an unbeatable wand, the Resurrection Stone, which can summon the dead, and an infallible invisibility cloak. Xenophilius acts strangely, and the trio realize Luna has been captured. Xenophilius summons Death Eaters to catch them in exchange for Luna's freedom, but the three escape. Harry deduces that Voldemort is hunting the Elder Wand, which had passed to Dumbledore after he defeated Grindelwald. Harry also deduces that his invisibility cloak is the third Hallow, and his snitch contains the Resurrection Stone. The trio are captured and taken to Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix tortures Hermione, believing they stole Gryffindor's sword from her Gringotts vault. With help from Dobby the house elf, they escape to Bill and Fleur's cottage along with fellow prisoners, including the goblin Gryffindor. During the escape, Bellatrix kills Dobby. Harry has a vision of Voldemort stealing the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's tomb. The trio decide to break into Bellatrix's vault, believing another Horcrux is there. With Gryffindor's help, they break in, retrieve Hufflepuff's cup, and escape, though Gryffindor has stolen Gryffindor's sword in the process. Harry has a vision of Voldemort being informed of the heist and deciding to check his Horcruxes, thus revealing the remaining ones to Harry, Nagini, and one hidden at Hogwarts. The trio enter Hogwarts with help from Dumbledore's brother Aberforth. Voldemort, alerted to Harry's whereabouts, mounts an assault on Hogwarts. The teachers and students mobilize to defend the school. Ron and Hermione destroy Hufflepuff's cup with basilisk fangs from the Chamber of Secrets. Harry discovers that Ravenclaw's diadem is the Horcrux. The trio find the diadem in the Room of Requirement but are ambushed by Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Crabbe attacks them using a cursed fire, but fails to control it. The fire kills him and destroys the diadem. Meanwhile, many are killed in Voldemort's assault, including Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and Fred Weasley. Voldemort feels the Elder Wand is not performing as expected. Believing that Snape, having killed Dumbledore, is its true master, Voldemort murders Snape. Harry arrives as Snape dies, and Snape passes him memories to view in the Pensieve. They reveal Snape loved Harry's mother and acted as a double agent against Voldemort. He had watched over the trio, conjuring the Doe Patronus. It is also revealed that Dumbledore was dying after mishandling the ring Horcrux, and had planned his murder at Snape's hands. Harry also learns that he is an unintentional Horcrux, unbeknownst to Voldemort, and must die at Voldemort's hands to render him mortal. Harry gives himself up, instructing Neville Longbottom to kill Nagini. On the way, he uses the Resurrection Stone within the Snitch to reunite with his parents and other deceased loved ones. He drops the stone as he meets Voldemort, who casts the killing curse on him. Harry awakens in a dreamlike location resembling King's Cross and is greeted by Dumbledore. He explains that Voldemort's original killing curse left a fragment of his soul in Harry, causing their connection. The latest killing curse destroyed that soul fragment, allowing Harry to return to life or to go on. Harry returns to life and feigns death. Voldemort calls for a truce at Hogwarts and demands their surrender. Neville, however, pulls Gryffindor's sword from the Sorting Hat and kills Nagini. The battle resumes, with Molly Weasley killing Bellatrix, and Harry revealing himself to Voldemort. He explains that the Elder Wand's loyalty transfers upon the defeat, not the killing, of its former master. Draco, not Snape, had been the Elder Wand's master, having disarmed Dumbledore before Snape killed him. Having disarmed Draco at Malfoy Manor, Harry now commands the Elder Wand. Voldemort casts the killing curse at Harry, but the spell rebounds, killing Voldemort. Harry uses the Elder Wand to repair his original wand before returning the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's tomb. He keeps his invisibility cloak, and lets the Resurrection Stone remain lost. The wizarding world returns to peace. Epilogue. 19 years later, the main characters are seeing their children off to Hogwarts. Harry and Ginny have 3 children, James Sirius, Albus Severus, and Lily Luna. Ron and Hermione have 2 children, Rose and Hugo. Harry's godson Teddy Lupin is found kissing Bill and Fleur's daughter Victoire. Draco and his wife are sending off their son Scorpius. Albus is departing for his first year, and worries he will be placed in Slytherin. Harry reassures him, telling his son of Snape's bravery and that the Sorting Hat could account for his wishes. As his scar has not hurt in 19 years, Harry notes that all is well. Other. Beatboxing. Beatboxing, also beatboxing, is a form of vocal percussion primarily involving the art of mimicking drum machines, typically a TR-808, using one's mouth, lips, tongue, and voice. It may also involve vocal imitation of turntablism, and other musical instruments. Beatboxing today is connected with hip-hop culture, often referred to as the fifth element of hip-hop, although it is not limited to hip-hop music. The term beatboxing is sometimes used to refer to vocal percussion in general. Beatboxing history. Techniques similar to beatboxing have been employed in diverse American musical genres since the 19th century, such as early rural music, both black and white, religious songs, blues, ragtime, vaudeville, and hokum. Examples include the Appalachian technique of effing and the blues song Bye Bye Bird by Sonny Boy Williamson II. Additional influences may perhaps include forms of African traditional music, in which performers utilize their bodies, for example, by clapping or stomping, as percussion instruments and produce sounds with their mouths by breathing loudly in and out, a technique used in beatboxing today. Vocal percussion is the imitation or approximation of percussion instruments, and beatboxing is a form of vocal percussion but can be described as music with your mouth. Beatboxing is making and being the music, not just rhythm. Beatboxing is both the rhythm, predominantly through the bass and snare drums as well as hi-hat, while also incorporating various sound effects such as DJ scratching, synthesizers, and bass lines. Using the mouth, lips, tongue, and voice to make music is thus the beatboxer's equivalent to a pianist's fingers and arms. Many well-known performers used vocal percussion occasionally, even though this was not directly connected to the cultural tradition that came to be known as beatboxing. Paul McCartney's That Would Be Something, 1969, includes vocal percussion. Pink Floyd's Power, TLCH, 1967, also includes vocal percussion performed by the group's original lead vocalist, Syd Barrett. Jazz singers Bobby McFerrin and Al Jarreau were very well known for their vocal styles and techniques, which have had great impact on techniques beatboxers use today. Michael Jackson was known to record himself beatboxing on a dictation tape recorder as a demo and scratch recording to compose several of his songs, including Billie Jean, The Girl Is Mine, and others. 8. In contrast, the 1960s/70s band Jethro Tull adopted beatboxing on at least one track on their 2003 Christmas album. Gert Frobe, a German actor most widely known for playing Auric Goldfinger in the James Bond film Goldfinger, beatboxes as Colonel Manfred von Holstein, simultaneously vocalizing horned and percussive instruments, in Those Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines, a 1965 British comedy film. Modern beatboxing. The internet has played a large part in the popularity of modern beatboxing. Alex2, aka A+, started the first online community of beatboxers in 2000 under the banner of humanbeatbox.com. An early example of modern beatboxing was seen in the 2001 South Korean romantic comedy film My Sassy Girl. In 2001, Gavin Tite, a member of this community, created the world's first tutorials and video tutorials on beatboxing. In 2003, the community held the world's first human beatbox convention in London featuring beatbox artists from all over the world. Beatboxing's current popularity is due in part to releases from artists such as Razzle, Roxer Loops, Reaps One, and Lam. In the Pacific, American beatboxer of Hawaii Chinese descent Jason Tom co-founded the Human Beatbox Academy to perpetuate the art of beatboxing through outreach performances, speaking engagements and workshops in Honolulu, the westernmost and southernmost major U.S. city of the 50th U.S. state of Hawaii. Sometimes, modern beatboxers will use their hand or another part of their body to extend the spectrum of sound effects and rhythm. Some have developed a technique that involves blowing and sucking air around their fingers to produce a very realistic record scratching noise, which is commonly known as the crab scratch. Another hand technique includes the throat tap, which involves beatboxers tapping their fingers against their throats as they throat sing or hum. Beatboxers today can produce up to 8 different sounds at the same time. Modern beatboxing has also evolved with the advent of technology such as live looping. Many beatboxers like the Beardy Man, Korean FX, and the Pitbox use modern looping devices such as the Boss RC505 to sample or layer their beatboxing sounds live on stage, in addition to traditional solo beatboxing. Such adaptation has allowed modern beatboxers to perform entire musical compositions much like DJs but with their mouths. Today there is an increase in the variety in which we see beatboxing throughout musical culture. People have gone as far as adding beatboxing in with different instruments to create a completely different sound unlike any other. Artist Greg Patillo goes as far as adding in beatboxing while playing the flute to very iconic songs. Beatbox has become modernized and has even been seen in popular movies such as Pitch Perfect and Pitch Perfect 2. These movies showcase classical songs performed with a cappella covers in which all of the beats to the songs are done completely using the idea and technique of beatboxing to complete the sound capable to imitate the original song. Programming language. A programming language is any set of rules that converts strings, or graphical program elements in the case of visual programming languages, to various kinds of machine code output. Programming languages are one kind of computer language, and are used in computer programming to implement algorithms. Most programming languages consist of instructions for computers. There are programmable machines that use a set of specific instructions, rather than general programming languages. Since the early 1800s, programs have been used to direct the behavior of machines such as Jacquard looms, music boxes and player pianos. The programs for these machines, such as a player piano's scrolls, did not produce different behavior in response to different inputs or conditions. Thousands of different programming languages have been created, and more are being created every year. Many programming languages are written in an imperative form, i.e., as a sequence of operations to perform, while other languages use the declarative form, i.e., the desired result is specified, not how to achieve it. The description of a programming language is usually split into the two components of syntax, form, and semantics, meaning, which are usually defined by a formal language. Some languages are defined by a specification document. For example, the C programming language is specified by an ISO standard, while other languages, such as Perl, have a dominant implementation that is treated as a reference. Some languages have both, with the basic language defined by a standard and extensions taken from the dominant implementation being common. Programming language theory is a subfield of computer science that deals with the design, implementation, analysis, characterization, and classification of programming languages. Definition: a programming language is a notation for writing programs, which are specifications of a computation or algorithm. Some authors restrict the term programming language to those languages that can express all possible algorithms. Traits often considered important for what constitutes a programming language include function and target. A computer programming language is a language used to write computer programs, which involves a computer performing some kind of computation or algorithm and possibly control external devices such as printers, disk drives, robots, and so on. For example, PostScript programs are frequently created by another program to control a computer printer or display. More generally, a programming language may describe computation on some, possibly abstract, machine. It is generally accepted that a complete specification for a programming language includes a description, possibly idealized, of a machine or a processor for that language. In most practical contexts, a programming language involves a computer. Consequently, programming languages are usually defined and studied this way. Programming languages differ from natural languages in that natural languages are only used for interaction between people, while programming languages also allow humans to communicate instructions to machines. Abstractions. Programming languages usually contain abstractions for defining and manipulating data structures or controlling the flow of execution. The practical necessity that a programming language support adequate abstractions is expressed by the abstraction principle. This principle is sometimes formulated as a recommendation to the programmer to make proper use of such abstractions. Expressive power. The theory of computation classifies languages by the computations they are capable of expressing. All Turing-complete languages can implement the same set of algorithms. ANSI/ISO SQL 92 and Charity are examples of languages that are not Turing-complete, yet are often called programming languages. Markup languages like XML, HTML, or TROF, which define structured data, are not usually considered programming languages. Programming languages may, however, share the syntax with markup languages if a computational semantics is defined. XSLT, for example, is a Turing-complete language entirely using XML syntax. Moreover, LaTeX, which is mostly used for structuring documents, also contains a Turing-complete subset. The term computer language is sometimes used interchangeably with programming language. However, the usage of both terms varies among authors, including the exact scope of each. One usage describes programming languages as a subset of computer languages. Similarly, languages used in computing that have a different goal than expressing computer programs are generically designated computer languages. For instance, markup languages are sometimes referred to as computer languages to emphasize that they are not meant to be used for programming. Another usage regards programming languages as theoretical constructs for programming abstract machines, and computer languages as the subset thereof that runs on physical computers, which have finite hardware resources. John C. Reynolds emphasizes that formal specification languages are just as much programming languages as are the languages intended for execution. He also argues that textual and even graphical input formats that affect the behavior of a computer are programming languages, despite the fact they are commonly not Turing-complete, and remarks that ignorance of programming language concepts is the reason for many flaws in input formats. Syntax. A programming language's surface form is known as its syntax. Most programming languages are purely textual. They use sequences of text including words, numbers, and punctuation, much like written natural languages. On the other hand, there are some programming languages which are more graphical in nature, using visual relationships between symbols to specify a program. The syntax of a language describes the possible combinations of symbols that form a syntactically correct program. The meaning given to a combination of symbols is handled by semantics, either formal or hard-coded in a reference implementation. Since most languages are textual, this article discusses textual syntax. Programming language syntax is usually defined using a combination of regular expressions, for lexical structure, and Backus-Naur form, for grammatical structure. Below is a simple grammar, based on Lisp. This grammar specifies the following. An expression is either an atom or a list. An atom is either a number or a symbol. A number is an unbroken sequence of one or more decimal digits, optionally preceded by a plus or minus sign. A symbol is a letter followed by 0 or more of any characters, excluding whitespace, and. A list is a matched pair of parentheses, with 0 or more expressions inside it. The following are examples of well-formed token sequences in this grammar: 12,345, and a BC 232, 1. Not all syntactically correct programs are semantically correct. Many syntactically correct programs are nonetheless ill-formed, per the language's rules, and may, depending on the language specification and the soundness of the implementation, result in an error on translation or execution. In some cases, such programs may exhibit undefined behavior. Even when a program is well defined within a language, it may still have a meaning that is not intended by the person who wrote it. Using natural language as an example, it may not be possible to assign a meaning to a grammatically correct sentence, or the sentence may be false. Colorless green ideas sleep furiously is grammatically well formed but has no generally accepted meaning. John is a married bachelor is grammatically well formed but expresses a meaning that cannot be true. The following C language fragment is syntactically correct, but performs operations that are not semantically defined. The operation P4 has no meaning for a value having a complex type, and P greater than M is not defined because the value of P is the null pointer. Complex P equals null. Complex abs underscore P equals sqrt P4 plus P greater than M. If the type declaration on the first line were omitted, the program would trigger an error on undefined variable P during compilation. However, the program would still be syntactically correct since type declarations provide only semantic information. The grammar needed to specify a programming language can be classified by its position in the Chomsky hierarchy. The syntax of most programming languages can be specified using a type 2 grammar, i.e., they are context-free grammars. Some languages, including Perl and Lisp, contain constructs that allow execution during the parsing phase. Languages that have constructs that allow the programmer to alter the behavior of the parser make syntax analysis an undecidable problem, and generally blur the distinction between parsing and execution. In contrast to Lisp's macro system and Perl's begin blocks, which may contain general computations, C macros are merely string replacements and do not require code execution. Semantics. The term semantics refers to the meaning of languages, as opposed to their form, syntax. Static semantics. The static semantics defines restrictions on the structure of valid texts that are hard or impossible to express in standard syntactic formalisms. For compiled languages, static semantics essentially include those semantic rules that can be checked at compile time. Examples include checking that every identifier is declared before it is used, in languages that require such declarations, or that the labels on the arms of a case statement are distinct. Many important restrictions of this type, like checking that identifiers are used in the appropriate context, for example not adding an integer to a function name, or that subroutine calls have the appropriate number and type of arguments, can be enforced by defining them as rules in a logic called a type system. Other forms of static analysis like data flow analysis may also be part of static semantics. Newer programming languages like Java and C# have definite assignment analysis, a form of data flow analysis, as part of their static semantics. Dynamic semantics. Main article, Semantics of Programming Languages. Once data has been specified, the machine must be instructed to perform operations on the data. For example, the semantics may define the strategy by which expressions are evaluated to values, or the manner in which control structures conditionally execute statements. The dynamic semantics, also known as execution semantics, of a language defines how and when the various constructs of a language should produce a program behavior. There are many ways of defining execution semantics. Natural language is often used to specify the execution semantics of languages commonly used in practice. A significant amount of academic research went into formal semantics of programming languages, which allow execution semantics to be specified in a formal manner. Results from this field of research have seen limited application to programming language design and implementation outside academia. Games. Heroes of Might and Magic. Heroes of Might and Magic V is the fifth installment of the Heroes of Might and Magic fantasy turn-based strategy video game series. The game was released by Ubisoft in Europe on May 16, and then in the United States and Canada on May 24, 2006, with the publisher guiding Russian studio Nival Interactive in its development. Following the closure of the 3D company, Ubisoft bought the rights to the Might and Magic franchise, and used Heroes V as a means to reboot the series with a brand new setting, called Deshawn, and no continuity to previous titles. Like the other games in the series, players take control of heroes, leaders with magical abilities, who provide their services for a faction, recruiting an army from settlement strongholds, such as castles, out of various forces, humanoid, undead, monsters, and so forth, and then doing battle against roaming armies, enemy heroes and rival factions. The game features a campaign series that covers 6 factions from Deshawn, along with standalone and multiplayer scenarios. Unlike the preceding games in the series, which used 2D computer graphics but with some isometric touches, Heroes V was the first to be completely 3D. A hero can learn a new skill, upgrade an existing one, gain a new ability or create combos of multiple abilities upon gaining a new level or visiting special buildings on the adventure map. There are 2 sets of skills available to heroes, racial skills and regular skills. A hero can have up to 5 regular skills and always has a proper racial skill. Skills are divided into 4 levels: basic, advanced, expert, and ultimate. Each skill is associated with 3 to 5 abilities, depending on the race of the hero. Each level of skill gives the hero a chance to learn one ability under the skill. That is, a hero with basic level of a skill can learn one ability, advanced level 2, and expert level 3. An ability is not immediately learned when the hero increases the corresponding skill level. The racial skill that a hero learns is dependent on their native faction. All heroes from a faction learn the same racial skill and racial abilities. Each racial skill culminates in an ultimate ability that can only be gained by learning a very specific set of regular skills and abilities. In addition to the 3 levels of skills that apply to regular skills, the racial skill can reach an ultimate level when a certain artifact is worn by the hero. There are 6 factions in the game: Haven, Inferno, Necropolis, Dungeon, Sylvan, and Academy. Additionally, the game's expansion packs added the Fortress and Stronghold alignments. Haven. Haven is a faction populated by humans and ruled by religious warlords. The Holy Griffin Empire propagates law and order and faith in Elbrat, the Dragon of Light. Arising from their military tradition, they have the ability to train their soldiers, promoting them from one level to another. They are the primary protagonists of the game's campaign missions. Their main heroes are young Queen Isabel and faithful Godric, the king's uncle and the top general for the Griffin Empire. Inferno. A dark kingdom of demons from the underworld known as Sheol. The Inferno is a faction which uses gating, a method used to summon additional, though temporary, reinforcements onto the battlefield. Making their infernal abode on blasted lava terrain, the demons are the primary antagonists in the game, led by Ragash, the Dragon of Chaos, and their evil overlord, the demon sovereign Kabbaleth. They are the protagonists of the second act of the campaign, where they are led by the ambitious and ruthless Igral. Necropolis. Once a secret cult flourishing within the dark underside of the Empire and the Silver Cities, the Necropolis faction resides in Harish and is ruled by corrupted wizards who worship a twisted spider version of Asha, the Dragon of Order, seeking to find everlasting peace and beauty in death that has been denied to them in life. They can use the dark magic of necromancy to reanimate slain enemies and fill their own ranks with shambling corpses. The hero for the Necropolis campaign is the shrewd and cunning Markal. Dungeon. Hailing from the underground empire of Chol, the Dark Elves Dungeon faction are a group of fallen elves whose society is built around faith in Malasa, the dragon of darkness, secrecy, plots, and betrayal. They were once part of the Sylvan faction, but became renegades when they made a pact with the mysterious Faceless. In fact, they are falsely accused of Britigas burning and the King Arnold's death, and they had to turn to Malasa for their survival. They mastered the ability of irresistible magic, which made their spells so powerful that even those who had the strongest resistance to magic have little chance to resist. The hero for the Dark Elf campaign is Ray Elag, a mysterious and ambitious warlock. Sylvan. The old Rampart faction from Home 3 in spirit, the Sylvan faction is more distinctly elvish this time around, residing in the Elven Kingdom Ireland, which is said to be blessed by Selena, the dragon of Earth. Their heroes focus on archery, and so do their creatures, who can finish off their enemies without touching them. The racial skill gives entire armies bonuses when fighting certain enemies they have slain previously. They are the counterpart to the dungeon. The hero for the Sylvan campaign is Find, a diplomat and a determined fighter. Academy. The Academy faction is a town dominated by wizards and magical creatures since its debut in the second game of the series. Not much has changed besides its location, moving away from the snowy mountains of the Tower City in Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to a vibrant desert scene closer to the original wizard castle, now filled with Middle Eastern dresses. Most of its heroes focus on magic, and their army comprises mostly shooters and flyers. Their dragon is Sarelim, also known as the Seventh Dragon and the very first wizard who had so much power he became a dragon and helped to banish the malicious Ragash, the Dragon of Chaos. The hero for the Academy campaign is the young and brash Zehr, the son of the late Archmage Cyrus and the new Archmage of the Silver Cities. Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War. Warhammer 40,000, Dawn of War is a military science fiction real-time strategy video game developed by Relic Entertainment and based on Games Workshop's tabletop war game Warhammer 40,000. It was released by THQ on September 20, 2004 in North America and on September 24 in Europe. 3 expansion packs have been released: Winter Assault in 2005, Dark Crusade in 2006, and Soulstorm in 2008. Its first sequel, Dawn of War 2, was released in February 2009. Another sequel, Dawn of War 3, was released in April 2017. As a series, Warhammer 40,000, Dawn of War has sold more than 7 million copies worldwide as of January 2013. Gameplay is initially focused on capturing and holding strategic locations on the battlefield. These control points are captured by infantry squads and provide resources to construct additional units and buildings or unlock certain units in an army's tech tree. Battles are won either by holding a certain number of control points for a period of time or by destroying all of the opposing army's HQ structures. A number of special conditions are available to choose from to customize matches. Warhammer 40,000, Dawn of War features 4 playable armies. Space Marines are the elite, highly skilled and genetically modified superhuman soldiers of the Imperium. Inducted at a young age, each Space Marine receives biological modifications, a lifetime of rigorous training, and lives to experience centuries of endless battle in the defense of humanity. Space Marines have the highest morale in the game. Their troops and vehicles are more expensive, however, reflecting their limited numbers. The Space Marines are the only playable race in the single-player section of the game, and the 11-mission campaign features the 3rd Company of the Blood Ravens chapter as the protagonists, led by Captain Gabriel Angelos and Librarian Isidore Kiois. The Chaos Space Marines are traitors that, 10,000 years ago, chose to abandon their duties to humanity, betray the immortal Emperor of mankind and the Imperium, and instead worship the gods of chaos, accepting promises of power and immortality. In Dawn of War, they use troops that are corrupted mirrors of their loyal Imperial counterparts. In addition, they employ morale-draining demons and psychers. The campaign features the Alpha Legion, with their leaders, Sindri Mur and Lord Bale. The Eldar are a sophisticated psychic race, ancient and technologically advanced, that have fought the fell powers of chaos for millions of years before mankind's birth. Eldar in Dawn of War are fast and agile, but most of their units are more fragile. Swift both on foot and in their hovering grav vehicles, they are also able to move quickly around the map while webway gates. The campaign features a Warost hailing from the craft world Bealtan, led by Farseer Macha. The Orcs are a savage, brutal and warlike species who exist to seek the thrilling challenge of battle. While generally lacking in sophisticated technology, they are physically powerful, using brute force and crude weapons that well complement their tendency to attack in massive hordes. In large enough numbers, they gain morale immunity. The tech tree for orcs differs from the other races in that it depends on the amount of orcs currently in the army and the number of erected wog banners. Several clans are featured in the campaign, as is the hulking orc war boss, Orcamungus. One of the two newer races, the Tau, are unique in multiple ways. Tau warriors and vehicles are powerful in ranged battles, but lack melee prowess. The commander even lacks a melee attack entirely. Many Tau units tend to be relatively fragile, few in number, and expensive. To compensate, they fight alongside the alien crew, using these primal warriors as auxiliaries. Also, they are the only race with a choice in their final technology choices. Two final tier buildings are presented, which provide different endgame units and technologies. Only one may be chosen. The Tau also do not have any standalone defensive structures or minefields. However, one of their heavy infantry, the broadside battlesuit, can be entrenched and use its shoulder-mounted railguns, effectively making them into turrets. The Necrons are unique, as they do not require requisition to build their army. All units are in and of themselves free of requisition point cost. Power is the only resource Necrons need, in order to perform research, construct buildings and to construct and reinforce squads. However, capturing strategic points and building obelisks, the Necrons' listening post, on them will increase the speed of research and building, and will also expand the population cap. The Necron monolith, their home base, is restored as more buildings are built, while also unlocking new units and functions as the only vehicle and troop-producing building. When fully restored, it becomes mobile, albeit very slow, though it can teleport, and is armed with powerful weaponry. Many Necron units have the ability to resurrect, and most will leave persistent corpses on the battlefield that may either self-resurrect after they die or be restored by specialized Necron units. This resurrection can actually allow the Necrons to go over their population cap. Story. The Blood Ravens make planet fall. The Blood Ravens, space marines under Angelos, upon descent to the planet's surface, secure Tartarus spaceport and start their own operations against the warring Orcish forces, including key elimination of their leaders, including an Orc war boss, to destabilize the Orcs' fighting spirit. Unknown to the Space Marines, however, the Orcs' invasion was in fact engineered by the Chaos Alpha Legion sorcerer, Sindri, as a smokescreen to their operations on this world using the forces of Sindri's supposed commander, Lord Bale. However, during the confrontation with the war boss, the shuttle which ferries Sindri and Bale away is spotted by a Bloodraven scout. Hearing this, Angelos is set to investigate, but is interrupted by the sudden arrival of Mordecai Toth of the Inquisition, whom attempts ordering the Bloodravens to evacuate Tartarus due to an upcoming warp storm that will soon engulf the planet in chaos energy and prevent warp travel and escape. Angelos allows Toth use of space marine transports to assist in the evacuation but desires to remain and investigate, clashing with Toth's resolution, whom attempts citing Angelos' previous request of an exterminatus, a space-based planetary bombardment, on his once homeworld of Cyrene, years ago, may have affected his judgment, seeing chaos where it doesn't exist. During Angelos' obstinate pursuit, he uncovers the presence of Eldar forces from the Beeld and Craft world, under Farseer Macha, covertly operating on Tartarus and coming across chaos markers, sacrificial sites which point to a specific direction, that Angelos orders his long friend and librarian, Isidore Echios, to document and then destroy them. But Isidore secretly harbors chaos artifacts and even damages the Bloodraven's transports to allow further research time, being influenced constantly by Sindri's temptations. Angelos' forces track the Eldar to the city of Luvermar, engaging them in a full-scale battle as Sindri and the Alpha Legion infiltrate the city and abscond with an artifact, which Macha believes being a key to the undoing of this world. Witnessing the events too late, Angelos presses Macha for more information, but Macha instead implicates Toth's involvement in the matter, citing his obstinance in withholding information and using the matter of the upcoming warp storm to avoid involving any interested party in the matter. Angelos clashes again with Toth, whom assumes command of almost all of the planet's imperial assets, except the Blood Ravens. After learning Angelos employed Colonel Brom's Imperial Guard to assist him, and cites Angelos' stubbornness as a possible sign of chaos corruption. On a hint given by Macha, whose forces are severely weakened due to the Battle of Louvermar, the Blood Ravens track down the Alpha Legion to the ruins of an Imperial temple where they are stalled by traitorous Imperial Guard regiments, corrupted by chaos, giving time for Sindri and Bale to evade pursuit once again. After the battle, Angelos confronts Thoth when he arrives at the scene, with Thoth revealing the planet bears an ancient chaos artifact called the Maledictum, a stone which contains the essence of a demon, capable of influencing human minds to perform its bidding, while summoning warp storms to imprison any whom attempt to escape. Thoth explains the Eltar presence on Tartarus was to prevent the Alpha Legion from unearthing the stone, unwilling to inform or cooperate with Imperial forces due to arrogant behavior, seeing themselves as the only capable defense against its influence. Gabriel executes the traitor Isidore. Angelos and Thoth make amends and advance against the Alpha Legion's primary position, performing an unholy ritual to unearth the Maledictum. However, while the Blood Ravens and the remaining loyal Imperial Guard exterminate Lord Bale's forces, the same abandoned by Sindri to die to unearth the artifact, Isidore takes the Maledictum and departs with Sindri, revealing he was overcome by the temptations of chaos. Angelos and Thoth pursue him as Sindri takes away the Maledictum from Isidore, with Thoth revealing he suspected corruption from within the Blood Ravens, but made a mistake in focusing more on Angelos than Isidore because of Angelos' obstination and dark past, citing it took either steel or rot to plead the Inquisition to exterminate the whole population of Angelos' former home. As the Blood Ravens destroy Isidore's chaos forces, Angelos fights Isidore in a one-on-one duel. Despite Isidore's taunts of Gabriel's supposed weakness and guilt for the events of Cyrene, Gabriel overcomes them, citing innocence must die so that humanity may live, implying that the planet was long corrupted by chaos and there was no salvation but by destruction. Defeating Isidore, Angelos executes him even as the librarian tries pleading for forgiveness. Angelos and Thoth chase Sindri to a ritual site at the apex of the warp storm, performing a ritual with the Maledictum to turn into a demon prince. As Thoth bequeaths his demon hammer, God Splitter, to Angelos, the Blood Ravens, assisted by the Eltar survivors, fight and overcome the remaining Alpha Legion in a violent battle, killing Sindri despite his demonic power. However, in the aftermath, as Thoth orders Angelos to destroy the Maledictum, Macha pleads to not destroy it and tries interfering with their forces, but Angelos quickly destroys it. As all parties start to evacuate, Angelos is called and faces the demon within the Maledictum, whom Angelos unknowingly released. The demon reveals that all of Tartarus was actually a sacrificial altar to the chaos god Khorne, the blood god, and that all confrontation, including the orc invasion which was arranged by Sindri, were offerings to empower the stone's power to allow the demon's release. Had the Blood Ravens realized this and destroyed the Maledictum earlier, the demon would likely be destroyed as well. The demon allows the release of Angelos and the Blood Ravens, though with the message that he soon would be coming for them all. Gabriel vows to destroy the demon, stating, "I know you now," before departing Tartarus. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, CS, is a series of multiplayer first-person shooter video games in which teams of terrorists battle to perpetrate an act of terror, bombing, hostage-taking, assassination, while counter-terrorists try to prevent it, bomb defusal, hostage rescue, escort mission. The series began on Windows in 1999 with the release of the first game, Counter-Strike. It was initially released as a modification, mod, for Half-Life that was designed by Min Guzman and Jess Cliff before the rights to the mod's intellectual property were acquired by Valve, the developers of Half-Life, who then turned Counter-Strike into a retail product. The original Counter-Strike was followed by Counter-Strike, Condition Zero, developed by Turtle Rock Studios and released in March 2004. A previous version of Condition Zero that was developed by Ritual Entertainment was released alongside it as Condition Zero, Deleted Scenes. 8 months later, Valve released Counter-Strike, Source: a remake of the original Counter-Strike and the first in the series to run on Valve's newly created Source engine. The fourth game in the main series, Counter-Strike: Global Offensive, was released by Valve in 2012 for Windows, OS X, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3. Hidden Path Entertainment, who worked on Counter-Strike: Source post-release, helped to develop the game alongside Valve. There have been several third-party spin-off titles created for Asian markets over the years. These include the Counter-Strike Online series, Counter-Strike Neo, and Counter-Strike Nexon Studio. Counter-Strike is an objective-based, multiplayer first-person shooter. Two opposing teams, the terrorists and the counter-terrorists, compete in game modes to complete objectives, such as securing a location to plant or defuse a bomb and rescuing or guarding hostages. At the end of each round, players are rewarded based on their individual performance with in-game currency to spend on more powerful weapons in subsequent rounds. Winning rounds results in more money than losing, and completing objectives such as killing enemy players gives cash bonuses. Uncooperative actions, such as killing teammates, results in a penalty. Age of Empires. Age of Empires is a series of historical real-time strategy video games, originally developed by Ensemble Studios and published by Xbox Game Studios. The first game was Age of Empires, released in 1997. 9 total games within the series have been released so far, more specifically as of October 28, 2021. Age of Empires focused on events in Europe, Africa, and Asia, spanning from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. The expansion game explored the formation and expansion of the Roman Empire. The sequel, Age of Empires II, The Age of Kings, was set in the Middle Ages, while its expansion focused partially on the Spanish conquest of Mexico. The subsequent 3 games of Age of Empires III explored the early modern period, when Europe was colonizing the Americas and several Asian nations were on the decline. Another installment, Age of Empires Online, takes a different approach as a free-to-play online game utilizing games for Windows Live. A spin-off game, Age of Mythology, was set in the same period as the original Age of Empires, but focused on mythological elements of Greek, Egyptian, and Norse mythology. The fourth main installment in the series, Age of Empires IV, was released on October 28, 2021. The Age of Empires series has been a commercial success, selling over 25 million copies. Critics have credited part of this success of the series to its historical theme and fair play. The artificial intelligence, AI, players have fewer advantages than in many of the series' competitors. The games in the series focus on historical events throughout time. Age of Empires covers the events between the Stone Age and the Classical period, in Europe and Asia. Its expansion, the Rise of Rome, follows the formation and rise of the Roman Empire. The Age of Kings and its Nintendo DS spin-off follow Europe and Asia through the Middle Ages. The Age of Kings expansion pack, The Conquerors, is set during the same period, but also includes scenarios about the Spanish conquest of Mexico, El Cid, and Attila the Hun. Age of Empires III and its first expansion, The War Chiefs, take place during the European colonization of the Americas. Its second expansion, The Asian Dynasties, follows the rise of Asia in the same period. Age of Empires Online focuses on the Greek and Egyptian civilizations. The series spin-off, Age of Mythology, and its expansion pack, The Titans, are set during the Bronze Age, but focus on mythology as their themes, rather than history. Age of Empires, released on October 26, 1997, was the first game in the series, as well as the first major release from Ensemble Studios. It was one of the first history-based real-time strategy games made, utilizing the Johnny game engine. GameSpot described it as a mix of Civilization and Warcraft. The game gives players a choice of 12 civilizations to develop from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. The expansion pack, The Rise of Rome, published by Microsoft on October 31, 1998, introduced new features and 4 new civilizations, including the Romans. Although the 2 games had contained many software bugs, patches resolved many of the problems. Age of Empires was generally well received, despite some highly negative reviews. GameSpot criticized a confused design, while Computer and Video Games praised the game as strong in single and multiplayer. The Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences named Age of Empires the 1998 Computer Strategy Game of the Year. For several years, the game remained high on the sales charts, with over 3 million units sold by 2000. The Rise of Rome sold 1 million units in 2000 and attained 80% as an aggregate score from Game Rankings. In June 2017, Adam Screen, creative director of Xbox Game Studios, announced Age of Empires Definitive Edition at the Electronic Entertainment Expo 2017. It will feature overhauled graphics with support for 4K resolution, a remastered soundtrack, and other gameplay improvements, and was planned to be released on October 19, 2017, but was delayed until February 20, 2018, when it was released on the Microsoft Store. On May 30, 2019, Microsoft announced that the Definitive Edition would be coming to Steam in the future, along with the definitive editions of both Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 3. Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, released on September 30, 1999, used the Johnny game engine, and had gameplay similar to its predecessor. Age of Kings is set in the Middle Ages, from the Dark Ages to the Imperial Age. It allows players to choose one of 13 civilizations, from Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. On August 24, 2000, Microsoft published the expansion, The Conquerors. It added new units and 5 new civilizations, including 2 Mesoamerican civilizations, the Maya and the Aztec. The Age of Kings was a bigger critical success than the first 2 games, with Game Rankings and Metacritic scores of 92%. Microsoft shipped out more than 2 million copies to retailers, and the game received numerous awards and accolades. Critics agreed that The Conquerors expanded well on the Age of Kings, though issues of unbalanced gameplay were raised. The Age of Kings and The Conquerors won the 2000 and 2001 Computer Strategy Game of the Year awards from the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, respectively. In April 2013, Age of Empires 2 HD Edition was released on the Steam digital distribution platform for Windows operating systems. The HD Edition includes both the original game and the expansion The Conquerors, as well as updated graphics for high-resolution displays. Originally a fan-made mod pack made for The Conquerors, Age of Empires 2, The Forgotten was an unofficial expansion that added a new campaign, playable civilizations, maps, and quality of service updates. The Forgotten was later developed into an official expansion with Skybox Labs and Forgotten Studios, and in November 2013 The Forgotten HD was released by Microsoft exclusively for the HD edition on Steam. A third expansion named The African Kingdoms was released by Microsoft in November 2015, also exclusively for the HD edition. A fourth expansion entitled Rise of the Rajas was released on December 19, 2016. On August 21, 2017, Microsoft announced Age of Empires 2, Definitive Edition. In June 2019, Adam Screen, now the franchise creative director for Age of Empires, shared more information regarding the Age of Empires 2, Definitive Edition at the Electronic Entertainment Expo 2019. He confirmed that the Definitive Edition was being developed by Forgotten Empires, Tantalus Media, and Wicked Witch Software. He announced that the game would feature new 4K graphics, Xbox Live support for multiplayer, exclusive achievements, 4 new civilizations, Bulgarians, humans, Lithuanians, Tatars, 3 new campaigns, a new spectator mode and tournament features, and additional quality of life improvements. It was released on November 14, 2019. Bert Beekman, co-founder of Forgotten Empires, confirmed on June 12 that Age of Empires 2 HD Edition would not to be removed from sale after the release of Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Age of Empires 3 released on October 18, 2005, was built on an improved version of the Age of Mythology game engine, with the most significant changes being the updated graphics engine and the inclusion of the Havoc physics middleware engine. The game is set in the period between 1421 and 1850, and players can choose one of 8 European nations. The game introduced a large number of features, such as home cities, described by Ensemble Studios as an important support system to your efforts in the new world. Home cities help provide the player with resources, equipment, troops, and upgrades. They can be used across multiple games, and upgraded after each battle. The feature was compared to a role-playing game character by Ensemble Studios. The first expansion to Age of Empires 3, The War Chiefs, was released October 17, 2006. Most gameplay changes in the expansion pack were small, but it introduced 3 new civilizations, with the focus on Native Americans. Most notable was the introduction of the War Chief unit. The second expansion, The Asian Dynasties, went on sale October 23, 2007. It was a jointly developed product. Big Huge Games helped Ensemble Studios develop the game, with Brian Reynolds joining Bruce Shelley as lead designer. The game expanded the Age of Empires 3 universe into Asia, and introduced 3 new civilizations. Reception towards Age of Empires 3 was mixed. Game Revolution described it as about as much fun as a history textbook, while GameZone argued it was one of the best-looking games, much less an RTS game, that is out on the market currently. It sold more than 2 million copies, and won the GameSpy Real-Time Strategy Game of the Year award. The War Chiefs failed to equal the success of its predecessor, with a lower score on both game rankings and Metacritic, and the Asian Dynasties score was lower still with 80%. Several collector's editions of Age of Empires 3 included a hardcover art book. The last page of the art book has a pictorial depiction of the series. The Roman numerals below each panel range from I to V, indicating the series would include an Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires V. Ensemble Studios employee Sandy Peterson said that the image was total speculation on their part. In 2008, Microsoft announced they were closing down Ensemble Studios following the completion of Halo Wars. Some of its employees would form a new team as part of Microsoft Studios. Kevin Onangst, director of games for Windows, denied it was the end of the Age of Empires series, telling the San Francisco Chronicle, "We're very excited about the future potential for Age of Empires." Edge confirmed, in an interview with Microsoft's corporate vice president of interactive entertainment, Shane Kim, that Microsoft continued to own Age of Empires and that they had plans to continue the series. However, Bruce Shelley wrote in his blog that he would not be part of any new studios formed. Following the announcement of remastered editions of previous games, Microsoft announced Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition on August 21, 2017. On May 30, 2019, the company revealed that the Definitive Edition would come to Steam in the future, along with the definitive editions of both Age of Empires and Age of Empires 2. On August 28, 2020, Microsoft announced at Gamescom 2020 that Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition would release officially on October 15, 2020. On January 23, 2020, Microsoft announced a closed beta for early February of that year. Betas ran on Steam and the Microsoft Store, with each beta session including a small piece of the game. The first closed beta session began on February 11, 2020 and ended on February 19, 2020. The second closed multiplayer session began on March 31 and ran until April 7. The game was released on October 15, 2020. On August 21, 2017, Microsoft announced Age of Empires 4, developed by Relic Entertainment. Microsoft's Executive Vice President of Gaming, Phil Spencer, confirmed on June 11, 2019, that Age of Empires 4 is still in development, with more information coming later in 2019. On November 14, 2019, gameplay footage of Age of Empires 4 was shown at the XO19 event. It showed medieval warfare between English and Mongol forces. Age of Empires 4 was officially released on October 28, 2021, with 8 civilizations available at launch: the Abbasid dynasty, the Chinese, the Delhi Sultanate, the English, the French, the Holy Roman Empire, the Mongols, and the Rus. This title revisits the Middle Ages and incorporates several features and mechanics of Age of Empires 2 that were changed or removed in Age of Empires 3. Actors: Daniel Jacob Radcliffe, born July 23, 1989, is an English actor. He is best known for his role as Harry Potter in the film series of the same name, and has received numerous awards and nominations. Radcliffe made his acting debut at age 10 in the BBC One television film David Copperfield, 1999, followed by his feature film debut in The Tailor of Panama, 2001. The same year, he starred in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Over the next decade, he played the titular role in 7 sequels, culminating with Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Part 2, 2011. During this period, he became one of the world's highest-paid actors and gained worldwide fame, popularity, and critical acclaim. Following the success of Harry Potter, Radcliffe played lawyer Arthur Kipps in the horror film The Woman in Black, 2012, poet Allen Ginsberg in the biographical drama film Kill Your Darlings, 2013, the title character's assistant Igor in the science fiction fantasy film Victor Frankenstein, 2015, Ascension Corps in the comedy drama film Swiss Army Man, 2016, technological prodigy Walter Mabry in the heist thriller film Now You See Me Too, 2016, and FBI agent Nate Foster in the critically acclaimed thriller film Imperium, 2016. Since 2019, he has starred in the TBS anthology series Miracle Workers. Radcliffe branched out to stage acting in 2007, starring in the West End and Broadway productions of Equus and in the 2011 Broadway revival of the musical How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. He continued in Martin McDonagh's dark comedy The Cripple of Inishmen, 2011, in the West End and Broadway in a revival of Tom Stoppard's play Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead, 2017, at the Old Vic. He also starred in the satirical plays Privacy, 2016, and The Lifespan of a Fact, 2018, respectively off-Broadway and Broadway. Radcliffe has contributed to many charities, including Demelza Hospice Care for Children and the Trevor Project. The latter awarded him its Hero Award in 2011. Ryan Rodney Reynolds, born October 23, 1976, is a Canadian actor and film producer. He began his career starring in the Canadian teen soap opera Hillside, 1991 to 1993, and had minor roles before landing the lead role on the sitcom Two Guys and a Girl between 1998 and 2001. Reynolds then starred in a range of films, including comedies such as National Lampoon's Van Wilder, 2002, Waiting, 2005, and The Proposal, 2009. He also performed in dramatic roles in Buried, 2010, Woman in Gold, 2015, and Life, 2017, starred in action films such as Blade, Trinity, 2004, Green Lantern, 2011, Six Underground, 2019, and Free Guy, 2021, and providing voice acting in the animated features The Croods, 2013, Turbo, 2013, Pokémon, Detective Pikachu, 2019, and The Croods, A New Age, 2020. Reynolds' biggest commercial success came with the superhero films Deadpool, 2016, and Deadpool 2, 2018, in which he played the title character. The former set numerous records at the time of its release for an R-rated comedy, and his performance earned him nominations at the Critics' Choice Movie Awards and the Golden Globe Awards. Reynolds was awarded a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2017. He has been married twice, to actress Scarlett Johansson from 2008 to 2011, and since 2012 to actress Blake Lively, with whom he has 3 daughters. Ryan Rodney Reynolds was born on October 23, 1976, in Vancouver, British Columbia. He is the youngest of 4 sons. His father, James Chester Reynolds, was a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman before retiring from the force and going to work as a foods wholesaler. His mother, Tamara Lee (née Stewart), worked in retail sales. Reynolds has 2 brothers that work in law enforcement in British Columbia, one of whom followed his father into the RCMP. His paternal grandfather, Chester Reynolds, was a farmer who represented Stettler in the Legislative Assembly of Alberta from 1940 to 1944. Reynolds has Irish and Scottish ancestry, and was raised in the Roman Catholic Church in Vancouver's Kitsilano neighborhood. He has been involved in acting since age 13. He graduated from Kitsilano Secondary School in 1994, which he attended with actor Joshua Jackson. Reynolds played small roles in a number of television series, but became discouraged and quit acting at age 19 to enroll at Kwantlen Polytechnic University. A few months later he ran into fellow actor Chris William Martin, who convinced him to try again and move with him to Los Angeles. Thomas Stanley Holland, born June 1, 1996, is an English actor. An alumnus of the Brit School for Performing Arts and Technology in London, he began his acting career on the West End stage in the title role of Billy Elliot the Musical at the Victoria Palace Theatre from 2008 to 2010. He then starred in the disaster film The Impossible, 2012, for which he received the London Film Critics Circle Award for Young British Performer of the Year. Holland achieved international recognition when he portrayed Spider-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe superhero films, beginning with Captain America: Civil War, 2016, Spider-Man: Homecoming, 2017, Avengers: Infinity War, 2018, Avengers: Endgame, 2019, Spider-Man: Far From Home, 2019, and Spider-Man: No Way Home, 2021. In 2017, at the age of 20, he won the BAFTA Rising Star Award, becoming the award's second youngest recipient at the time. Thomas Stanley Holland was born on June 1, 1996 in the town of Kingston upon Thames, England to photographer Nicola (née Frost) and Dominic Holland, a comedian and author. He has 3 younger brothers. His paternal grandmother was from Tipperary, Ireland. Holland was educated at Donhead, a Catholic preparatory school in Wimbledon in southwest London, followed by Wimbledon College, a voluntary-aided Jesuit comprehensive school, up until December 2012. He was bullied in school for being a dancer. After Wimbledon College, he attended the Brit School for Performing Arts and Technology in Croydon. In his late teens, during a lull in his career, Holland briefly attended carpentry school in Cardiff, Wales. Dwayne Douglas Johnson, born May 2, 1972, also known by his ring name The Rock, is an American actor, businessman, and former professional wrestler. Regarded as one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time, he wrestled for WWE for 8 years prior to pursuing an acting career. His films have grossed over $3.5 billion in North America and over $10.5 billion worldwide, making him one of the world's highest-grossing and highest-paid actors. Johnson played college football at the University of Miami, and won a national championship in 1991. He aspired to a professional career in football, but went undrafted in the 1995 NFL Draft. He signed with the Calgary Stampeders of the Canadian Football League, CFL, but was cut from the team in his first season. Part of the Onawai family, Johnson's father Rocky and maternal grandfather Peter Maivia were professional wrestlers, and he secured a contract with the World Wrestling Federation, WWF, now WWE, in 1996. He rose to prominence after developing the gimmick of a charismatic trash talker and helped usher in the Attitude Era, an industry boom period in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Johnson left WWE in 2004 and returned in 2011 as a part-time performer until 2013, making sporadic appearances until retiring in 2019. A 10-time world champion, including the promotion's first of African-American descent, he is also a 2-time Intercontinental Champion, a 5-time Tag Team Champion, the 2000 Royal Rumble winner, and WWE's 6th Triple Crown Champion. Johnson headlined the most-bought professional wrestling pay-per-view, WrestleMania 28, and was featured among the most-watched episodes of WWE's flagship television series, Raw and SmackDown. Johnson's first leading role was as the titular character in the sword and sorcery film The Scorpion King, 2002. He has since starred in the comedies The Game Plan, 2007, Tooth Fairy, 2010, and Central Intelligence, 2016, the action-adventure films Journey to The Mysterious Island, 2012, G.I. Joe, Retaliation, 2013, Hercules, 2014, and Skyscraper, 2018, the science fiction films San Andreas, 2015, and Rampage, 2018, and the animated film Moana, 2016. His role as Luke Hobbs in the Fast and Furious films, beginning with Fast 5, 2011, has helped it become one of the highest-grossing film franchises. 19. Johnson also stars in the Jumanji films, appearing in Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, 2017, and Jumanji, The Next Level, 2019, and is set to portray Black Adam in its superhero film adaptation. Johnson produced and starred in the HBO comedy-drama series Ballers, 2015 to 2019, and stars and produces the autobiographical sitcom Young Rock, 2021. In 2000, Johnson released the autobiography The Rock Says, which was a New York Times bestseller. In 2012, he co-founded the entertainment production company 7 Bucks Productions, and is the co-owner of American Football League, the XFL. In 2016 and 2019, Johnson was named by Time as one of the world's most influential people. Kevin Darnell Hart, born July 6, 1979, is an American stand-up comedian and actor. Born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Hart began his career by winning several amateur comedy competitions at clubs throughout New England, culminating in his first real break in 2001 when he was cast by Judd Apatow for a recurring role on the TV series Undeclared. The series lasted only 1 season, but he soon landed other roles in films such as Paper Soldiers, 2002, Scary Movie 3, 2003, Soul Plane, 2004, In the Mix, 2005, and Little Fockers, 2010. Hart's comedic reputation continued to grow with the release of his first stand-up album I'm a Grown Little Man, 2008, and performances in the films Think Like a Man, 2012, Grudge Match, 2013, Ride Along, 2014, and its sequel Ride Along 2, 2016, About Last Night, 2014, Get Hard, 2015, Central Intelligence, 2016, The Secret Life of Pets, 2016, Captain Underpants, The First Epic Movie, 2017, Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, 2017, Night School, 2018, and Jumanji, The Next Level, 2019. He also released 4 more comedy albums, Seriously Funny in 2010, Laugh at My Pain in 2011, Let Me Explain in 2013, and What Now? In 2016. In 2015, Time magazine named Hart one of the 100 most influential people in the world on the annual Time 100 list. He starred as a fictionalized version of himself in the lead role of Real Husbands of Hollywood / In 2017, Hart launched the Laugh Out Loud Network, a subscription video streaming service in partnership with Lionsgate. Arnold Alois Schwarzenegger, / V. RDSN. R/1A, German, A. N. LT. Va. TSN. Born July 30, 1947, is an Austrian-American actor, former bodybuilder, film producer, businessman, and former politician who served as the 38th governor of California from 2003 to 2011. As of 2022, he is the most recent Republican governor of California. Schwarzenegger began lifting weights at the age of 15 and went on to win the Mr. Universe title at age 20, subsequently winning the Mr. Olympia contest 7 times. He remains a prominent figure in bodybuilding, and has written many books and articles on it. The Arnold Sports Festival, considered the second most important bodybuilding event after Mr. Olympia, is named after him. He appeared in the bodybuilding documentary Pumping Iron, 1977. Schwarzenegger retired from bodybuilding and gained worldwide fame as a Hollywood action star, with his breakthrough The Sword and Sorcery epic Conan the Barbarian, 1982, a box office hit with the sequel in 1984. After playing the title character in the science fiction film The Terminator, 1984, he starred in the sequels Terminator 2, Judgment Day, 1991, Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, 2003, Terminator Genesis, 2015, and Terminator, Dark Fate, 2019. His other successful action films included Commando, 1985, The Running Man, 1987, Predator, 1987, Red Heat, 1988, Total Recall, 1990, and True Lies, 1994, in addition to comedy films such as Twins, 1988, Kindergarten Cop, 1990, Junior, 1994, and Jingle All the Way. He is the founder of the film production company Oak Productions. As a Republican candidate, Schwarzenegger was first elected on October 7, 2003, in a special recall election to replace then-Governor Gray Davis. He received 48.6% of the vote, 17 points ahead of Democrat runner-up Cruz Bustamante. He was sworn in on November 17 to serve the remainder of Davis' term, and was re-elected in the 2006 California gubernatorial election with an increased vote share of 55.9% to serve a full term as governor. In 2011, he reached his term limit as governor and returned to acting. Schwarzenegger was nicknamed the Austrian Oak in his bodybuilding days, Arnie or Schwarzy during his acting career, and the Governator, a portmanteau of governor and Terminator, during his political career. He married Maria Shriver, a niece of President John F. Kennedy, in 1986. They separated in 2011 after he admitted to having fathered a child with their housemate in 1997. Their divorce was finalized in 2021. Samuel Leroy Jackson, born December 21, 1948, is an American actor and producer. One of the most widely recognized actors of his generation, the films in which he has appeared have collectively grossed over $27 billion worldwide, making him the highest-grossing actor of all time, excluding cameo appearances and voice roles. He rose to fame with films such as Coming to America, 1988, Goodfellas, 1990, Patriot Games, 1992, Juice, 1992, Menace to Society, 1993, True Romance, 1993, Jurassic Park, 1993, and Fresh, 1994. Jackson continued gaining greater prominence for his collaborations with director Spike Lee in the film School Days, 1988, Do the Right Thing, 1989, Mo Better Blues, 1990, Jungle Fever, 1991, Old Boy, 2013, and Chirac, 2015, and in the Quentin Tarantino films Pulp Fiction, 1994, Jackie Brown, 1997, Django Unchained, 2012, and The Hateful Eight, 2015. For his role in Pulp Fiction, he was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. In 2021 it was announced by the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences that Jackson will be the recipient of the Honorary Academy Award. Jackson is a highly prolific actor, having appeared in over 150 films. His other roles include Die Hard with a Vengeance, 1995, A Time to Kill, 1996, Hard Eight, 1996, Eavesdropping, 1997, The Red Violin, 1998, The Negotiator, 1998, Unbreakable, 2000, Shaft, 2000, and its 2019 sequel, Reboot, Coach Carter, 2005, Snakes on a Plane, 2006, The Other Guys, 2010, Kingsman, The Secret Service, 2014, Kong, Skull Island, 2017, and Glass, 2019. Jackson also won widespread recognition as the Jedi Mace Windu in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, 1999 to 2005, and later voiced the role in the animated film Star Wars, The Clone Wars, 2008. With his permission, his likeness was used for the Ultimate version of the Marvel Comics character Nick Fury. He subsequently played Fury in 11 Marvel Cinematic Universe films, beginning with the cameo appearance in Iron Man, 2008, as well as guest starring in the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He will reprise this role in the upcoming Disney Plus series Secret Invasion, which is set to premiere in 2022. Jackson has provided his voice for several animated films, documentaries, television series, and video games, including Lucius Best, Frozone in the Pixar films The Incredibles, 2004, and Incredibles 2, 2018, Whiplash and Turbo, 2013, the title character of the anime television series Afro Samurai, 2007, and Frank Tenpenny in the video game Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, 2004. In 2016, Jackson served as the narrator of the acclaimed documentary I Am Not Your Negro based on James Baldwin's writings. Mark Robert Michael Wahlberg, born June 5, 1971, former stage name Marky Mark, is an American actor, producer, businessman and former rapper. Wahlberg was born in Boston, Massachusetts in 1971. In the 1990s, Wahlberg was a member of the music group Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, with whom he released the albums Music for the People, 1991, and You Gotta Believe, 1992. Wahlberg transitioned from music to acting, with his screen debut in Renaissance Man, 1994, and his first starring role in Fear, 1996. He received critical praise for his performance as porn actor Dirk Diggler in Boogie Nights, 1997. In the early 2000s, he ventured into big-budget action-oriented movies, such as The Perfect Storm, 2000, Planet of the Apes, 2001, and The Italian Job, 2003. He was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for playing a police officer in the crime drama The Departed, 2006. He was nominated for the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor for the sports drama biopic The Fighter, 2010, in which he starred as Mickey Ward. In the 2010s, he landed successful comedy roles with The Other Guys, 2010, Ted, 2012, Ted 2, 2015, Daddy's Home, 2015, and Daddy's Home 2, 2017. He also became the protagonist in 2 films in the Transformers live-action film franchise, Transformers, Age of Extinction and Transformers, The Last Knight. He was the world's highest-paid actor in 2017. Wahlberg also served as executive producer of 5 HBO series, the comedy drama Entourage, 2004 to 2011, the period crime drama Boardwalk Empire, 2010 to 2014, the comedy dramas How to Make It in America, 2010 to 2011, and Ballers, 2015 to 2019, and the documentary McMillions, 2020. He is co-owner of the Wahlburgers chain and co-starred in the reality TV series About It. He received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2010. Continents. Arctic. The Arctic, right? K/or/Arctic. K/ is a polar region located at the northernmost part of Earth. The Arctic consists of the Arctic Ocean, adjacent seas, and parts of Alaska, United States, Canada, Finland, Greenland, Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Russia, and Sweden. Land within the Arctic region has seasonally varying snow and ice cover, with predominantly treeless permafrost, permanently frozen underground ice, containing tundra. Arctic seas contain seasonal sea ice in many places. The Arctic region is a unique area among Earth's ecosystems. The cultures in the region and the Arctic indigenous peoples have adapted to its cold and extreme conditions. Life in the Arctic includes zooplankton and phytoplankton, fish and marine mammals, birds, land animals, plants and human societies. Arctic land is bordered by the subarctic. The Arctic is characterized by cold winters and cool summers. Its precipitation mostly comes in the form of snow and is low, with most of the area receiving less than 50 centimeters, 20 in. High winds often stir up snow, creating the illusion of continuous snowfall. Average winter temperatures can go as low as 40 degrees Celsius, (40 degrees Fahrenheit), and the coldest recorded temperature is approximately 68 degrees Celsius, (90 degrees Fahrenheit). Coastal Arctic climates are moderated by oceanic influences, having generally warmer temperatures and heavier snowfalls than the colder and drier interior areas. The Arctic is affected by current global warming, leading to Arctic sea ice shrinkage, diminished ice in the Greenland ice sheet, and Arctic methane release as the permafrost thaws. 9. The melting of Greenland's ice sheet is linked to polar amplification. Due to the poleward migration of the planet's isotherms, about 56 kilometers, 35 miles, per decade during the past 30 years as a consequence of global warming, the Arctic region, as defined by tree line and temperature, is currently shrinking. Perhaps the most alarming result of this is Arctic sea ice shrinkage. There is a large variance in predictions of Arctic sea ice loss, with models showing near complete to complete loss in September from 2035 to sometime around 2067. Arctic life is characterized by adaptation to short growing seasons with long periods of sunlight, and cold, dark, snow-covered winter conditions. Plants. Arctic vegetation is composed of plants such as dwarf shrubs, graminoids, herbs, lichens, and mosses, which all grow relatively close to the ground, forming tundra. An example of a dwarf shrub is the barberry. As one moves northward, the amount of warmth available for plant growth decreases considerably. In the northernmost areas, plants are at their metabolic limits, and small differences in the total amount of summer warmth make large differences in the amount of energy available for maintenance, growth and reproduction. Colder summer temperatures cause the size, abundance, productivity and variety of plants to decrease. Trees cannot grow in the Arctic, but in its warmest parts, shrubs are common and can reach 2 meters, 6 feet 7 in height. Sedges, mosses and lichens can form thick layers. In the coldest parts of the Arctic, much of the ground is bare, non-vascular plants such as lichens and mosses predominate, along with a few scattered grasses and forbs, like the Arctic poppy. Animals. Herbivores on the tundra include the Arctic hare, lemming, muskox, and caribou. They are preyed on by the snowy owl, Arctic fox, grizzly bear, and Arctic wolf. The polar bear is also a predator, though it prefers to hunt for marine life from the ice. There are also many birds and marine species endemic to the colder regions. Other terrestrial animals include wolverines, moose, Dall sheep, ermines, and Arctic ground squirrels. Marine mammals include seals, walrus, and several species of cetacean, baleen whales and also narwhals, killer whales, and belugas. An excellent and famous example of a ring species exists and has been described around the Arctic Circle in the form of the Lara skulls. Resources. The Arctic includes copious natural resources, oil, gas, minerals, fresh water, fish and, if the subarctic is included, forest, to which modern technology and the economic opening up of Russia have given significant new opportunities. The interest of the tourism industry is also on the increase. The Arctic contains some of the last and most extensive continuous wilderness areas in the world, and its significance in preserving biodiversity and genotypes is considerable. The increasing presence of humans fragments vital habitats. The Arctic is particularly susceptible to the abrasion of ground cover and to the disturbance of the rare breeding grounds of the animals that are characteristic to the region. The Arctic also holds 1/5 of the Earth's water supply. Antarctic. Antarctica, /?n, T, right, K //n, T, Arcati, K /Note 1, is Earth's southernmost continent. The continent, which contains the geographic South Pole, is situated almost entirely south of the Antarctic Circle and is surrounded by the Southern Ocean. At 14,200,000 square kilometers, 5,500,000 square miles, it is the fifth largest continent, being nearly twice the size of Australia. During the summer months 5,000 people reside at research stations, a figure that drops to around 1,000 in the winter. Most of Antarctica is covered by ice, with an average thickness of 1.9 kilometers, 1.2 miles, 6,200 feet. Antarctica is on average the coldest, driest, and windiest of the continents, and has the highest average elevation. For, it is mainly a polar desert, with annual precipitation of 200 millimeters, 8 in, along the coast and far less inland. About 70% of the world's freshwater reserves are frozen there, enough to raise global sea levels by about 60 meters, 200 feet, if it all melted. Antarctica holds the record for the lowest temperature on Earth, which was measured to be 89.2 degrees Celsius, (128.6 degrees Fahrenheit). The average for the third quarter, the coldest part of the year, is 63 degrees Celsius, (81 degrees Fahrenheit). Native species of animals include mites, nematodes, penguins, seals and tardigrades. Vegetation consists of tundra. Antarctica was probably first seen in 1820, when the Russian expedition led by Fabian Gottlieb van Bellingshausen and Mikhail Lazarev sighted the Fimbul ice shelf. The continent was discovered in January 1840 by the United States exploring expedition, under Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, and a separate French expedition under Jules Dumont d'Urville. The Wilkes expedition, though it did not make a landing, remained long enough in the region to survey 1,300 kilometers, 800 miles, of the coast. The first confirmed landing was by a Norwegian team in 1895. Antarctica is governed by about 30 countries, all of which are parties to the 1959 Antarctic Treaty System. According to the terms of the treaty, military activity, mining, nuclear explosions and nuclear waste disposal are all prohibited. Antarctica is the coldest, windiest and driest of Earth's continents. 1. It was ice-free until about 34 million years ago. 98. The lowest natural air temperature ever recorded on Earth was 89.2 degrees Celsius, (128.6 degrees Fahrenheit), at the Russian Vostok station in Antarctica on July 21, 1983. 99. A lower air temperature of 94.7 degrees Celsius, (138.5 degrees Fahrenheit), was recorded in 2010 by satellite. However, it may have been influenced by ground temperatures and was not recorded at a height of 2 meters, 7 feet, above the surface as required for official air temperature records. 100. Average temperatures can reach a minimum of between 80 degrees Celsius, (112 degrees Fahrenheit), in the interior of the continent during winter and a maximum of over 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, near the coast in summer. 101. Sinai Island recorded a temperature of 19.8 degrees Celsius, 67.6 degrees Fahrenheit, in January 1982, the highest temperature ever recorded in the Antarctic region, including non-continental islands. Antarctica is a frozen desert with little precipitation. The South Pole receives less than 10 millimeters, 0.4 in, per year, on average. Sunburn is often a health issue as the snow surface reflects almost all of the ultraviolet light falling on it. Given the latitude, long periods of constant darkness or constant sunlight create climates unfamiliar to human beings in much of the rest of the world. The aurora australis, commonly known as the Southern Lights, is a glow observed in the night sky near the South Pole created by the plasma-full solar winds that pass by the Earth. Diamond dust, a ground-level cloud composed of tiny ice crystals, generally forms under otherwise clear or nearly clear skies, so people sometimes also refer to it as clear sky precipitation. A sundog, a frequent atmospheric optical phenomenon, is a bright spot beside the true sun. Animals. Invertebrate life of Antarctica includes microscopic mites like Elascozetes antarcticus, lice, nematodes, tardigrades, rotifers, krill and springtails. The flightless midge Belgica antarctica, up to 6 mm, 1/4 in size, is the largest purely terrestrial animal in Antarctica. Other members of Chironomity, such as Bricklesnii, also inhabit the continent. Antarctic krill, which congregate in large schools, is the keystone species of the ecosystem of the Southern Ocean, and is an important food organism for whales, seals, leopard seals, fur seals, squid, icefish, penguins, albatrosses and many other birds. Few terrestrial vertebrates live in Antarctica, and those that do are limited to the subantarctic islands. Some species of marine animals exist and rely, directly or indirectly, on the phytoplankton. Antarctic sea life includes penguins, blue whales, orcas, colossal squids and fur seals. The emperor penguin is the only penguin that breeds during the winter in Antarctica. It and the Adelie penguin breed farther south than any other penguin. The snow petrel is one of only 3 birds that breed exclusively in Antarctica. The Antarctic fur seal was very heavily hunted in the 18th and 19th centuries for its pelt by sealers from the United States and the United Kingdom. 148-149, the Weddell seal, a true seal, is named after Sir James Weddell, commander of British sealing expeditions in the Weddell Sea. Leopard seals are apex predators in the Antarctic ecosystem, and migrate across the Southern Ocean in search of food. A census of marine life by some 500 researchers during the International Polar Year was released in 2010. The research found that more than 235 marine organisms live in both polar regions, having bridged a gap of 12,000 kilometers, 7,456 miles. Large animals such as some cetaceans and birds make the round trip annually. More surprising are small forms of life such as sea cucumbers and free-swimming snails found in both polar oceans. Various factors may aid in their distribution. Fairly uniform temperatures of the deep ocean at the poles and the equator, which differ by no more than 5 degrees Celsius, and the major current systems or marine conveyor belt which transport eggs and larval stages. Fungi. About 1,150 species of fungi have been recorded from Antarctica, of which about 750 are non-lichen-forming and 400 are lichen-forming. Some of these species colonize structural cavities within porous rocks as a result of evolution under extreme conditions, and have significantly contributed to shaping the impressive rock formations of the McMurdo Dry valleys and surrounding mountain ridges. The apparently simple morphology, scarcely differentiated structures, metabolic systems and enzymes still active at very low temperatures, and reduced life cycles shown by such fungi make them particularly suited to harsh environments such as the McMurdo Dry valleys. In particular, their thick-walled and strongly melanized cells make them resistant to UV light. Those features can also be observed in algae and cyanobacteria, suggesting that these are adaptations to the conditions prevailing in Antarctica. This has led to speculation that, if life ever occurred on Mars, it might have looked similar to Antarctic fungi such as Cryomyces antarcticus and Cryomyces menteri. Some of these fungi are also apparently endemic to Antarctica. Endemic Antarctic fungi also include certain dung-inhabiting species, which live in the dung of birds, and which have had to evolve in response to the double challenge of extreme cold while growing on dung, and the need to survive passage through the gut of warm-blooded animals. Plants. About 300 million years ago, Permian forests started to cover the continent, and tundra vegetation survived as late as 15 million years ago, but the climate of present-day Antarctica does not allow extensive vegetation to form. A combination of freezing temperatures, poor soil quality, lack of moisture, and lack of sunlight inhibit plant growth. As a result, the diversity of plant life is very low and limited in distribution. The flora of the continent largely consists of bryophytes. There are about 100 species of mosses and 25 species of liverworts, but only 3 species of flowering plants, all of which are found in the Antarctic Peninsula: Champsia antarctica, Antarctic hairgrass, Colobanthus quaitensis, Antarctic pearlwort, and the non-native Pio annua, annual bluegrass. Growth is restricted to a few weeks in the summer. Others. 700 species of algae exist, most of which are phytoplankton. Multicolored snow algae and diatoms are especially abundant in the coastal regions during the summer. Bacteria have been found living in the cold and dark as deep as 800 meters, 0.50 miles, 2,600 feet, under the ice. There is some evidence, in the form of ice cores drilled to about 400 meters, 1,300 feet, above the waterline, that Lake Vostok's waters may contain microbial life. The frozen surface of the lake shares similarities with Jupiter's moon Europa. If life is discovered in Lake Vostok, it would strengthen the argument for the possibility of life on Europa. There exists a community of extremophile bacteria in the highly alkaline waters of Lake Untersee. The prevalence of highly resilient creatures in such inhospitable areas could further bolster the argument for extraterrestrial life in extremely cold, methane-rich environments. Fitness and etc. Fitness culture is a social-cultural phenomenon surrounding exercise and physical fitness. It is usually associated with gym culture, as doing physical exercises in locations such as gyms, wellness centers and health clubs is a popular activity. An international survey found that more than 27% of world total adult population attends fitness centers, and that 61% of regular exercisers are currently doing gym-type activities. Getting and maintaining physical fitness has been shown to benefit individuals' inner and outer health. Fitness culture has become highly promoted through modern technology and from the rising popularity of social media platforms. The word gymnastics is derived from the Greek word gymnas, which literally means to exercise naked. In ancient Greece and Rome, a public place devoted to athletes' training, called gymnasium, plural, gymnasia, for Greeks, and palestra, plural, palestri, for Romans existed in cities. Fitness was regarded as a concept shaped by 2 cultural codes, rationalization and asceticism, authenticity and hedonism, respectively. In Greece, gymnastic excellence was regarded as a noble and godly pursuit, and was included in a complete education. Gymnasiums became the center of the community, being associated with the arts, the study of logic, and a source of entertainment. Skilled athletes attained an elevated status and devoted their lives to becoming proficient in exercise. Both men and women participated in various gymnastic exercises. The series of activities include swimming, throwing, wrestling, jumping and weightlifting. After the Romans conquered Greece, they developed the activities into a more formal sport and used their gymnasiums to prepare their legions for warfare. However, with the decline of the Roman Empire, people lost their interest in gymnastics, and it now is only known as a form of entertainment. Exercises. The benefits of exercise have been known since antiquity. Dating back to 65 BCE, it was Marcus Cicero, Roman politician and lawyer, who stated, "It is exercise alone that supports the spirits, and keeps the mind in vigor." Exercise was also seen to be valued later in history during the early Middle Ages as a means of survival by the Germanic peoples of Northern Europe. More recently, exercise was regarded as a beneficial force in the 19th century. In 1858, Archibald MacLaren opened a gymnasium at the University of Oxford and instituted a training regimen for Major Frederick Hammersley and 12 non-commissioned officers. This regimen was assimilated into the training of the British Army, which formed the Army Gymnastics Staff in 1860 and made sport an important part of military life. Several mass exercise movements were started in the early 20th century as well. The first and most significant of these in the UK was the Women's League of Health and Beauty, founded in 1930 by Mary Bogot Stack, that had 166,000 members in 1937. The link between physical health and exercise, or lack of it, was further established in 1949 and reported in 1953 by a team led by Gary Morris. 159. Dr. Morris noted that men of similar social class and occupation, bus conductors versus bus drivers, had markedly different rates of heart attacks, depending on the level of exercise they got. Bus drivers had a sedentary occupation and a higher incidence of heart disease, while bus conductors were forced to move continually and had a lower incidence of heart disease. Bodybuilding. Bodybuilding is the use of progressive resistance exercise to control and develop one's muscles. Muscle building, by muscle hypertrophy for aesthetic purposes. It is distinct from similar activities such as powerlifting because it focuses on physical appearance instead of strength. An individual who engages in this activity is referred to as a bodybuilder. In professional bodybuilding, competitors appear in lineups and perform specified poses, and later individual posing routines, for a panel of judges who rank them based on symmetry, muscularity, size, conditioning, posing, and stage presentation. Bodybuilders prepare for competitions through the elimination of non-essential body fat, enhanced at the last stage by a combination of extracellular dehydration and carbo loading, to achieve maximum muscular definition and vascularity. They also tan and shave to accentuate the contrast of their skin under the spotlights. A bodybuilder performs the inclined dumbbell press. Bodybuilding takes a great amount of effort and time to reach the desired results. A bodybuilder might first be able to gain 8 to 20 pounds, 4 to 9 kilograms, per year, if he or she lifts for 7 hours on a weekly basis. However, gains begin to slow down after the first 2 years to about 5 to 15 pounds, 2 to 7 kilograms. After 5 years, gains can decrease to just 3 to 10 pounds, 1 to 5 kilograms. Some bodybuilders use anabolic steroids and other performance-enhancing drugs to build muscles and recover from injuries more quickly, but competitions sometimes ban using them because of the health risks or considerations regarding fair competition. Despite some calls for testing for steroids, the leading bodybuilding federation, National Physique Committee, does not require testing. The winner of the annual IFBB Mr. Olympia contest is generally recognized as the world's top male professional bodybuilder. Since 1950, the Universe Championships have been considered the top amateur bodybuilding contests, with notable winners such as Reg Park, Lee Priest, Steve Reeves, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Professional bodybuilding. In the modern bodybuilding industry, the term professional generally means a bodybuilder who has won qualifying competitions as an amateur and has earned a pro card from their respective organization. Professionals earn the right to compete in competitions that include monetary prizes. A pro card also prohibits the athlete from competing in federations other than the one from which they have received the pro card. Depending on the level of success, these bodybuilders may receive monetary compensation from sponsors, much like athletes in other sports. Natural. Due to the growing concerns of the high cost, health consequences, and the legal nature of some steroids, many organizations have formed in response and have deemed themselves natural bodybuilding competitions. In addition to the concerns noted, many promoters of bodybuilding have sought to shed the freakish perception that the general public has of bodybuilding and have successfully introduced a more mainstream audience to the sport of bodybuilding by including competitors whose physiques appear much more attainable and realistic. In natural contests, the testing protocol ranges among organizations from lie detectors to urinalysis. Penalties also range from organization to organization, from suspensions to strict bans from competition. It is also important to note that natural organizations also have their own list of banned substances, and it is important to refer to each organization's website for more information about which substances are banned from competition. There are many natural bodybuilding organizations. Some of the larger ones include Musclemania, Ultimate Fitness Events, UFE, INBF/WNBF, and INBA/PNBA. These organizations either have an American or worldwide presence and are not limited to the country in which they are headquartered. Man's physique. Due to those who found open bodybuilding to be too big or ugly and unhealthy, a new category was started in 2013. The first men's physique Olympia winner was Mark Winkson, who was followed by Jeremy Bundia for 4 consecutive years. Like open bodybuilding, the federations in which bodybuilders can compete are natural divisions as well as normal ones. The main difference between the two is that men's physique competitors pose in board shorts rather than a traditional posing suit, and open bodybuilders are much larger and are more muscular than the men's physique competitors. Open bodybuilders have an extensive routine for posing, while the physique category is primarily judged by the front and back poses. Many of the men's physique competitors are not above the 200 pounds and have a bit of a more attainable and aesthetic physique in comparison to open bodybuilders. Although this category started off slowly, it has grown tremendously, and currently men's physique seems to be a more popular class than open bodybuilding. Classic. This is the middle ground of both men's physique and bodybuilding. The competitors in this category are not nearly as big as bodybuilders but not as small as men's physique competitors. They pose and perform in men's boxer briefs to show off the legs, unlike men's physique which hide the legs in board shorts. Classic physique has only been around for 4 years now, as it started in 2016. Danny Hester was the first classic physique Mr. Olympia, and as of 2021, Chris Bumstead is the 3x reigning Mr. Olympia. Preparation. Bulking and cutting. The general strategy adopted by most present-day competitive bodybuilders is to make muscle gains for most of the year, known as the off-season, and, approximately 12 to 14 weeks from competition, lose a maximum of body fat, referred to as cutting, while preserving as much muscular mass as possible. The bulking phase entails remaining in a net positive energy balance, calorie surplus. The amount of a surplus in which a person remains is based on the person's goals, as a bigger surplus and longer bulking phase will create more fat tissue. The surplus of calories relative to one's energy balance will ensure that muscles remain in a state of anabolism. The cutting phase entails remaining in a net negative energy balance, calorie deficit. The main goal of cutting is to oxidize fat while preserving as much muscle as possible. The larger the calorie deficit, the faster one will lose weight. However, a large calorie deficit will also create the risk of losing muscle tissue. The bulking and cutting strategy is effective because there is a well-established link between muscle hypertrophy and being in a state of positive energy balance. A sustained period of caloric surplus will allow the athlete to gain more fat-free mass than they could otherwise gain under eukaloric conditions. Some gain in fat mass is expected, which athletes seek to oxidize in a cutting period while maintaining as much lean mass as possible. Clean bulking. The attempt to increase muscle mass in one's body without any gain in fat is called clean bulking. Competitive bodybuilders focus their efforts to achieve a peak appearance during a brief competition season. Clean bulking takes longer and is a more refined approach to achieving the body fat and muscle mass percentage a person is looking for. A common tactic for keeping fat low and muscle mass high is to have higher calorie and lower calorie days to maintain a balance between gain and loss. Many clean bulk diets start off with a moderate amount of carbs, moderate amount of protein, and a low amount of fats. To maintain a clean bulk, it is important to reach calorie goals every day. Macronutrient goals, carbs, fats, and proteins, will be different for each person, but it is ideal to get as close as possible. Muscle growth. Bodybuilders use 3 main strategies to maximize muscle hypertrophy. Strength training through weights or elastic, hydraulic resistance. Specialized nutrition, incorporating extra protein and supplements when necessary. Adequate rest, including sleep and recuperation between workouts. Weight training. Intensive weight training causes micro tears to the muscles being trained. This is generally known as microtrauma. These micro tears in the muscle contribute to the soreness felt after exercise, called delayed onset muscle soreness, DOMS. It is the repair of these micro traumas that results in muscle growth. Normally, this soreness becomes most apparent a day or 2 after a workout. However, as muscles become adapted to the exercises, soreness tends to decrease. Weight training aims to build muscle by prompting 2 different types of hypertrophy, sarcoplasmic and myofibrillar. Sarcoplasmic hypertrophy leads to larger muscles and so is favored by bodybuilders more than myofibrillar hypertrophy, which builds athletic strength. Sarcoplasmic hypertrophy is triggered by increasing repetitions, whereas myofibrillar hypertrophy is triggered by lifting heavier weight. In either case, there is an increase in both size and strength of the muscles, compared to what happens if that same individual does not lift weights at all. However, the emphasis is different. Many trainees like to cycle between the two methods in order to prevent the body from adapting, maintaining a progressive overload, possibly emphasizing whichever method more suits their goals. Typically, a bodybuilder will aim at sarcoplasmic hypertrophy most of the time but may change to a myofibrillar hypertrophy kind of training temporarily in order to move past the plateau. However, no real evidence has been providing to show that trainees ever reach this plateau, and rather was more of a hype created from muscular confusion. Nutrition. The high levels of muscle growth and repair achieved by bodybuilders require a specialized diet. Generally speaking, bodybuilders require more calories than the average person of the same weight to provide the protein and energy requirements needed to support their training and increase muscle mass. In preparation of a contest, a sub-maintenance level of food energy is combined with cardiovascular exercise to lose body fat. Proteins, carbohydrates and fats are the three major macronutrients that the human body needs in order to build muscle. The ratios of calories from carbohydrates, proteins, and fats vary depending on the goals of the bodybuilder. Carbohydrates. Carbohydrates play an important role for bodybuilders. They give the body energy to deal with the rigors of training and recovery. Carbohydrates also promote secretion of insulin, a hormone enabling cells to get the glucose they need. Insulin also carries amino acids into cells and promotes protein synthesis. Insulin has steroid-like effects in terms of muscle gains. It is impossible to promote protein synthesis without the existence of insulin, which means that without ingesting carbohydrates or protein, which also induces the release of insulin, it is impossible to add muscle mass. Bodybuilders seek out low glycemic polysaccharides and other slowly digesting carbohydrates, which release energy in a more stable fashion than high glycemic sugars and starches. This is important as high glycemic carbohydrates cause a sharp insulin response, which places the body in a state where it is likely to store additional food energy as fat. However, bodybuilders frequently do ingest some quickly digesting sugars, often in form of pure dextrose or maltodextrin, just before, during, and/or just after a workout. This may help to replenish glycogen stored within the muscle, and to stimulate muscle protein synthesis. Protein. Protein milkshakes, made from protein powder, center, and milk, left, are a common supplement. The motor proteins actin and myosin generate the forces exerted by contracting muscles. Cortisol decreases amino acid uptake by muscle and inhibits protein synthesis. 56. Current recommendations suggest that bodybuilders should consume 25 to 30% of protein per total calorie intake to further their goal of maintaining and improving their body composition. This is a widely debated topic, with many arguing that 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight per day is ideal, some suggesting that less is sufficient, while others recommending 1.5, 2, or more. It is believed that protein needs to be consumed frequently throughout the day, especially during, after a workout, and before sleep. There is also some debate concerning the best type of protein to take. Chicken, turkey, beef, pork, fish, eggs and dairy foods are high in protein, as are some nuts, seeds, beans, and lentils. Casein or whey are often used to supplement the diet with additional protein. Whey is the type of protein contained in many popular brands of protein supplements and is preferred by many bodybuilders because of its high biological value, BV, and quick absorption rates. Whey protein also has a bigger effect than casein on insulin levels, triggering about double the amount of insulin release. That effect is somewhat overcome by combining casein and whey. Bodybuilders were previously thought to require protein with a higher BV than that of soy, which was additionally avoided due to its alleged estrogenic female hormone properties, though more recent studies have shown that soy actually contains phytoestrogens which compete with estrogens in the male body and can block estrogenic actions. Soy, flax, and other plant-based foods that contain phytoestrogens are also beneficial because they can inhibit some pituitary functions while stimulating the liver's P450 system, which eliminates hormones, drugs, and waste from the body to more actively process and excrete excess estrogen. Meals. Some bodybuilders often split their food intake into 5 to 7 meals of equal nutritional content and eat at regular intervals, for example, every 2 to 3 hours. This approach serves two purposes: to limit overindulging in the cutting phase, and to allow for the consumption of large volumes of food during the bulking phase. Eating more frequently does not increase basal metabolic rate when compared to 3 meals a day. While food does have a metabolic cost to digest, absorb, and store, called the thermic effect of food, it depends on the quantity and type of food, not how the food is spread across the meals of the day. Well-controlled studies using whole-body calorimetry and doubly labeled water have demonstrated that there is no metabolic advantage to eating more frequently. Rest. Although muscle stimulation occurs when lifting weights, muscle growth occurs afterward during rest periods. Without adequate rest, 48 to 72 hours, and sleep, 6 to 8 hours, muscles do not have an opportunity to recover and grow. Additionally, many athletes find that a daytime nap further increases their body's ability to recover from training and build muscles. Some bodybuilders add a massage at the end of each workout to their routine as a method of recovering. Sport nutrition. Sports nutrition is the study and practice of nutrition and diet with regards to improving anyone's athletic performance. Nutrition is an important part of many sports training regimens, being popular in strength sports, such as weightlifting and bodybuilding, and endurance sports, for example cycling, running, swimming, rowing. Sports nutrition focuses its studies on the type, as well as the quantity of fluids and food taken by an athlete. In addition, it deals with the consumption of nutrients such as vitamins, minerals, supplements and organic substances that include carbohydrates, proteins and fats. Factors influencing nutritional requirements. Differing conditions and objectives suggest the need for athletes to ensure that their sports nutritional approach is appropriate for their situation. Factors that may affect an athlete's nutritional needs include type of activity, aerobic versus anaerobic, gender, weight, height, body mass index, workout or activity stage, pre-workout, intra-workout, recovery, and time of day. For example, some nutrients are utilized by the body more effectively during sleep than while awake. Most culprits that get in the way of performance are fatigue, injury and soreness. A proper diet will reduce these disturbances in performance. The key to a proper diet is to get a variety of food, and to consume all the macronutrients, vitamins, and minerals needed. According to Ebelier's article, 2008, it is ideal to choose raw foods, for example unprocessed foods such as oranges instead of orange juice. Eating foods that are natural means the athlete is getting the most nutritional value out of the food. When foods are processed, the nutritional value is normally reduced. Anaerobic. During anaerobic exercise, the process of glycolysis breaks down the sugars from carbohydrates for energy without the use of oxygen. This type of exercise occurs in physical activity such as power sprints, strength resistances and quick explosive movement where the muscles are being used for power and speed, with short-time energy use. After this type of exercise, there is a need to refill glycogen storage sites in the body, the long simple sugar chains in the body that store energy, although they are not likely fully depleted. To compensate for this glycogen reduction, athletes will often take in large amounts of carbohydrates immediately following their exercise. Typically, high glycemic index carbohydrates are preferred for their ability to rapidly raise blood glucose levels. For the purpose of protein synthesis, protein or individual amino acids are ingested as well. Branched-chain amino acids are important since they are most responsible for the synthesis of protein. According to Lemon et al. 1995, Female endurance runners have the hardest time getting enough protein in their diet. Endurance athletes in general need more protein in their diet than a sedentary person. Research has shown that endurance athletes are recommended to have 1.2 to 1.4 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight in order to repair damaged tissue. If the athlete consumes too few calories for the body's needs, lean tissue will be broken down for energy and repair. Protein deficiency can cause many problems such as early and extreme fatigue, particularly long recovery, and poor wound healing. Complete proteins such as meat, eggs, and soy provide the athlete with all essential amino acids for synthesizing new tissues. However, vegetarian and vegan athletes frequently combine legumes with the whole grain to provide the body with a complete protein across the day's food intake. A popular combination being rice and beans. SPADA's research on endurance sports nutrition, 2000, and where the types of carbohydrates come from will be explained. He advises for carbohydrates to be unprocessed and/or whole grains for optimal performance while training. These carbohydrates offer the most fuel, nutritional value, and satiety. Fruits and vegetables contribute important carbohydrate foundation for an athlete's diet. They provide vitamins and minerals that are lost through exercise and later needed to be replenished. Both fruits and vegetables improve healing, aid in recovery, and reduce risks of cancer, high blood pressure, and constipation. Vegetables offer a little more nutritional value than fruits for the amount of calories, therefore an athlete should strive to eat more vegetables than fruits. Dark-colored vegetables usually have more nutritional value than pale-colored ones. A general rule is the darker the color the more nutrient-dense it is. Like all foods, it is very important to have a variety. To get the most nutritional value out of fruits and vegetables, it is important to eat them in their natural, unprocessed form without added nutrients or sugar. Often in the continuation of this anaerobic exercise, the product from this metabolic mechanism builds up in what is called lactic acid fermentation. Lactate is produced more quickly than it is being removed, and it serves to regenerate NAD+ cells on where it's needed. During intense exercise when oxygen is not being used, a high amount of ATP is produced and pH levels fall, causing acidosis, or more specifically lactic acidosis. Lactic acid buildup can be treated by staying well hydrated throughout and especially after the workout, having an efficient cool-down routine and good post-workout stretching. Intense activity can cause significant and permanent damage to bodily tissues. In order to repair, vitamin E and other antioxidants are needed to protect muscle damage. Oxidation damage in muscle tissue breakdown happens during endurance running, so athletes need to eat foods high in protein in order to repair these muscle tissues. It is important for female endurance runners to consume proper nutrients in their diet that will repair, fuel, and minimize fatigue and injury. To keep a female runner's body performing at its best, the 10 nutrients need to be included in their diets. Aerobic. Aerobic exercise is also known as cardio because it is a form of cardiovascular conditioning. This includes exercises such as running, cycling, swimming and rowing. Athletes involved in aerobic exercise are typically looking to increase their endurance. These athletes are training their slow-twitch muscle fibers to be better at taking in oxygen and getting it to their muscles. This is done by two mechanisms, glycolysis and aerobic respiration. Anaerobic glycolysis is also referred to as the short-term energy system, and is mostly used for high-intensity training, such as sprinting, and any sports which require quick bursts of speed. Slow-twitch muscles are smaller in diameter and are slow to contract. These fibers don't store much glycogen, instead they use lipids and amino acids to generate energy. With the high concentration of myoglobin that stores oxygen, the slow-twitch muscle fibers have plenty of oxygen to function properly. These factors help make slow-twitch muscle fibers fatigue-resistant so athletes can have endurance in their sport. There are many options for supplements that athletes can take to assist with endurance, like glycerol and guarana. Supplements. Dietary supplements contain one or more dietary ingredients, including vitamins, minerals, amino acids, herbs or other botanicals, and other substances, or their constituents is intended to be taken by mouth as a pill, capsule, tablet, or liquid. Athletes may choose to consider taking dietary supplements to assist in improving their athletic performance. There are many other supplements out there that include performance-enhancing supplements, steroids, blood doping, creatine, human growth hormone, energy supplements, caffeine, and supplements that aid in recovery, protein, BCAAs. Energy supplements. Athletes sometimes turn to energy supplements to increase their ability to exercise more often. Common supplements to increase an athlete's energy include caffeine, guarana, vitamin B12, and Asian ginseng. Guarana is another supplement that athletes take to enhance their athletic ability. It is frequently used for weight loss and as an energy supplement. Caffeine, a common energy supplement, can be found in many different forms such as pills, tablets or capsules, and can also be found in common foods, such as coffee and tea. A 2009 study from the University of Texas reports that caffeinated energy drinks decrease sporting performance. They found that after drinking an energy drink, 83% of participants improved their physical activity parameters by an average of 4.7%. This was attributed to the effects of caffeine, sucrose and vitamin B in the drink. However, scientific consensus does not support the efficacy of using vitamin B as a performance enhancer. To explain the performance improvement, the writers report an increase in blood levels of epinephrine, norepinephrine and beta-endorphin. The adenosine receptor antagonism of caffeine accounts for the first two, while the latter is accounted for by the neurobiological effects of physical exercise. Caffeine has been around since the 1900s and became popularly used in the 1970s when its power of masking fatigue became highly recognized. Similarly, the caffeine found in energy drinks and coffee shows an increased reaction performance and feelings of energy, focus and alertness in quickness and reaction anaerobic power tests. In other words, consuming an energy drink or any drink with caffeine increases short time, rapid exercise performance, like short full-speed sprints and heavy power weight lifting. Caffeine is chemically similar to adenosine, a type of sugar that helps in the regulation of important body processes, including the firing of neurotransmitters. Caffeine takes the place of adenosine in your brain, attaching itself to the same neural receptors affected by adenosine, and causing your neurons to fire more rapidly, hence caffeine's stimulating effects. Carbohydrates are also a very common form of energy supplements, as all sugars are carbohydrates. Products like Gatorade and Powerade are formulated with simple sugars such as sucrose and dextrose. Carbohydrates are necessary as they maintain blood glucose levels and restore muscle glycogen levels. Recovery supplements. Common supplements to help athletes recover from exercising include protein and amino acid supplements. The main use for athletes to take dietary proteins are for hormones, oxygen transport, cellular repair, enzymes and conversion to fuel. The intake of protein is a part of the nutrient requirements for the normal athlete and is an important component of exercise training. In addition, it aids in performance and recovery. Dietary protein intake for well-trained athletes should occur before, during and after physical activity as it is advantageous in gaining muscle mass and strength. However, if too much protein and amino acid supplements is consumed, it can be more harmful to the body than it is beneficial. Health risks include dehydration, gout, calcium loss, liver, renal damage, diarrhea, bloating, and water loss. A bountiful protein diet must be paired with a healthy, well-rounded meal plan and regular resistance exercise. Characteristics of this particular diet include the type of exercise, intensity, duration and carbohydrate values of diet. The most effective way to secure the natural nutrients required by the body for optimum health and physiological performance is by consuming vitamins, minerals, proteins, fats, sugars and carbohydrates, which can be procured from fresh fruits and vegetables. Post-exercise nutrition is an important factor in a nutrition plan for athletes as it pertains to the recovery of the body. Traditionally, sports drinks such as Gatorade and Powerade, are consumed during and after exercise because they effectively rehydrate the body by refueling the body with minerals and electrolytes. Electrolytes regulate the body's nerve and muscle function, blood pH, blood pressure, and the rebuilding of damaged tissue. These types of drink are commonly made of glucose and sucrose in water and has been seen to improve the football player's performance. A substitute for sports drinks is milk, which contains many electrolytes, nutrients and other elements that help to make it an effective post-exercise beverage. It is true that milk helps replace fluids and electrolytes lost after the athlete has worked out. A recovery drink is supposed to replenish the sugar lost, and help recover the muscles to be able to work out at full intensity by the next time they work out. When compared to plain water or sports drinks, research supported by the Dairy and Nutrition Council suggests that chocolate milk is more effective at replacing fluids lost through sweat and maintaining normal body fluid levels. Athletes drinking chocolate milk following exercise-induced dehydration had fluid levels about 2% higher, on initial body mass, than those using other post-exercise recovery beverages. These results allowed for prolonged performance, especially in repeated bouts of exercise or training. Performance-enhancing supplements. In the extreme case of performance-enhancing supplements, athletes, particularly bodybuilders, may choose to use illegal substances such as anabolic steroids. These compounds, which are related to the hormone testosterone, can quickly build mass and strength, but have many adverse effects such as high blood pressure and negative gender-specific effects. Blood doping, another illegal ergogenic, was discovered in the 1940s when it was used by World War II pilots. Blood doping, also known as blood transfusions, increases oxygen delivery to exercising tissues and has been demonstrated to improve performance in endurance sports, such as long-distance cycling. An assortment of supplements. The supplement creatine may be helpful for well-trained athletes to increase exercise performance and strength in relation with their dietary regimen. The substance glutamine, found in whey fiber supplements, is the most abundant free amino acid found in the human body. It is considered that glutamine may have a possible role in stimulated anabolic processes such as muscle glycogen and protein synthesis, for well-trained and well-nourished athletes. Other popular studies done on supplements include androstenedione, chromium, and ephedra. The findings show that there are no substantial benefits from the extra intake of these supplements, yet higher health risks and costs. Meditation. Meditation is a practice in which an individual uses a technique, such as mindfulness, or focusing the mind on a particular object, thought, or activity, to train attention and awareness, and achieve a mentally clear and emotionally calm and stable state. Meditation is practiced in numerous religious traditions. The earliest records of meditation, dhyana, are found in the Upanishads, and meditation plays a salient role in the contemplative repertoire of Buddhism and Hinduism. Since the 19th century, Asian meditative techniques have spread to other cultures where they have also found application in non-spiritual contexts, such as business and health. Meditation may significantly reduce stress, anxiety, depression, and pain, and enhance peace, perception, self-concept, and well-being. Research is ongoing to better understand the effects of meditation on health, psychological, neurological, and cardiovascular, and other areas. Classification. In the West, meditation techniques have sometimes been thought of in two broad categories: focused, or concentrative, meditation, and open monitoring, or mindfulness, meditation. Direction of mental attention. A practitioner can focus intensively on one particular object, so-called concentrative meditation, on all mental events that enter the field of awareness, so-called mindfulness meditation, or both specific focal points and the field of awareness. Focused methods include paying attention to the breath, to an idea or feeling, such as metta, loving kindness, to a koan, or to a mantra, such as in transcendental meditation, and single-point meditation. Open monitoring methods include mindfulness, shikantaza, and other awareness states. Practices using both methods include vipassana, which uses anapanasati as a preparation, and samatha, calm abiding. In no-thought methods, the practitioner is fully alert, aware, and in control of their faculties but does not experience any unwanted thought activity. This is in contrast to the common meditative approaches of being detached from, and non-judgmental of, thoughts, but not of aiming for thoughts to cease. In the meditation practice of the Sahaja Yoga spiritual movement, the focus is on thought ceasing. Clear light yoga also aims at a state of no mental content, as does the no-thought, Wunayan, state taught by Huineng, and the teaching of Yao Shanwayan. One proposal is that transcendental meditation and possibly other techniques be grouped as an automatic self-transcending set of techniques. Other typologies include dividing meditation into concentrative, generative, receptive and reflective practices. Frequency. The transcendental meditation technique recommends practice of 20 minutes twice per day. Some techniques suggest less time, especially when starting meditation, and Richard Davidson has quoted research saying benefits can be achieved with a practice of only 8 minutes per day. Research shows improvement in meditation time with simple oral and video training. Some meditators practice for much longer, particularly when on a course or retreat. Some meditators find practice best in the hours before dawn. Posture. Main article, asana. Young children practicing meditation in a Peruvian school. Asanas in positions such as the full lotus, half lotus, Burmese, Siesa, and kneeling positions are popular in Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism, although other postures such as sitting, supine, lying, and standing are also used. Meditation is also sometimes done while walking, known as kindham, while doing a simple task mindfully, known as samu, or while lying down, known as shavasana. Use of prayer beads. Some religions have traditions of using prayer beads as tools in devotional meditation. Most prayer beads and Christian rosaries consist of pearls or beads linked together by a thread. The Roman Catholic rosary is a string of beads containing 5 sets with 10 small beads. The Hindu Japamala has 108 beads, the figure 108 in itself having spiritual significance, as well as those used in Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the Hare Krishna tradition, Jainism and Buddhist prayer beads. Each bead is counted once as a person recites a mantra until the person has gone all the way around the mala. The Muslim Masbaha has 99 beads. There is also quite a variance when it comes to materials used for beads. Beads made from seeds of Rudraksha trees are considered sacred by devotees of Shiva, while followers of Vishnu revere the wood that comes from the tulsi plant. Guided meditation is a form of meditation which utilizes a number of different techniques to achieve or enhance the meditative state. It may simply be meditation done under the guidance of a trained practitioner or teacher, or it may be through the use of imagery, music, and other techniques. The session can be either in person, via media comprising music or verbal instruction, or a combination of both. The most common form is a combination of meditation music and receptive music therapy, guided imagery, relaxation, mindfulness, and journaling. Because of the different combinations used under the one term, it can be difficult to attribute positive or negative outcomes to any of the various techniques. Furthermore, the term is frequently used interchangeably with guided imagery and sometimes with creative visualization in popular psychology and self-help literature. It is less commonly used in scholarly and scientific publications. Consequently, guided meditation cannot be understood as a single technique but rather multiple techniques that are integral to its practice. Guided meditation as an aggregate or synthesis of techniques includes meditation music, receptive music therapy, guided imagery, relaxation, meditative praxis, and self-reflective diary keeping or journaling, all of which have been shown to have therapeutic benefits when employed as an adjunct to primary strategies. Benefits include lower levels of stress, reducing asthmatic episodes, physical pain, insomnia, episodic anger, negative or irrational thinking, and anxiety, as well as improving coping skills, focus, and a general feeling of well-being. Effects. Research on the processes and effects of meditation is a subfield of neurological research. Modern scientific techniques, such as fMRI and EEG, were used to observe neurological responses during meditation. Concerns have been raised on the quality of meditation research, including the particular characteristics of individuals who tend to participate. Meditation lowers heart rate, oxygen consumption, breathing frequency, stress hormones, lactate levels, and sympathetic nervous system activity associated with the fight or flight response, along with a modest decline in blood pressure. However, those who have meditated for 2 or 3 years were found to already have low blood pressure. During meditation, the oxygen consumption decrease averages 10 to 20% over the first 3 minutes. During sleep, for example, oxygen consumption decreases around 8% over 4 or 5 hours. For meditators who have practiced for years, breath rate can drop to 3 or 4 breaths per minute and brain waves slow from alpha waves seen in normal relaxation to much slower delta and theta waves. Since the 1970s, clinical psychology and psychiatry have developed meditation techniques for numerous psychological conditions. Mindfulness practice is employed in psychology to alleviate mental and physical conditions, such as reducing depression, stress, and anxiety. Mindfulness is also used in the treatment of drug addiction, although the quality of research has been poor. Studies demonstrate that meditation has a moderate effect to reduce pain. There is insufficient evidence for any effect of meditation on positive mood, attention, eating habits, sleep, or body weight. Moreover, a 2015 study, including subjective and objective reports and brain scans, has shown that meditation can improve controlling attention, as well as self-awareness. A 2017 systematic review and meta-analysis of the effects of meditation on empathy, compassion, and pre-social behaviors found that meditation practices had small to medium effects on self-reported and observable outcomes, concluding that such practices can improve positive pre-social emotions and behaviors. However, a meta-review published on Nature showed that the evidence is very weak and that the effects of meditation on compassion were only significant when compared to passive control groups. Suggests that other forms of active interventions, like watching a nature video, might produce similar outcomes to meditation. Meditation has been correlated with unpleasant experiences in some people. In some cases, it has also been linked to psychosis in a few individuals. In one study, published in 2019, of 1,232 regular meditators with at least 2 months of meditation experience, about a quarter reported having had particularly unpleasant meditation-related experiences, such as anxiety, fear, distorted emotions or thoughts, altered sense of self or the world, which they thought may have been caused by their meditation practice. Meditators with high levels of repetitive negative thinking and those who only engage in deconstructive meditation were more likely to report unpleasant side effects. Adverse effects were less frequently reported in women and religious meditators. Difficult experiences encountered in meditation are mentioned in traditional sources, and some may be considered to be just an expected part of the process. For example, 7 stages of purification mentioned in Theravada Buddhism, or possible unwholesome or frightening visions mentioned in a practical manual on Vipassana meditation. Food. Food is any substance consumed to provide nutritional support for an organism. Food is usually of plant, animal, or fungal origin, and contains essential nutrients, such as carbohydrates, fats, proteins, vitamins, or minerals. The substance is ingested by an organism and assimilated by the organism's cells to provide energy, maintain life, or stimulate growth. Different species of animals have different feeding behaviors that satisfy the needs of their unique metabolisms, often evolved to fill a specific ecological niche within specific geographical contexts. Omnivorous humans are highly adaptable and have adapted to obtain food in many different ecosystems. Historically, humans secured food through 2 main methods, hunting and gathering and agriculture. As agricultural technologies increased, humans settled into agriculture lifestyles with diets shaped by the agriculture opportunities in their geography. Geographic and cultural differences has led to creation of numerous cuisines and culinary arts, including a wide array of ingredients, herbs, spices, techniques, and dishes. As cultures have mixed through forces like international trade and globalization, ingredients have become more widely available beyond their geographic and cultural origins, creating a cosmopolitan exchange of different food traditions and practices. Food is any substance consumed to provide nutritional support for an organism. It can be raw, processed or formulated and is consumed orally by animals for growth, health or pleasure. Food is mainly composed of water, lipids, proteins and carbohydrates. Minerals, e.g. salts, and organic substances, e.g. vitamins, can also be found in food. Plants, algae and some microorganisms use photosynthesis to make their own food molecules. Water is found in many foods and has been defined as a food by itself. Food provides energy and nutrition to the organism. Water and fiber have low energy densities, or calories, while fat is the most energy-dense component. Human food can be classified in various ways, either by related content or by how the food is processed. The number and composition of food groups can vary. Most systems include 4 basic groups that describe their origin and relative nutritional function: vegetables and fruit, cereals and bread, dairy, and meat. Studies that look into diet quality often group food into whole grains, cereals, refined grains, cereals, vegetables, fruits, nuts, legumes, eggs, dairy products, fish, red meat, processed meat, and sugar-sweetened beverages. The Food and Agriculture Organization and World Health Organization use a system with 19 food classifications: cereals, roots, pulses and nuts, milk, eggs, fish and shellfish, meat, insects, vegetables, fruits, fats and oils, sweets and sugars, spices and condiments, beverages, foods for nutritional uses, food additives, composite dishes and savory snacks. Today, the majority of the food energy required by the ever-increasing population of the world is supplied by the industrial food industry, which produces food with intensive agriculture and distributes it through complex food processing and food distribution systems. This system of conventional agriculture relies heavily on fossil fuels, which means that the food and agricultural system is one of the major contributors to climate change, accountable for as much as 37% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Addressing the carbon intensity of the food system and food waste are important mitigation measures in the global response to climate change. The food system has significant impacts on a wide range of other social and political issues including sustainability, biological diversity, economics, population growth, water supply, and access to food. The right to food is a human right derived from the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, ICESC, recognizing the right to an adequate standard of living, including adequate food, as well as the fundamental right to be free from hunger. Because of these fundamental rights, food security is often a priority international policy activity. For example, Sustainable Development Goal 2.0 hunger is meant to eliminate hunger by 2030. Food safety and food security are monitored by international agencies like the International Association for Food Protection, World Resources Institute, World Food Programme, Food and Agriculture Organization, and International Food Information Council, and are often subject to national regulation by institutions, like the Food and Drug Administration in the United States. Plants. Many plants and plant parts are eaten as food and around 2,000 plant species are cultivated for food. Many of these plant species have several distinct cultivars. Seeds of plants are a good source of food for animals, including humans, because they contain the nutrients necessary for the plant's initial growth, including many healthful fats, such as omega fats. In fact, the majority of food consumed by human beings are seed-based foods. Edible seeds include cereals, corn, wheat, rice, etc., legumes, beans, peas, lentils, etc., and nuts. Oil seeds are often pressed to produce rich oils: sunflower, flaxseed, rapeseed, including canola oil, sesame, etc. Seeds are typically high in unsaturated fats and, in moderation, are considered a health food. However, not all seeds are edible for humans. Large seeds, such as those from a lemon, pose a choking hazard, while seeds from cherries and apples contain cyanide which could be poisonous only if consumed in large volumes. Birds are also well known for feeding on seeds. Fruits are the ripened ovaries of plants, including the seeds within. Many plants and animals have co-evolved such that the fruits of the former are an attractive food source to the latter, because animals that eat the fruits may excrete the seeds some distance away. Animals that eat fruits are known as frugivores. One such coevolutionary relationship involves primates, who are primarily frugivorous. Fruits, therefore, make up a significant part of the diets of most cultures. Some botanical fruits, such as tomatoes, pumpkins, and eggplants, are eaten as vegetables. Vegetables are a second type of plant matter that is commonly eaten as food. These include root vegetables, potatoes and carrots, bulbs, onion family, leaf vegetables, spinach and lettuce, stem vegetables, bamboo shoots and asparagus, and inflorescence vegetables, globe artichokes and broccoli and other vegetables such as cabbage or cauliflower. Animals. Animals are used as food either directly or indirectly by the products they produce. Meat is an example of a direct product taken from an animal, which comes from muscle systems or from organs, offal. Food products produced by animals include milk produced by mammary glands, which in many cultures is drunk or processed into dairy products, cheese, butter, etc. In addition, birds and other animals lay eggs, which are often eaten, and bees produce honey, a reduced nectar from flowers, which is a popular sweetener in many cultures. Some cultures consume blood, sometimes in the form of blood sausage, as a thickener for sauces, or in a cured, salted form for times of food scarcity, and others use blood in stews such as jugged hare. Some cultures and people do not consume meat or animal food products for cultural, dietary, health, ethical, or ideological reasons. Vegetarians choose to forego food from animal sources to varying degrees. Vegans do not consume any foods that are or contain ingredients from an animal source. Classification and types. Adulteration is a legal term meaning that a food product fails to meet the legal standards. One form of adulteration is an addition of another substance to a food item in order to increase the quantity of the food item in raw form or prepared form, which may result in the loss of actual quality of food item. These substances may be either available food items or non-food items. Among meat and meat products, some of the items used to adulterate are water or ice, carcasses, or carcasses of animals other than the animal meant to be consumed. Camping food includes ingredients used to prepare food suitable for backcountry camping and backpacking. The foods differ substantially from the ingredients found in a typical home kitchen. The primary differences relate to campers' and backpackers' special needs for foods that have appropriate cooking time, perishability, weight, and nutritional content. To address these needs, camping food is often made up of either freeze-dried, pre-cooked or dehydrated ingredients. Many campers use a combination of these foods. Freeze-drying requires the use of heavy machinery and is not something that most campers are able to do on their own. Freeze-dried ingredients are often considered superior to dehydrated ingredients, however, because they rehydrate at camp faster and retain more flavor than their dehydrated counterparts. Freeze-dried ingredients take so little time to rehydrate that they can often be eaten without cooking them first and have a texture similar to a crunchy chip. Dehydration can reduce the weight of the food by 60 to 90% by removing water through evaporation. Some foods dehydrate well, such as onions, peppers, and tomatoes. Dehydration often produces a more compact, albeit slightly heavier, end result than freeze-drying. Surplus pre-cooked military meals, ready to eat, MREs, are sometimes used by campers. These meals contain pre-cooked foods in retort pouches. A retort pouch is a plastic and metal foil laminate pouch that is used as an alternative to traditional industrial canning methods. Diet food or dietetic food refers to any food or beverage whose recipe is altered to reduce fat, carbohydrates, adhere sugar in order to make it part of a weight loss program or diet. Such foods are usually intended to assist in weight loss or a change in body type, although bodybuilding supplements are designed to aid in gaining weight or muscle. The process of making a diet version of a food usually requires finding an acceptable low food energy substitute for some high food energy ingredient. This can be as simple as replacing some or all of the food's sugar with a sugar substitute, as is common with diet soft drinks such as Coca-Cola, for example Diet Coke. In some snacks, the food may be baked instead of fried, thus reducing the food energy. In other cases, low-fat ingredients may be used as replacements. In whole grain foods, the higher fiber content effectively displaces some of the starch components of the flour. Since certain fibers have no food energy, this results in a modest energy reduction. Another technique relies on the intentional addition of other reduced food energy ingredients, such as resistant starch or dietary fiber, to replace part of the flour and achieve a more significant energy reduction. Finger food is food meant to be eaten directly using the hands, in contrast to food eaten with a knife and fork, spoon, chopsticks, or other utensils. In some cultures, food is almost always eaten with the hands. For example, Ethiopian cuisine is eaten by rolling various dishes up in injera bread. Foods considered street foods are frequently, though not exclusively, finger foods. In the Western world, finger foods are often either appetizers or covers, or entree, main course items. Examples of these are miniature meat pies, sausage rolls, sausages on sticks, cheese and olives on sticks, chicken drumsticks or wings, spring rolls, miniature quiches, samosas, sandwiches, merenda or other such based foods, such as pitas or items in buns, bajjas, potato wedges, volume ovents, several other such small items and risotto balls, arancini. Other well-known foods that are generally eaten with the hands include hamburgers, pizza, chips, hot dogs, fruit and bread. In East Asia, foods like pancakes or flatbreads, bing, and street foods such as chuan are often eaten with the hands. Fresh food is food which has not been preserved and has not spoiled yet. For vegetables and fruits, this means that they have been recently harvested and treated properly post-harvest. For meat, it has recently been slaughtered and butchered. For fish, it has been recently caught or harvested and kept cold. Dairy products are fresh and will spoil quickly. Thus, fresh cheese is cheese which has not been dried or salted for aging. Sour cream may be considered fresh, creme fraiche. Fresh food has not been dried, smoked, salted, frozen, canned, pickled, or otherwise preserved. Fresh food is food which has not been preserved and has not spoiled yet. For vegetables and fruits, this means that they have been recently harvested and treated properly post-harvest. For meat, it has recently been slaughtered and butchered. For fish, it has been recently caught or harvested and kept cold. Dairy products are fresh and will spoil quickly. Thus, fresh cheese is cheese which has not been dried or salted for aging. Sour cream may be considered fresh, creme fraiche. Fresh food has not been dried, smoked, salted, frozen, canned, pickled, or otherwise preserved. A functional food is a food given an additional function, often one related to health promotion or disease prevention, by adding new ingredients or more of existing ingredients. The term may also apply to traits purposely bred into existing edible plants, such as purple or gold potatoes having enriched anthocyanic or carotenoid contents, respectively. Functional foods may be designed to have physiological benefits and/or reduce the risk of chronic disease beyond basic nutritional functions, and may be similar in appearance to conventional food and consumed as part of a regular diet. The term was first used in Japan in the 1980s, where there is a government approval process for functional foods called Foods for Specified Health Use, FOSHU. Health food is food marketed to provide human health effects beyond a normal healthy diet required for human nutrition. Foods marketed as health foods may be part of one or more categories, such as natural foods, organic foods, whole foods, vegetarian foods, or dietary supplements. These products may be sold in health food stores or in the health food or organic sections of grocery stores. A healthy diet is a diet that helps to maintain or improve overall health. A healthy diet provides the body with essential nutrition, fluid, macronutrients, micronutrients, and adequate calories. For people who are healthy, a healthy diet is not complicated and contains mostly fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, and includes little to no processed food and sweetened beverages. The requirements for a healthy diet can be met from a variety of plant-based and animal-based foods, although a non-animal source of vitamin B12 is needed for those following a vegan diet. Various nutrition guides are published by medical and governmental institutions to educate individuals on what they should be eating to be healthy. Nutrition facts labels are also mandatory in some countries to allow consumers to choose between foods based on the components relevant to health. A healthy lifestyle includes getting exercise every day along with eating a healthy diet. A healthy lifestyle may lower disease risks, such as obesity, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, hypertension and cancer. There are specialized healthy diets, called medical nutrition therapy, for people with various diseases or conditions. There are also pre-scientific ideas about such specialized diets, as in dietary therapy and traditional Chinese medicine. The World Health Organization, WHO, makes the following 5 recommendations with respect to both populations and individuals. Maintain a healthy weight by eating roughly the same number of calories that your body is using. Limit intake of fats. Not more than 30% of the total calories should come from fats. Prefer unsaturated fats to saturated fats. Avoid trans fats. Eat at least 400 grams of fruits and vegetables per day. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, cassava and other starchy roots do not count. A healthy diet also contains legumes, for example lentils, beans, whole grains and nuts. Limit the intake of simple sugars to less than 10% of calorie, below 5% of calories or 25 grams may be even better. Limit salt, sodium from all sources and ensure that salt is iodized. Less than 5 grams of salt per day can reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. Live food is living food for carnivorous or omnivorous animals kept in captivity, in other words, small animals such as insects or mice fed to larger carnivorous or omnivorous species kept either in a zoo or as a pet. Live food is commonly used as feed for a variety of species of exotic pets and zoo animals, ranging from alligators to various snakes, frogs and lizards, but also including other, non-reptile, non-amphibian carnivores and omnivores. For instance, skunks, which are omnivorous mammals, can technically be fed a limited amount of live food, though this is not a common practice. Common live food ranges from crickets, used as an inexpensive form of feed for carnivorous and omnivorous reptiles such as bearded dragons and commonly available in pet stores for this reason, waxworms, mealworms and to a lesser extent cockroaches and locusts, to small birds and mammals such as mice or chickens. Medical foods are foods that are specially formulated and intended for the dietary management of a disease that has distinctive nutritional needs that cannot be met by normal diet alone. In the United States they were defined in the Food and Drug Administration's 1988 Orphan Drug Act amendments and are subject to the general food and safety labeling requirements of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In Europe, the European Food Safety Authority established definitions for foods for special medical purposes, FSMPs, in 2015. Medical foods, called food for special medical purposes in Europe, are distinct from the broader category of foods for special dietary use, from traditional foods that bear a health claim, and from dietary supplements. In order to be considered a medical food, the product must, at a minimum, be a food for oral ingestion or tube feeding, nasogastric tube. Be labeled for the dietary management of a specific medical disorder, disease or condition for which there are distinctive nutritional requirements, and be intended to be used under medical supervision. Medical foods can be classified into the following categories. Nutritionally complete formulas. Nutritionally incomplete formulas. Formulas for metabolic disorders. Oral rehydration products. Natural foods and all natural foods are widely used terms in food labeling and marketing with a variety of definitions, most of which are vague. The term is often assumed to imply foods that are not processed and whose ingredients are all natural products, in the chemist's sense of that term, thus conveying an appeal to nature. But the lack of standards in most jurisdictions means that the term assures nothing. In some countries, the term natural is defined and enforced. In others, such as the United States, it is not enforced. Natural foods are often assumed to be foods that are not processed, or do not contain any food additives, or do not contain particular additives such as hormones, antibiotics, sweeteners, food colors, or flavorings that were not originally in the food. In fact, many people, 63%, when surveyed showed a preference for products labeled natural compared to the unmarked counterparts, based on the common belief, 86% of polled consumers, that the term natural indicated that the food does not contain any artificial ingredients. The terms are variously used and misused on labels and in advertisements. The International Food and Agriculture Organization's Codex Alimentarius does not recognize the term natural but does have a standard for organic foods. A negative-calorie food is food that supposedly requires more food energy to be digested than the food provides. Its thermic effect or specific dynamic action, the caloric cost of digesting the food, would be greater than its food energy content. Despite its recurring popularity in dieting guides, there is no scientific evidence supporting the idea that any food is calorically negative. While some chilled beverages are calorically negative, the effect is minimal and drinking large amounts of water can be dangerous. Organic food is food produced by methods that comply with the standards of organic farming. Standards vary worldwide, but organic farming in general features practices that strive to cycle resources, promote ecological balance, and conserve biodiversity. Organizations regulating organic products may restrict the use of certain pesticides and fertilizers in farming. In general, organic foods are also usually not processed using irradiation, industrial solvents or synthetic food additives. Currently, the European Union, the United States, Canada, Mexico, Japan, and many other countries require producers to obtain special certification in order to market food as organic within their borders. In the context of these regulations, organic food is produced in a way that complies with organic standards set by regional organizations, national governments, and international organizations. Although the produce of kitchen gardens may be organic, selling food with an organic label is regulated by governmental food safety authorities, such as the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, or European Commission, AC. Fertilizing and the use of pesticides in conventional farming has caused, and is causing, enormous damage worldwide to local ecosystems, biodiversity, groundwater and drinking water supplies, and sometimes farmer health and fertility. These environmental, economic and health issues are intended to be minimized or avoided in organic farming. From a consumer's perspective, there is not sufficient evidence in scientific and medical literature to support claims that organic food is safer or healthier to eat than conventionally grown food. While there may be some differences in the nutrient and anti-nutrient contents of organically and conventionally produced food, the variable nature of food production and handling makes it difficult to generalize results. Claims that organic food tastes better are generally not supported by tests. Peasant foods are dishes specific to a particular culture, made from accessible and inexpensive ingredients, and usually prepared and seasoned to make them more palatable. They often form a significant part of the diets of people who live in poverty or have a lower income compared to the average for their society or country. Peasant foods have been described as being the diet of peasants, that is, tenant or poorer farmers and their farm workers, and by extension, of other cash-poor people. They may use ingredients, such as offal and less tender cuts of meat, which are not as marketable as a cash crop. Characteristic recipes often consist of hearty one-dish meals, in which chunks of meat and various vegetables are eaten in a savory broth, with bread or other staple food. Sausages are also amenable to varied readily available ingredients, and they themselves tend to contain offal and grains. Peasant foods often involve skilled preparation by knowledgeable cooks using inventiveness and skills passed down from earlier generations. Such dishes are often prized as ethnic foods by other cultures and by descendants of the native culture who still desire these traditional dishes. Prison food is the term for meals served to prisoners while incarcerated in correctional institutions. While some prisons prepare their own food, many use staff from on-site catering companies. Many prisons today support the requirements of specific religions, as well as vegetarianism. It is said that prison food of many developed countries is adequate to maintain health and dieting. Seasonal here refers to the times of the year when the harvest or the flavor of a given type of food is at its peak. This is usually the time when the item is harvested, with some exceptions, an example being sweet potatoes, which are best eaten quite a while after harvest. It also appeals to people who prefer a low-carbon diet that reduces the greenhouse gas emissions resulting from food consumption. Food miles. Shelf-stable food, sometimes ambient food, is food of a type that can be safely stored at room temperature in a sealed container. This includes foods that would normally be stored refrigerated but which have been processed so that they can be safely stored at room or ambient temperature for a usefully long shelf life. Various food preservation and packaging techniques are used to extend a food's shelf life. Decreasing the amount of available water in a product, increasing its acidity, or irradiating or otherwise sterilizing the food and then sealing it in an airtight container are all ways of depriving bacteria of suitable conditions in which to thrive. All of these approaches can all extend a food's shelf life without unacceptably changing its taste or texture. For some foods, alternative ingredients can be used. Common oils and fats become rancid relatively quickly if not refrigerated. Replacing them with hydrogenated oils delays the onset of rancidity, increasing shelf life. This is a common approach in industrial food production, but recent concerns about health hazards associated with trans fats have led to their strict control in several jurisdictions. Even where trans fats are not prohibited, in many places there are new labeling laws, or rules, which require information to be printed on packages, or to be published elsewhere, about the amount of trans fat contained in certain products. Space food is a type of food product created and processed for consumption by astronauts in outer space. The food has specific requirements of providing balanced nutrition for individuals working in space while being easy and safe to store, prepare and consume in the machinery-filled weightless environments of crewed spacecraft. In recent years, space food has been used by various nations engaging in space programs as a way to share and show off their cultural identity and facilitate intercultural communication. Although astronauts consume a wide variety of foods and beverages in space, the initial idea from the Man in Space Committee of the Space Science Board in 1963 was to supply astronauts with a formula diet that would supply all the needed vitamins and nutrients. Traditional foods are foods and dishes that are passed through generations or which have been consumed many generations. Traditional foods and dishes are traditional in nature, and may have a historic precedent in a national dish, regional cuisine or local cuisine. Traditional foods and beverages may be produced as homemade, by restaurants and small manufacturers, and by large food processing plant facilities. Some traditional foods have geographical indications and traditional specialities in the European Union designations per European Union schemes of geographical indications and traditional specialties, protected designation of origin, PDO, protected geographical indication, PGI, and traditional specialities guaranteed, TSG. These standards serve to promote and protect names of quality agricultural products and foodstuffs. This article also includes information about traditional beverages. Whole foods are plant foods that are unprocessed and unrefined, or processed and refined as little as possible, before being consumed. Examples of whole foods include whole grains, tubers, legumes, fruits, vegetables. There is some confusion over the usage of the term surrounding the inclusion of certain foods, in particular animal foods. The modern usage of the term whole foods diet is now widely synonymous with whole foods plant-based diet with animal products, oil and salt no longer constituting whole foods. The earliest use of the term in the post-industrial age appears to be in 1946 in The Farmer, a quarterly magazine published and edited from his farm by F. Newman Turner, a writer and pioneering organic farmer. The magazine sponsored the establishment of the producer-consumer Whole Foods Society Limited, with Newman Turner as president and Derek Randall as vice president. Whole food was defined as mature produce of field, orchard, or garden without subtraction, addition, or alteration, grown from seed without chemical dressing, in fertile soil manured solely with animal and vegetable wastes, and composts therefrom, and ground, raw and without chemical manures, sprays, or insecticides, having intent to connect suppliers and the growing public demand for such food. Such diets are rich in whole and unrefined foods, like whole grains, dark green and yellow, orange-fleshed vegetables and fruits, legumes, nuts and seeds. Cultural and religious diets. Many cultures hold some food preferences and some food taboos. Dietary choices can also define cultures and play a role in religion. For example, only kosher foods are permitted by Judaism, halal foods by Islam, and in Hinduism beef is restricted. In addition, the dietary choices of different countries or regions have different characteristics. This is highly related to a culture's cuisine. Diet deficiencies. Dietary habits play a significant role in the health and mortality of all humans. Imbalances between the consumed fuels and expended energy results in either starvation or excessive reserves of adipose tissue, known as body fat. Poor intake of various vitamins and minerals can lead to diseases that can have far-reaching effects on health. For instance, 30% of the world's population either has, or is at risk for developing, iodine deficiency. It is estimated that at least 3 million children are blind due to vitamin A deficiency. Vitamin C deficiency results in scurvy. Calcium, vitamin D, and phosphorus are interrelated. The consumption of each may affect the absorption of the others. Kwashiorkor and marasmus are childhood disorders caused by lack of dietary protein. Moral, ethical, and health-conscious diets. Many individuals limit what foods they eat for reasons of morality or other habits. For instance, vegetarians choose to forego food from animal sources to varying degrees. Others choose a healthier diet, avoiding sugars or animal fats and increasing consumption of dietary fiber and antioxidants. Obesity, a serious problem in the Western world, leads to higher chances of developing heart disease, diabetes, cancer and many other diseases. More recently, dietary habits have been influenced by the concerns that some people have about possible impacts on health or the environment from genetically modified food. Further concerns about the impact of industrial farming, grains, on animal welfare, human health, and the environment are also having an effect on contemporary human dietary habits. This has led to the emergence of a movement with the preference for organic and local food. Problems. Between the extremes of optimal health and death from starvation or malnutrition, there is an array of disease states that can be caused or alleviated by changes in diet. Deficiencies, excesses, and imbalances in diet can produce negative impacts on health, which may lead to various health problems such as scurvy, obesity, or osteoporosis, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases as well as psychological and behavioral problems. The science of nutrition attempts to understand how and why specific dietary aspects influence health. Nutrients in food are grouped into several categories. Macronutrients are fat, protein, and carbohydrates. Micronutrients are the minerals and vitamins. Additionally, food contains water and dietary fiber. As previously discussed, the body is designed by natural selection to enjoy sweet and fattening foods for evolutionary diets, ideal for hunters and gatherers. Thus, sweet and fattening foods in nature are typically rare and are very pleasurable to eat. In modern times, with advanced technology, enjoyable foods are easily available to consumers. Unfortunately, this promotes obesity in adults and children alike. Marketing and retailing. Food marketing brings together the producer and the consumer. The marketing of even a single food product can be a complicated process involving many producers and companies. For example, 56 companies are involved in making 1 can of chicken noodle soup. These businesses include not only chicken and vegetable processors but also the companies that transport the ingredients and those who print labels and manufacture cans. The food marketing system is the largest direct and indirect non-government employer in the United States. In the pre-modern era, the sale of surplus food took place once a week when farmers took their wares on market day into the local village marketplace. Here food was sold to grocers for sale in their local shops for purchase by local consumers. With the onset of industrialization and the development of the food processing industry, a wider range of food could be sold and distributed in distant locations. Typically early grocery shops would be counter-based shops, in which purchasers told the shopkeeper what they wanted, so that the shopkeeper could get it for them. In the 20th century, supermarkets were born. Supermarkets brought with them a self-service approach to shopping using shopping carts, and were able to offer quality food at lower cost through economies of scale and reduced staffing costs. In the latter part of the 20th century, this has been further revolutionized by the development of vast warehouse-sized, out-of-the-town supermarkets, selling a wide range of food from around the world. Unlike food processors, food retailing is a two-tier market in which a small number of very large companies control a large proportion of supermarkets. The supermarket giants wield great purchasing power over farmers and processors, and strong influence over consumers. Nevertheless, less than 10% of consumer spending on food goes to farmers, with larger percentages going to advertising, transportation, and intermediate corporations. Recipes: copycat Milano cookies. Crisp and sweet, and sometimes minty, Milano cookies enjoy their perch atop the list of sophisticated cookies from our childhood. Turns out they are surprisingly easy to make and customize. Cream butter is the only leavening these cookies need. The microscopic bubbles that creaming creates puff up in the heat, resulting in a light, buttery cookie, one that's the perfect home for a rich chocolate ganache. If you'd like a mint version, simply add a teaspoon of mint extract to the ganache. Consistency in piping is key. Feel free to draw lines on the back of your parchment paper to use as a guide. And if one comes out less than perfect, just scrape it up and repipe it. Ingredients: for the ganache: 1 c. dark chocolate, chopped. 2/3 c. heavy cream. For the cookies: 1 1/4 c. all-purpose flour. Half a teaspoon kosher salt. 9 tablespoons butter, softened. 1 1/4 c. powdered sugar. 1 whole egg, plus 1 egg white. 2 teaspoons pure vanilla extract. 1 tablespoon whole milk. Directions: adjust an oven rack to center position and preheat to 350 degrees. Line 2 baking sheets with parchment paper. Make the ganache, add chopped chocolate to a medium heat-proof bowl. In a small pot, bring the cream to a low boil. Immediately pour the hot cream over the chocolate. Let sit for 2 minutes, then lightly whisk to create a smooth sauce. Set aside. At this point the ganache will be quite loose. But by the time the cookies are cooled, it will be thick enough to pipe between the layers. If it's still too loose, refrigerate it for 5 minutes and stir. Make the cookies in the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment or in a large bowl using a hand mixer. Cream together the butter and sugar on medium speed. In a small bowl, use a fork to break up the whole egg. Add the egg white and mix to combine. With the mixer running, add the eggs a little at a time, making sure that it is fully incorporated before adding the remaining eggs. Stir in the vanilla extractor and milk. Using a spatula, fold in the flour to completely combine. Move the cookie batter to a piping bag fitted with a large round, 1/2 inch, tip. Pipe the batter directly on the baking sheets. They should be piped about 3 long and at least 1.5 apart from one another, as they will spread in the oven. Bake both sheets simultaneously for 15 minutes, rotating the pans at the halfway mark. Continue baking until cookies are golden brown at the edges. Transfer to a cooling rack. Fill the cookies. Once cookies are fully cooled, pipe or spoon a teaspoon of ganache between the cookies to make sandwiches. Not too much or it will spill out the sides. If you need to serve the cookies immediately, refrigerate 5 to 10 minutes to help the ganache set up. Store cookies in an airtight container for up to 1 week. The unfilled cookies can be frozen and reheated in the oven for 5 minutes at 350. Any leftover ganache can be used to make amazing hot chocolate. Pfeffernuss. Like gingerbread cookies, pfeffernuss is a cookie spiked with a spice medley and often rolled in powdered sugar right after baking, like our snowball cookies. While all three of these cookies are especially popular around the holidays, pepper nuts are delicious any time of year. Barely crunchy on the outside and soft and fudgy on the inside, this version calls for a thick cardamom-flavored glaze that hardens into a candy-like shell. The addition of fresh ginger, orange zest, and rum gives these little bites a warm sweetness that blends well with the dark notes of molasses and black pepper. So named due to the presence of ground white pepper and their small size, pfeffernuss don't traditionally contain nuts. For this recipe, using almond flour in the mix helps these cookies stay fluffy and soft in the middle. If you have a nut allergy, skip the almond flour and substitute it with all-purpose flour. Start with 2 cups all-purpose flour, then add up to 4 tablespoons more until the right consistency is reached. The dough should be just moist enough that it sticks only a tiny bit to your hands when rolling. Once you've made these, be sure to drop us a comment down below and let us know how you liked it. Ingredients. For the cookies: 6 tablespoons unsalted butter, softened, 3/4 c. granulated sugar, 1/4 c. molasses, 1 teaspoon freshly grated ginger, optional, zest of 1 orange, 1 tablespoon rum, 1 large egg, 1 c. almond flour, 1 3/4 c. all-purpose flour, 3/4 teaspoon baking soda, half a teaspoon kosher salt, 1 teaspoon ground cardamom, 1 teaspoon ground cinnamon, half a teaspoon ground ginger, half a teaspoon ground cloves, 1/4 teaspoon ground anise seed, 1/4 teaspoon ground nutmeg, 1/4 teaspoon ground allspice, 1/4 teaspoon freshly ground black pepper, half a teaspoon ground white pepper. For the glaze: 1½ quart powdered sugar, half a teaspoon ground cardamom, 3 tablespoons heavy cream or cookie dough. Directions: in a large bowl using a whisk, beat butter, sugar, and molasses just until smooth. Add grated ginger, orange zest, rum, and egg and beat until combined. In a medium bowl, whisk flours, baking soda, salt, and spices until combined. Gradually fold dry ingredients into wet ingredients, until dough just comes together. Preheat oven to 350 degrees and line 2 large baking sheets with parchment paper. Using a tablespoon and dampen hands, portion dough into 1 balls and place 2 apart on prepared sheets. Bake until puffed and set, 12 to 14 minutes. Meanwhile, make glaze. In a medium bowl, whisk powdered sugar, cardamom, and cream until smooth, adding more cream to loosen, if necessary. Let cookies cool for 10 minutes, then dip the tops of each cookie in the glaze. Let glaze harden before eating. Snowball cookies. The first thing we will say about these cookies is that you shouldn't eat them while wearing your Sunday best. The powdery confectioner's sugar that makes these snowballs snowy and delicious can end up dousing you in sugar with every bite, so make sure you have napkins ready and eat them over a plate to catch the winter wonderland from landing on your floor. We should also say that this mess is totally worth it for these crumbly, sweet, and they couldn't be easier to make. All you need is 1 large bowl in your hands for the dough. You can be nibbling on one of these nutty snowball cookies in just 30 minutes. You can even swap out the walnuts for roasted pecans, almonds, or pistachios. To help nail the size and texture of these bite-sized cookies, make sure the butter is softened instead of melted. Melted butter will result in cookies that flatten and spread. This recipe yields about 31-inch cookies but can be easily doubled. To make sure you get the most out of your batch, scoop and level each cookie with a tablespoon measure. They are also a fantastic holiday cookie. Whether you serve them on Christmas or in July, resist the urge to start a snowball cookie fight. If you're on a low-carb diet, we have a keto-friendly variation of walnut snowball cookies ready for you too. These cookies will keep stored at room temperature in an airtight container for 3 to 4 days, or frozen, baked or raw, for up to 3 months. If you made these, let us know how they came out in the comments below. Ingredients: 1c. All-purpose flour, 1½ c. Walnuts, very finely chopped, 1/4 c. Granulated sugar, pinch kosher salt, 1 teaspoon pure vanilla extract, ½ c. Butter, chopped and softened, 1 c. Powdered sugar. Directions: preheat oven to 350 degrees and line a large cookie sheet with parchment. In a large bowl, mix flour, walnuts, granulated sugar, salt, and vanilla. Add butter and, using your hands, combine everything until mixture resembles a course meal. Form dough into small balls and place on prepared cookie sheet. Bake 15 minutes. When they're still warm but cool enough to touch, roll cookies in powdered sugar. Set aside on a rack to cool completely. When cool, dust again in powdered sugar. Light bonus: 23 daily habits practiced by highly successful people. One thing which separates high achievers from regular people: intention. Meaning, if you get up every day and just coast wherever events and situations take you, you're going to end up somewhere other than the ideal place. To reach your utmost potential, you need to steer your own path via daily habits which prime you for success. Here are the things nearly 24 executives say help them get ahead in business and life. 1. Write down little tasks in the morning to clear your head. As a founder and a mom, my multiple roles bring on a vast array of responsibilities, big and small. I quickly learned that tasks like put more batteries in the remote or dust keyboard can bog me down so much that I'm unable to focus on my priorities. I learned from the book The Artist's Way that doing morning pages to relieve my consciousness helps to remove these distractions first thing and help me to start my workday right. So I've created a habit where I write down these tasks and put them aside in an effort to clear my head. With this exercise being done before my coffee is poured, I feel so much more happy and relaxed to handle the more significant initiatives throughout my workday. Mandeep Shahi, co-founder and managing partner of ZenMed, an award-winning health and wellness brand with tens of thousands of followers on social media and users around the world. 2. Start the day with a good sweat. In life, there is so much that you can't control and that can cause negativity and major stress as your day progresses. I have a daily habit that helps to offset this: getting in a good sweat to start the day. Why? Because at least I can control this part of my day. Being in complete control of my workout gives me the confidence that I can be in more control of the things I may have thought were completely out of my control. For example, getting a comment like "your product is a terrible idea, why would anyone want to buy this?" is devastating. But after a good workout, I'm able to realize it's not my product that is bad, but rather, the way I presented my product confused someone. Starting with a good sweat gives me better mental clarity. And having this clarity allows me to think of different and better ways to convey what I really want to say. Amy Beckley, founder, CEO and inventor of the Prove test, a rapid response, at-home progesterone test which has been used by thousands of women. 3. Ask yourself if it will matter in a day, week, month or year. There are so many things on my plate at any given time that it becomes difficult to prioritize and focus on the right things when faced with an avalanche of responsibilities. How is it possible to get it all done? The answer is simple: it isn't. We must work smarter, not just harder, and we must reconcile ourselves to the notion that it's impossible to get it all done. To deal with my day-to-day responsibilities and to focus more easily on what really matters, my daily habit is to apply a ruthless guiding principle to prioritize my to-do list each morning. I ask myself one simple question: will this still matter in a day, a week, a month, a year? I then focus on the items that will have the deepest long-term impact, so that what's important is not getting lost in what's urgent. I find this method is also very handy when gauging a setback or a win. Ask yourself the same question and you will gain a perspective on how much emotion to dedicate to the matter. Teresa Foreman, president of Macmillan, a 23-year-old independent creative agency with a global clientele that includes Trend Micro, Schneider Electric, United Rentals, Commvault and Vin. 4. Look to different industries to develop your own unique business concepts. My most creative and successful ideas have been formulated by looking at best practices and successful innovations in industries that are totally unrelated to mine. When you're successful, it's easy to get complacent. And too often, looking only at your competitors will give you only incremental improvements and perpetuate good enough results. By looking outward, you not only draw on your own ingenuity and motivation as a leader, but it also gives you the power to drive key innovations that have the potential to transform your business and leapfrog the